this morning and afternoon on Podium Esports. It is Last Chance Qualifier number 1, Last Chance Qualifier number 2, and Duels number 1 and 2 to set the field for the 6th running of the Podium 500, which is set to run on Sunday afternoon at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Podium Esports Twitch channel. The top 14 drivers in both LCQ number 1 and LCQ number 2 advance straight to Duel number 1 and Duel number 2 respectively. The top 20 drivers in both duels will advance to the main feature race on Sunday afternoon at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Enjoy the last day of qualifying day for the 6th running of the Podium 500. Enjoy the races, everyone.
Ten heats are in the books, and now it's time for LCQs. We're going to set the field for the duels coming up later today. My name is the Mountain Man, Robert Hill Jr. Joining me tonight, or this morning actually, is the redneck announcer, Jacob Reeves. Jake, how's it going, my friend?
I'm telling you right now, I mean, Robert, I'm absolutely pumped up to get this bad boy going. I mean, Robert, we've seen some fantastic racing all the way from Wednesday all the way up to right now. And I'm telling you, these guys right here, they've all got a lot of nerves, really on pins and needles, if you want to put it that way. Every single one of them really hoping to get themselves through this and get into the duels and still have a shot to try to get in the Podium 500. It's like I said Wednesday night, this is the Catalina wine mixer of sim racing. So I'm telling you, it's going to be fun right here to see what's going to happen in this 30 laps. Very, very stacked field that we have right here.
Yeah, very bunch stacked indeed. We'll see the qualifying order or the grid order a little bit later on here, and we have a couple NASCAR drivers in the field with us, as well as some of the top drivers here on the iRacing service. So it should be 30 laps of action, packed, door banging action out here at Daytona. And taking a look at the track facts here, Jake, why don't you tell us a little bit about the racetrack and what these drivers are going to deal with here today?
Well, I'm telling you, I mean, Daytona International Speedway is the mecca of motorsports, the world center of racing right here in Daytona Beach, Florida. 2.5 miles, got 31 degrees of banking in both of these turns. It's going to be absolutely crazy to see them go 2, 3, maybe even 4 wide. Usually when they go 4 wide here, that's when all hell ends up breaking loose, and then you end up having a couple of wrecks. But, I mean, you see the surface. I mean, you see the track right there. Going to go all the way around through 1 and 2 and then go down that 3,000-foot super stretch, is what they call it, on the back stretch, and then go all the way into turn number 3 and 4. And then, obviously, right there in the tri-oval, 18 degrees of banking as well. Usually where we see a lot of passing, where we saw Wednesday night, especially in the heat race that me and you called, was last lap coming off of turn 4, trying to get the slingshot, trying to see if they could squeeze up there and maybe try to get themselves a win. And some of that may end up being back there around that 14th spot, which is what you see right here. It's going to be 30 laps, 75 miles. Got 15 green-white checkers, folks. More or less, that's unlimited green-white checkered attempts. They got to have a fixed setup. Going to have one faster pair. So if these guys end up getting a little bit aggressive, and they end up getting caught up in a wreck, end up getting a meatball flag, they're going to be able to get that car fixed and get back out there. And as we mentioned, top 14 is going to go to the duels. All the rest of them, they're going to have to pack it up. All the hard work that they done, it'll be for nothing. Every single one of them will get sent to the house.
That's exactly right, Jake. We're going to start 40 drivers here in LCQ number 1. We're going to send 26 of them packing as we do hit the grid here. Let's take a look at the starting lineup and who's going to lead us to that green flag here tonight. Looking at the front row, rolling off from the pole, it's car number 92 of John Ward alongside the 02 of Logan York. York on the outside there of row number 1. Row 2 tonight is where we find Ryan Johnson in the 38 alongside the 11 of Joao Guerra. Row 3 starting 5th, Cole Larson in car number 20 alongside the 16 of Dennis Ansman. starting in 7th tonight. Row number 4. On the inside is Raul Alves in car 31 alongside the 58 of Jose Rodriguez. And rounding out your top 10 here in LCQ number 1, starting 9th, is the driver of the number 37 machine of Jason Wallet alongside the 32 of Briar LaPrat. Jake, why don't you take us through here to position number 20?
And then we got Daniel Holloway. He's going to start in the 11th spot. David Duke will start in the outside of row number 6 in that 12th spot. Raymond Rittenauer will be in the 13th spot. Jimmy Crow, Robert, we talked about him in the heat races that we saw on Wednesday night. He got loose coming off of turn 4 and was able to gather it back up and get into this spot. He'll start in the 14th spot. Deegan Smith's going to start in the 15th spot with Rob Connors in the 16th spot. Then you're going to have Aiden Sharon will be in the 17th spot. Brett Pancari will start in the 18th spot. Then you got Aaron Brunner will start in the 19th spot. And Robert, this is a sleeper pick right here in spot number 20. That's David L. Brown.
Yeah, like you mentioned, David Brown, very strong. Starting in row number 11, it's car number 18 of Dean Gagliano alongside the 88 of that's actually Steven Stempion. It was Tyler Meeks in position 22. Steven Karasek and Stempion make up row number 12. Row 13 here tonight is Jake Nipperis in car 28 alongside the 34 of Sean Boundy. Row 14 is where we find Tyler Muller in the 41 alongside the 2 of David Emig, as we see row 15 now, Sam Dyer in the 36 alongside Andrew Santo of the 6. As you see the rest of the field scrolling on through, a couple drivers to note towards the tail of this one. Anthony Alfredo starting 34th, Raja Caruth starting 38, and Brock Westmoreland, a strong driver from the heats. He's going to start dead last in position number 39 here tonight. Jake, we're going to get set to go green, and we just got an update. Anthony Alfredo going to start pit side, so that's a bit of a change to what we had expected. Pace car off. We're going to get set to go green here on the lead of the front row. It's John Ward with Logan York is outside. Green flag, and we're racing.
We are racing, and John Ward, he's going to get the shove and go all the way up to the top right after the line. Jump right up in front of Logan York. Now Ryan Johnson, he's going to lead this bottom side with Cole Larson trying to give him the old how do you do, kicking the pants right in the back bumper. LCQ number 1, and you already see everybody slipping, sliding, trying to figure out what lane they want to get in as they work their way on the back straightaway. John Ward really getting this shove from Logan York. York all up in the back bumper. Guerrero right behind him, as well as Dennis Ansman up here as well. Everybody trying to migrate to that top side, Robert.
As we do see, like you mentioned, the top lane taking control of this one. The inside lane led by Ryan Johnson, not quite able to get up there. We saw him in the heat race that we called earlier this week, Jake. Very strong in that 38 machine, but he's going to need some company if he wants to work his way out to the race lead. But John Ward continuing to lead the way here. He's got help from Logan York behind him. Zhao Guerra and Dennis Ansman up there as well. Watching, of course, that battle around the transfer spot here, as we will only take 13 cars. Cole Larson currently holds that spot. Now Tyler Meek's going to take it over, as the inside lane has actually fallen all the way back to that bubble spot. Ryan Johnson currently in 13th, just behind him. Cole Larson, the 76, just behind them as well. We saw him be very strong here so far this week. That's Jason Wallet, as he's going to try to work his way forward. They're getting passed now by Steven Stempion and company as we come around to lap number 3. It continues to be the Highline Choo-Choo train. Here we go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if any of these guys on the bottom side want to be able to try to get something going, they're probably going to have to worry about trying to get up to the top side. Granted, Robert, this is a 30-lap sprint. You have not got a lot of time to try to make some kind of stupid moves. You want to try to be in a position to get yourself into the Podium 500, and right now that bottom lane is not going to get you there. But Ryan Johnson is still trying to hold it down with Cole Larson. I about said Kyle Larson back there, but Cole back there on the bottom, he's trying to give the shove as well. But now this inside lane is starting to get just a little bit of momentum. We'll see if any of these drivers up here at the front probably say the top 10, see if any of them decide to jump down in front of Ryan Johnson, because they are starting to actually get a little bit of momentum. They are starting to work their way up past some of these drivers. They're all the way up to Brett Pancari right now. We actually see one driver actually jump out of line. I believe that is Brian Leprard. Maybe not, actually. I believe that's Ryan, or a couple of drivers right there. One of them, that's Ryan Johnson back there. He's still going to get the shove and try to get going on this inside lane. But a couple of them going to get spinning back there in the back. A little bit of door banging going on. But everybody going to keep it straight so far.
Yeah, that was Ray Rittenauer that got a little bit bent out of shape there. Unfortunately, there was a stack up behind Ryan Johnson as they tried to get the inside cooking a little bit more, but up towards the front. Johnson now getting some help. He's going to charge his way forward. He's got help from Cole Larson, like you mentioned, just behind them as well. Jason Wallet, they're going to work their way back up inside the top 10. Johnson up to 6th. On the inside, he has Jose Rodriguez on his outside as they continue to battle side by side. Cautions out, and I believe it does involve Tyler Meeks.
Unfortunate to see Tyler Meeks get involved in that. Actually, matter of fact, he's not even being shown right now, so I believe he may have disconnected. And from what it looked like on my end, I think Tyler just got up just a little bit too high, gets into the fence, and then comes straight down. Unfortunately, Steven Stempian, one of those drivers that ends up getting into him, and that is what happens to bring out the very first caution of LCQ number 1.
Yeah, we'll try to get a look at that on the replay machine, see if it's even possible. Like you mentioned, the car in question did disappear right after the incident. Tyler Meeks did, but unfortunately here, caution number 1 out on lap number 6. These drivers going to have less time now to work their way towards the front. And as we saw in the heats, Jake, things get wild towards the end of these, and only 30 laps to do it in total. Chaos going to go right from the drop of the initial flag, and we've seen it already.
Yeah, I mean, and folks, I mean, just that little bit right there, it may not seem like much, but I mean, that's when the energy picks up. That's when the intensity, like you said, the chaos picks up. We already saw it, Robert, with me and you calling, Heat 5 Wednesday night. That's what we saw. We saw it right there on the last lap. We saw abrasive moves being made, and it ended up, Steven Stempian, he actually restarted that race in the 22nd spot. And then just out of nowhere had that big wreck right there on the backstretch. He was able to go from 22nd all the way up to 10th to put himself in this position. So, I mean, that chaos, if it's good for some people, and then it's going to end up being bad for a lot of other drivers. Only time will tell who's going to get the good side as well as the bad side of it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's really a game of luck here on the super speedways. You could be involved in the incident, or you could just barely miss it and find yourself in a good spot to advance into the duels later today, as we will take a look at the replay here on the Podium replay machine. Our great producers today, Christian Hill and DJ Lyon, doing a nice job setting this up for us as we take a look. Walk us through this one, Jake. What just happened?
I mean, you're going to see Tyler Meeks right there. He's going to be in that blue car that you see right there. And, I mean, that's a very, very tight spot right there. I mean, he just slides up, gets into the fence, goes around, and then as soon as he goes around, at that point, he just went ahead and just disconnected, because I feel like, he wanted to go ahead and throw that disconnect in there, try not to cause a huge pileup. But, I mean, that's pretty much what it was. Basically, the wall just sucked him straight up into it. And that's how the air can affect you here at Daytona, Robert. It can easily suck you straight up into the wall, even in these next-gen cars. Hell, it happens in an Xfinity car, in a truck, whatever you want to call it. The air here at Daytona, it can play mind games with you. It can play tricks with you, good and bad.
Yeah, you're going to see that with the outside wall, Jake. You're also going to see that when we have the 3-wide, even 4-wide action. Not 6-wide, that's only for Kern County, but these drivers here, these drivers going to have to battle for position, try to find where they belong on the racetrack, not be too aggressive with those moves, because with this next-gen aerodynamics model that's just come out over the recent weeks, that side force really, really strong for these guys. And that's some of the issues we saw throughout the heat races over the past couple of days. Drivers going 3-wide, getting sucked up into the outside car, getting pulled down to the inside lane as well. And that just leads to chaos, because you don't have anywhere to go quick enough to avoid some of these incidents. And hopefully we don't have many of those towards the end of this LCQ. Still a long way to go. 24 laps, coming to 23 at the line this time. But these drivers definitely going to pick up the intensity because they know as we do face the white flag, we're going to go green next time by. They know, Jacob, that this is their last shot to make it to those duels. And when they get to the duels, if they get there, they still got to race their way in as well. Only the top 20 from those duels later today will advance to the big show, and we'll start the top 40 of the week.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of the craziest gauntlets in all of sim racing, honestly. I mean, you're never safe. Even though the guys that raced on Wednesday and Thursday that went through their respective heats, if they ended up finishing in the top 5 to be able to get to the duels, they're still not safe. The only 2 drivers that is really safe is the front row, that being Zach Novak and Larson Peel, I believe that's his name, Larson Peel. So both of them, they're the only ones that's really safe out of this, because front row, they get automatic buy straight to the main event. The rest of everybody else, they're not safe. They have to get themselves in position to get up here and get in whatever transfer that they need to be. I mean, really, it doesn't matter where you finish, just as long as you are inside that cut line. You can be the last guy in it every single time. You can be the last guy in the LCQ1, and you can be the last guy in it in either one of the duels. It doesn't matter. Whatever position that you can get in, that's what you want to get in to be able to get yourself into that Podium 500. And I've seen a lot of guys do some crazy things to try to be in that spot, Robert. I got a feeling we may end up seeing it right here in the next 20 laps or so.
Yeah, over the 10 heat races that we've had over Wednesday and Thursday, we saw drivers able to work their way in with some crazy moves and also just playing it safe. We saw Presley Sora on the first day of heat racing lock himself in basically just by being there. And that's what some of these guys are going to need to do. As the pace car's off, John Ward, the control car, once again on the inside, and he gets a great launch. Maybe too good, as he doesn't have any help behind him. That is the 11 machine of Zhao Guerra going to fall back on the inside. Now Logan York up on the high side just behind John Ward, as Ward made that move to the top side. They're going to come together here, get that bump draft going. The train has left the station. Choo-choo, we're coming through here through turns 1 and 2. It's John Ward, Logan York, Dennis Ansman, Ryan Johnson, and Briar LaPrade. So Johnson, the leader of the inside lane earlier, was also able to get up to the high side. Now finds himself working with the conductors of this train to charge their way forward. As we have a driver to the apron towards the rear, that's Mitch Howell. He jumps back up in line as a couple drivers hit the outside wall. That includes the 76 machine of Ron Morris. He gathers it up, Jake, because we're going to come to the line and take lap number 10 with John Ward and Logan York out front.
And how about some of this 3-wide action back here? Raul Alves back here in the 31. He's stuck straight in the middle. He's in the sucker hole. He's got no help unless some of these other drivers are going to try to jump up here and maybe give him some help. We got a spinner back in the back. I believe that may have been Rajan Karoof that went around. No, it was not. But one driver went sent around big time right there. You see him on your screen. I believe that is the number 2 of David Knight. That's who it was, or Emmett. He ends up getting spun around. Wow, what a move. I mean, he had a hell of a move and also took a hell of a tumble coming out of turn 1 and number 2. Hopefully we can get a replay for you on that one, because, folks, he took a hell of a hit going to the outside wall.
Yeah, unfortunately there for David Emmett, that is going to make his day a lot harder. Like we mentioned before we got started here, there is one fast repair, but having to take that tow, Jake, is going to set him back. Likely lose at least a lap with that towing process, then take the fast repair, have to come all the way from the tail of the field. The only driver out of this so far is Tyler Meeks. He was involved in the earlier caution on lap number 6, disconnected from the server. So we'll see if Emmett can get back out there and continue on. But out front, John Ward, Logan York, Dennis Ansman, Ryan Johnson, and Briar LaPrade, the top 5. The rest of the drivers currently finding themselves in a transfer spot. Jose Rodriguez, Cole Larson, David Duke, Zhao Guerra, Rob Connors, Jason Wallet, Aaron Brunner, Jimmy Crow, and Dean Gaglianos. Let's take a look at the replay and see what just happened to David Emmett.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens right here. This number 2, David Emmett, you're going to see right here, tries to ease down right here on the bottom side. Another driver just, hell of a run up on the inside. Then bam, straight into the wall, flips over on his lid, rolls down through into the apron. Wow, David Emming, I mean, what a hellacious hit that he took to the outside wall, and then it got hit by another guy. It ends up causing them to tumble through 1 and 2. What a slide right there by Emming. And as you mentioned, he is going to get that tow. He's going to be able to get that faster pair. But the problem is, Robert, when they tow, there is a time limit that they've got to sit in the pits to deal with that tow. Obviously, the faster pair is not going to count any time, but this right here could be very, very detrimental to that number 2 trying to get himself into this Podium 500.
That's exactly right, Jake. And just taking a look here, a couple drivers coming down pit road alongside Emick is Howard Strother Jr., Ron Morris Jr. as well, and Aiden Shrine. So a visit of the juniors to pit road, and I'm seeing now Tyler Meeks has rejoined the field. He's currently on pit road, and well, he's only going to be 2 laps down as well. So welcome back to him, as I thought he was out of this after that earlier incident. So little interesting that he's rejoined here, Jake.
Absolutely. Very, very interesting for him. And one thing that I do want to mention is we're actually getting a little bit of info from inside the chat about Briar LaPrade up there in that 5th spot. I mean, he announced in January, folks, that he's doing photography and videography content for Sheldon Creed. And folks, any of you NASCAR fans that know who Sheldon Creed is, you know a lot about the Martinsville stuff that happened last year in the Xfinity Series, between him and Austin Hill. But awesome to see that for Briar. And also, not to mention this, he had to race himself back into the Coke Series from the Contender Series last year. So, folks, this is a Coke Series driver that you are seeing on your screen right there. 88, but 32 by timing and scoring. But Briar LaPrade, awesome to have him here to try to get himself into the Podium 500. Robert, he's looking pretty good up there inside the top 5.
Yeah, he's looking pretty solid here so far. And like you mentioned, of course, race back into the Coke Series. That is tough in itself. And then you're balancing the circus that is the NASCAR Xfinity Series now being involved with Sheldon Creed. And that's going to take a lot of time for Briar to be away from his computer, not necessarily going to have as much time as some of these other guys to test. So to be able to make it back to the Coke Series and now have a competitive season is going to be a challenge in itself for Briar, but he's a driver that can absolutely get it done. We've seen him have success before, and I know he's going to have it again here as the lights are off on the pace car. Logan York up on the high side, John Ward on the inside. Ward is the control car on this restart. Right behind them, it's Dennis Ansman on the inside. Ryan Johnson, the pusher up on that top lane. Briar LaPrade, like you mentioned, they're in row number 3 on the inside. So watch here for Briar LaPrade to maybe get up there, start working with Dennis Ansman and John Ward, or are we going to see the restart games again? Is Ward going to get that big jump? Logan York came back a little bit, then Ward jump up in front of him, and they start working together like we saw in that last restart.
It's a very good possibility. I mean, in these races, you want to try to find friends, and that's what you really need here in these next-gen cars. You really want to be able to have friends, people to be able to give you that push when you need it. More so, you really need at least 2 people to be able to give you a push, because, Robert, in the experience that I've had in these next-gen cars, if you have one driver behind you pushing you, if there's not a third man, I guess you could say, on that train, then you're pretty much screwed, because it's hard to get 2 people to be able to push unless the front guy's actually dragging the brake to slide himself back to the car that's behind him. So it wouldn't be out of the question to have Ward and York trying to work together, and both of them may be trying to work with maybe Ryan Johnson. Everybody just trying to get some allies out here just to see if they can make it through to the next round, because it's like I said, you got to have friends to get where you want to be. And Robert, me and you know that as well as anybody. And it's the same thing within racing, especially right here trying to get in the Podium 500.
As the drivers do try to get into the Podium 500, the pace car going to take that turn to pit road. We're going to get set to go green here once again. It's John Ward, the control car, on the inside, and he's hit that loud pedal. Green flag, and we are back underway. John Ward out front. Dennis Ansman right behind him as we see Ward go to the high side.
Look at the spinner.
Ansman trying to pull up as we're wrecking already. Big wreck on the front straightaway. Jason Wallet, many others involved.
We got a huge pile up back here in the back. Probably, honestly, the whole damn field may be piled up coming out of the tri-oval right there, Robert. And it all started with Aaron Brunner ends up getting into somebody. We're trying to get the number on that one for you. That's Rob Connors, the one that gets spun around the 00. And then after that, all hell ended up breaking loose. He ended up getting into the 76. Turned him around sideways, and then from there on, it was just which lane you could get in. Hell, if you had to climb the wall at that point to try to get around it, you was going to do everything you could, but massive pileup coming out of the tri-oval.
We're already seeing a couple drivers exit the race after that one. Brett Puncari has called it a day. We also saw, like you mentioned, Rob Connors involved. I believe Chris Parkman, Jason Wallet, among others. I saw Anthony Alfredo back there in that incident as well. Don't know that he got too big of a piece of it. As we take a look now at the podium replay machine, let's see what just happened to bring out the caution once again. And it was a big one. Looks like a stack up on the replay just ahead of Raja Karuth towards the rear.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it was.
Ahead of them, actually.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Connors may have actually missed a gear, may have not got it in gear as fast as you wanted to see. There went Rajah straight through it. See everybody, there goes Stampian in the 88. He ends up getting involved in it as well. That thing looks like a modified where the whole front of the car actually took off. And then there was actually one right there trying to race the pace car all the way back to the field. But, I mean, a huge wreck right there. These guys, they're not giving an inch, honestly, Robert. Every single one of these guys, if you miss a gear, they're going to try to take advantage. They're going to try to stick it in the middle, try to take it to the top, whatever they got to do, because 30-lap sprint, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, exactly like you mentioned, a 30-lap sprint. Everyone knows that basically from the drop of the initial green flag, it's go time, as we're already here in half number 2 of LCQ number 1. John Ward, Logan York, and others have been able to stay up front ahead of the mess that we've had so far. But meanwhile, drivers such as Tyler Muller, Anthony Alfredo, Aiden Shrine, Raja Karuth, just involved in that latest incident, they're going to have to work their way back up through the field, maybe repair a little bit of damage, and have a bit of a disadvantage on the racetrack now, coming all the way from the top 30 or even worse out here with just 15 laps to go, Jake. So watch for intensity and chaos to ensue off of this upcoming restart.
I'm not surprised one bit, honestly, with all the chaos. I mean, we're going to see more of it. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you know, it's like I said, none of these drivers going to give anybody an inch, especially from some of these guys that's at the back. When this starts getting down to about 5 laps to go, you're going to see some of the craziest moves that you probably ever seen in stock car racing or sim racing, however you want to look at it. These guys are going to absolutely be sending it top, bottom, middle, wherever the hole is. They're going to try to go, and hopefully they've already worked together already with some friends back there in the back to try to help them out, try to get them up here. So it's going to get real crazy right here, Robert. You mentioned chaos. Robert, you know me. I love chaos. I've always loved chaos. I live on that stuff. I really do, brother. I love the chaos. I live for this kind of stuff. And I got a feeling, as we know, we've already seen it, like I said, within the heats, all the heats, as well as right here so far in the LCQ. I got a feeling we got some more of it lined up.
Absolutely more to come. I don't know if you just saw it there, Jake, but we were riding on board with Sean Boundy, had a look at his driver cam, and he had a ton of trophies behind him there. He's looking to pick up another one this time in the Podium 500. We'll see if he's able to advance and get it done tomorrow in the main event, but still a long way to go here. Lights are off on the pace car. We're going to go green next time by. Of course, we do still have the same leader, John Ward, with Logan York right there. Dennis Ansman, Ryan Johnson, row number 2. Jose Rodriguez and Briar LaPrade make up row number 3. Cole Larson, David Duke there in row 4, with Zhao Guerra and Jimmy Crow Jr. rounding out the top 10. Couple drivers to watch currently on the outside of that transfer bubble. Raja Karuth in 15th. He's one spot back. Sean Boundy currently holding that position that everyone else wants as well. Raul Alves, we've seen him be rather strong here so far this week. Steven Stampian in 24th, Jake, as well as Anthony Alfredo all the way back in position 34. So he's going to have to gain 20 spots if he wants to work his way into the duels later today.
Absolutely, and a couple of guys right there on that cusp that's actually on the inside of that, looking possibly back, depending on, how this restart and everything plays out right here within the next 14 laps. David L. Brown, we've talked about him out there in the number 83, started this race in the 20th spot. He's all the way up to 13th right now. But like you said, that 14th lap, or I'm saying 14 to go, the 14 drivers to actually get in, right there on the cusp of it. David Brown, some drivers or some of you fans may not know about David Brown. He is big time within the Super Speedway organization, much like Kyler Wim was earlier on this week. David Brown does a lot of stuff with the 87s at Daytona and Talladega, and I've raced against him a couple of times. I'm going to tell you right now, he is ruthless. He wants to win, and he knows how to get around these Super Speedways, even in the 87 and even in a NASCAR next-gen car. Look out for him. Hopefully he can try to keep it up there inside that top 14.
As the pace car's off, we're going to get set to go green with just 13 laps to go. John Ward, the control car on the inside. He has Dennis Onsman just behind him. Watch for Ward to jump up ahead of Logan York here. That's what he's done all night long, and yes, he does. Look at Ward. He goes to the top with Dennis Onsman just behind him. Briar LaPrade left alone on the inside lane, currently running in position number 5. He's able to slot up into that train and keep it going here, as now looks like everyone trying to find themselves in a single file position. The first car that's looking too wide is Deegan Smith on the inside. He's got Raja Karuth as his pusher. They're currently running in positions number 12 and 14 respectively, as out front Ward continues to lead as we have some more issues towards the rear here. Looks like we are under caution once again. It's Ron Morris Jr. and Jason Wallet coming together.
I'm telling you, what a damn stack up right there on the top side. I mean, wow. I mean, everybody just slammed on the brakes. Not real sure if that may have been because of how the caution come out and everything, but we'll take a look at it. I'm actually looking where Jason Wallet was, and it really wasn't even really Jason Wallet that ended up causing this accident. Honestly, Robert, it was the driver right in front of him. You talked about Ron Morris Jr. He actually was trying to see if he could jump down in front of another driver that was just shooting straight up through the middle side, and that was Jesse Atchison on that middle side, and he ends up trying to jump down in front of him, tries to get the draft, and unfortunately, I mean, he was there, so he tried to jump down, tried to get it to work, and Morris ends up going around, causing another pileup over in turn 3.
Let's take a look at the replay and have another peek at what just happened there to Jason Wallet and Atchison. Just got involved there together. As we take a look at the replay machine, watching the cars up on the high side, watch for one of these 76 machines to drop down in front of the Atchison machine. There we go. There's the initial contact. Looks like Atchison gets lucky, able to get away scot-free. Oh, that's a big hit to the outside wall there. We got a double 76er that just came together to create a lot of damage amongst those cars. And, well, we're going to leave the nose cone behind over in the grass.
Yeah, I mean, Wallet, I mean, he was, for a second, I thought he was actually good there for a second, and then all of a sudden, it just, bam, just runs straight into it. I mean, he's got nowhere to go, Robert. He's all the way up on the top side. He's got nowhere to really go, and he wasn't really thinking that Morris was going to shoot back up the racetrack. There you see Wallet right there. As I mentioned earlier, a couple of drivers out here didn't even have a front bumper, had to go in there and get a faster pair. Some of these guys looking like they're going to be on a Saturday night short track later on this evening without the front bumper, looking like a modified. But hopefully Wallet's got him a faster pair and go ahead and burn it. But, Robert, we talked about this, Wednesday night, in Heat 5. There's still a lot of laps to go right here. Still 11 to go. You want to try to survive as much as you possibly can right here. I mean, at this point, if you're having to burn a faster pair, it's kind of iffy whether or not you really want to go or just try to ride right here and just possibly wait on the big one and try to be able to get through it, or do you go ahead and go? Because, Robert, we talked about it. It's hard to advance unless you got a lot of friends and unless you've got the right line to be able to get up there.
Yeah, strength in numbers is definitely key, Jake. Of course, you can do it yourself by working the lines, jumping in and out of different draft packs that work their way up towards the front. But it's much easier when you have those allies, the guys you can trust, the people that they're on your bumper to the rear or to the front of you, to be able to work together and get your way up there. But a lot of these drivers, of course, coming through the heats now to the LCQs don't necessarily have those teammates or people that they're overly familiar with. So watch for different groups to work together, try to get up to the front. There's a lot of good cars still at the tail of the field. And speaking of cars at the tail, David Emig, we saw him involved in an incident earlier, now has gotten 2 lucky dogs in a row. He's going to find himself back on the lead lap in position number 35, as we're going to come around this time and be just 10 laps remaining here in LCQ number 1. Of course, don't go anywhere here today, folks. A lot of action still to come, including LCQ number 2 coming up right after this. Some of the notables in that one include William Hale. He's going to start from the pole in LCQ number 2. Also, some drivers that we've seen really strong so far. Stephen Harry, another driver there. Matthew Stalkneck, we saw him make some wild moves in his heat race earlier this week. Malik Ray, Garrett Maines, among others, coming up in LCQ2. So some big names potentially going home here, because keep in mind, we're only taking 14 from each of these LCQs, despite running 80 cars here today.
Yeah, I mean, and that could be a huge storyline going into tomorrow. Obviously, Malik Ray and Garrett Maines, both drivers in the Coke Series. I mean, Robert, that would be absolutely crazy to see one of them not be able to make the Podium 500. I mean, what a storyline that would be. Hopefully they do make it. Hopefully they're not on the bad end of a storyline, because obviously nobody wants to be on the bad end of a storyline. But I mean, Coke driver not making a Podium 500, that would be headline news all over iRacing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And races like this, Jake, are really tough to advance into. Of course, being a super speedway, anything can happen. It's all about luck and putting yourself in the right position. But being able to advance through the heat to the LCQ or past the LCQ directly into the duels, and then come through the duels into the main, that's a lot of racing you have to do, and a lot of racing that has to go right for you to be able to advance. As the lights are off on the pace car, we're coming out of turn 4 here and getting set to go green. Once again, John Ward will be the control car. He's the pole sitter here today and continues to be the lead car, making things happen on the front row. So watch for him once again to potentially clear up in front of Dennis Ansman, or maybe he'll stay on the inside this time, as he was working with Logan York quite a bit before this. Pace car about to make that turn down pit road. We're going to get set. It's time to giddy up. Let's get going here. John Ward on the loud pedal. We are green once again. It's Ward and York on the inside.
Yep, and here we go. Ward, he's going to get that jump. York gets a pretty good jump. Jumps right up in front of Ansman. It's going to stick him straight in the fence. York was trying to get up there to the top side. Maybe a little bit too aggressive right there by Logan York. And we'll see what Dennis Ansman does when he gets back to his back bumper. I'm sure he's not too happy about getting the nose chopped off. Down there on the bottom, Brian LaPrade, he is absolutely strung out, hung out to dry. Here comes Cole Larson, gives him the fantastic shove straight into the back end. And hopefully this bottom lane is going to be able to try to get back up here to the front. But, wow, that could have been very, very crazy, as York and Ansman had a little bit of a scuffle right there outside of the tri-oval. And that could have been big, because it was right in front of the whole damn field, Robert.
That was right in front of the field. Luckily, it didn't turn into utter chaos for these drivers. But watching Brian LaPrade and Cole Larson working their way up the inside, that's Andrew Sano on the outside. They're coming up to Raja Karuth as well, as Larson ducks out. A bit of jumpling towards the rear of the field. They're able to keep it all in one piece and keep charging forward, as LaPrade about to work his way into the top 10. Now he does, but the outside just cooking a little bit hotter right now. Able to get those nice runs, as Deegan Smith gets a little bit slideways in the middle of that top 10 pack. He's able to straighten it out, but Ward continuing to lead. He's been dominant here today, put himself in the right positions, but when it comes time to it, don't expect Logan York to stick with him the whole time. Logan York likely to be a driver to try to jump out, go for that victory himself, as really you don't want to finish second in any race, let alone the LCQ here for the Podium 500.
To be honest with you, I'd take second. I would take second. I'd take third,
buddy.
fourth. Hell, I'd take any of them at this point, because honestly, the only number that you want to be higher than, I guess you could say, is 14th. That's all you want to be, is higher than 14th. I'd take second. I'd be Logan York. If I'm Logan York, I'm following John Ward all the way to the checkered flag. I don't care if Ansman, Johnson, Rodriguez, any of them jumps that line. I'm sticking right in second. At that point, I would be content with a second place finish, because you know you are guaranteed to go to the duels later on today. But Ward, everybody up on this top side. Right there on the bottom, you see Brian LaPrade back there. He's still right back there in that 12th position, right there on the cusp line of possibly getting knocked out. He does have some friends down there, but obviously more friends up on the top side, and they're holding with everybody right now, Robert. So if there's a couple of more guys that can jump down on that bottom side and get some momentum going, this inside lane could be a threat for John Ward, Logan York, and Dennis Ansman.
All it's going to take, Jake, is one slight checkup as Alfredo goes 3 wide. He's going to take control of the inside lane. Anthony Alfredo in the 33 machine. He's going to now get in front of Brian LaPrade. That is going to be the new tandem to try to work their way up to that top 10. Alfredo currently in 11th. They need a checkup on the outside to get all the way to the front, or they may need just a couple more takers to drop down and go for a bit of fun here. But John Ward continuing to lead the way as we are 5 laps to go in LCQ number 1. The bubble right now is Cole Larson in 13th, Jimmy Crow, the bubble car, in 14th, and Jake Nipperis right behind them in that 15th spot. Watch for that to jumble a bunch of times here as everyone jockeying for position. Alfredo with a head of steam. They're up to position number 7 on the inside. Down comes Jose Rodriguez. Rodriguez going to take control of the inside lane, and the train is about to hit the tracks. Here we come, side by side for that second spot with Logan York and Jose Rodriguez. We're going for the lead.
Here comes Rodriguez, got the pasta man, Anthony Alfredo right behind him, and then Brian LaPrade back there trying to get up there, keep this momentum. Now John Ward, he's in some big-time trouble. Here comes Jose Rodriguez down on the bottom. He's got Anthony Alfredo giving him the shove with Brian LaPrade back there as well. Logan York trying to get Ward going. Rodriguez is going to get sideways, almost loses it right in front of the whole damn field, but Anthony Alfredo is not going to let up on the back bumper. We got a spinner back in the back. Everybody slipping, sliding, caution out once again, Robert.
Daniel Holloway and David L. Brown coming together. 2 drivers that were up around that bubble lane now find themselves on the outside looking in. And Jake, this is going to bring a green-white checkered attempt. Of course, we have up to 15 of those. I hope we don't use them, and we won't have time to use them, of course, as we do have the 1 hour time limit. So still 21 and a half minutes to go. Time for maybe 4, 5 green-white checkers. Hopefully not. But John Ward, Logan York, Jose Rodriguez, Anthony Alfredo, and Dennis Ansman, the top 5. And Jake, Alfredo was pushing his way to the front. It was almost like, you know, at the restaurant when the waiter comes up and starts grinding the Parmesan cheese, tells you to let him know when you're good. He wasn't good till he got to the lead. And that's what Alfredo wanted right there.
Yeah, I mean, and folks, think about Anthony Alfredo. He actually was the only driver out of every single one of these drivers, 39 of them to be exact. He was the only driver to start from the pits. Everybody else gridded up and took off. Alfredo, he ended up starting from the pits. Didn't want any of the start. Wanted to try to keep that number 33 as clean as he possibly could. And here he is. Perfect prime position to go ahead and move on to the duels. But I'm telling you, Jose Rodriguez made a daring move and jumped down in front of Anthony Alfredo. Alfredo could have just straight up set him because he had LaPrade all up in his back bumper. It was going to shove him all the way. Rodriguez made a very aggressive move. Anthony Alfredo, Brian LaPrade, very, very experienced here on the sim. Both of them lifted off the gas, let Rodriguez jump down. And if that caution wouldn't have come out, Rodriguez was probably going to go right past Ward and take the lead of this race.
I believe you're correct on that, Jake. Jose Rodriguez was coming with an absolute head of steam there. As we do have the replay ready on the Podium replay machine, let's take a look and see what just happened to Daniel Holloway and David Brown to bring out the latest caution.
Yeah, I mean, it was Sean Bounty back there in the back. He actually tried to stick it 3 wide, was unfortunately not able to make it. Yeah, he stuck it out. He stuck it right up David L. Brown's back bumper, right on the left rear tail light, ends up sending him around. And then Brown, unfortunately, is going to go down to the bottom of the racetrack. And Robert, that's one thing that you really don't want to see, especially if you're the one that ends up getting the bad end of the stick on that, because, I mean, it's out of your control. I mean, you're down as far as you can. You got one guy sticks it straight in the middle. You end up spinning through the grass. He ends up sending on perfectly fine. Obviously, he's going to get EOL, so he's going to get sent to the back. But, I mean, it sucks because, I mean, David Brown was just basically biding his time, just waiting for that last lap to be able to try to advance up there. And then, unfortunately, he gets spun around. Now he's back in the back in a big-time hole trying to get himself into the duels later on today.
Definitely unfortunate for Holloway and Brown, now finding themselves towards the tail of the field, having a ton of work to do with just 2 laps to do it now. Just actually taking a look at the current running order, it does look like Holloway and Brown are 20th and 21st respectively. So they have to gain about 6 and 7 positions to work their way into that bubble spot and transfer to the duels later today. But their job just got a lot harder. You know, everybody here is going to put their foot through the floor, put the steering wheel wherever the heck they feel like it, because they're going to go for it here. It is go time in duel or in LCQ number 1, as the lights should go off on the iRacing.com pace car this time, and they do. It's John Ward, Logan York back out front. Row 2 now, Jose Rodriguez on the inside, Anthony Alfredo up top, with row 3 being Dennis Onsman and Briar LaPrade. A couple drivers on the outside of that bubble currently looking in include Chris Parkman, Brock Westmoreland, Jimmy Crow, David Brown, like we mentioned, and towards the tail of the field, Steven Stempion in position 25, a driver that's been very strong all week long, quiet here today, but watch for him to come alive in these closing 2 laps and do what he needs to do to try to get in the top 14, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that we really need to be watching for is up here at the front, Anthony Alfredo, Briar LaPrade. Both these drivers are going to be basically nose to tail in the 2nd and the 3rd lane. And folks, we saw the momentum that Anthony Alfredo was able to give this inside lane when he shot the 3 wide, shot it right in the middle, jumped down in front of LaPrade, and then both of them was motoring. They was getting it on. I mean, basically, they was boot scooting, boogieing all the way up to the front of the field, and then Rodriguez jumped down. But we've already seen Ward try to get on the gas and jump up in front of Logan York. We'll see if York ends up trying to let him up, and if he does, what's Alfredo going to do, and what's LaPrade going to do if that front lane ends up stacking up? Are they going to try to stick it 3 wide, or are they just going to just be happy and just try to ride where they're at and try to make it into the next races later on today? Only time will tell, but I got a feeling this is going to be probably one of the most aggressive restarts of the day right here.
Yeah, I don't know that Logan York's going to have the opportunity to let John Ward up. I think Anthony Alfredo probably going to be right on that back bumper of Logan York, or he's going to leave a little bit of a gap, work with Briar LaPrade. They may already have a plan in place to go 3 wide as soon as they get that chance and go out to the front here. Pace car's off. We're getting set. It's John Ward on the inside. Green flag, and we are underway, Jacob Reeves.
Absolutely. Ward's going to get a fantastic jump. He's going to slide right up in front of Logan York. So York able to let his buddy up, I guess, if you want to call it that. Now you got Jose Rodriguez down on the bottom side. He's got Ansman all up in his back bumper. The 38
Caution's
back there.
out.
Ryan Johnson, caution out as we got a spinner in the back.
That is the 12 machine of Brock Westmoreland. Just went around towards the tail. More cars getting involved here late. I don't know if they just didn't get the memo that the yellow flag was out, but we are going now to green, white checker number 2 here in LCQ number 1. Out front, it's still John Ward and Logan York, but Anthony Alfredo and company were coming with a head of steam, as we're going to take a look at the replay, see what just brought out the caution here involving Brock Westmoreland.
And I'm going to tell you right now, this is a tricky one right there. The 31 of Raul Alves, he's actually going to get down on the bottom side. And Robert, I really don't know where he thought he was going. I mean, he had the left side tires down on the double yellow line.
The yellow was there, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, it really was. I mean, what's the deal with that? And then there actually was a spin up in the front right after them, which may have brought the caution out. A lot of guys getting very aggressive, but I'm curious what Raul and that number 31 was thinking right there. Because, I mean, you can't straddle the double yellow line. I mean, that is a new rule. It wasn't like that in the heats. Yeah.
I get the aggression late in this, but you can't go to the apron and try to pass the guy. It's not going to work. It's against the rules. So even if you made it all the way up to the transfer spot, you're probably going to get thrown out anyway. So why bother trying to risk your car there? As we have another look here on the Podium replay machine. Let's see what they got for us this time.
Yeah, we'll see what they got for us right. This was actually right in front of them. A couple of drivers probably saw the caution come out, and then a couple of them possibly got stacked up. Bam, there goes one around, another two around, one hard into the outside wall. Wow, I'm telling you right now, he may end up checking his pants big time right there. He may have ended up doing the you-know-what all into the pants right there, Robert. That's a hard hit.
So he's going to pit for some new pants, some tires, and some damage repair on board that machine. But what I think just happened right there to Gagliano is the cars around him just immediately check up for that caution flag, not giving time for these guys to gradually slow down. You see that from time to time on the super speedway. The reaction time to those cautions sometimes is either really slow and they just pile in, or way too quick and everyone piles in. Either way. So either way, it's going to be a mess, Jake.
Oh, it's going to be a mess. And honestly, I got a feeling, Robert, I mean, as well as you know, as well as I do, I got a feeling this is going to be on the TikTok highlight reel right here big time, because I think they're fixing to have a huge pile up back here in the back, possibly at the front, because also, I think, yeah.
Just to cut you off for 1 second here, I think someone needs to get a hold of Dean Gagliano, let him know who is in the Super Bowl this weekend, because it is not the Green Bay Packers. They're not going to win the trophy. It's going to be either the Chiefs or the Niners. We can talk about that later, Jake, but not the Green Bay Packers.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, even though, you know, Alabama got knocked out of the playoffs by Michigan, I still got Alabama decal on my or on my car, even though they didn't win the championship and they got beat by the eventual national champion Michigan Wolverines. I still got Alabama logo on my car. So the way I look at it, I mean, you know, Dean's out there representing his team, representing the best one. Granted, it is Super Bowl weekend, so that kind of gets you a little bit of backlash on that a little bit. But, I mean, still having a good time, like you said, supporting his team and being out here. And obviously being here on Saturday to have a shot. He's got a little bit of work to do if he wants to try to get up here and get this top 14. But still awesome to see him ripping his favorite team.
Absolutely. As we ride on board the pace car here, looking back at John Ward, that car has been out front pretty much from the drop of the green flag here in LCQ number 1. He got the memo. He knew what he had to do here today to transfer to heat race, to the duel later today. Of course, nothing guaranteed as of yet. We could still see great carnage at the front because, you know, the aggression level is going to continue to rise and rise and rise with every green wide checkered attempt that we get here. Lights are off on the iRacing.com pace car. Let's double up. Let's get set to do the dance once again. John Ward and Logan York, the front row.
Absolutely, and you're going to have Jose Rodriguez. He's going to be back there in the 3rd spot. The Pasta Man, Anthony Alfredo, going to be back there in that 4th spot. Dennis Hansman will be 5th. Brian LaPrade will end up in that 6th spot. Ryan Johnson, how about him? He was way out of it earlier on. Now here he is up here in the 7th spot. Cole Larson up here in the 8th spot. David Duke in 9th. And Jake Nepris in 10th. Want to mention right there on that battle with trying to get in, Raja Karut's up there, as well as Andrew Santino. He's up here as well with Chris Parkman. They're right there on this cuss line. And as we talked about, David L. Brown, he's actually moved up a couple of spots. He's right there about 17th, so he's about three spots back, Robert. He's right there on that cusp. A lot of drivers right there on that cusp. Some drivers back there like Jesse Atchison back there at 23rd, Steven Stepien in 24th. All these guys. Don't count out the man that actually flipped here in LCQ number 1, David Emig. He's back there as well, sitting at about the 26th spot. So if all hell ends up breaking loose when that white flag drops, he may end up getting himself into that top 14. Never know.
You cannot count anybody out here that's still running, still on the lead lap in this race. Absolutely anything can happen. We saw it in the heat races. Like I mentioned earlier, we saw Presley Sora come from the rear of the field all the way into the top 5 to transfer directly to the duels later today. So luck came on his side, and it could come on somebody's side here as well, as the pace car is getting set to make that turn down to pit road here momentarily. Once again, John Ward on the inside, Logan York up top. Watch for them to come together once again as they've done all night long Alfredo and Laprade right behind York on the high side. They work together well. As the pace car's off, we're getting set. Here we go. John Ward finds the loud pedal, and we are green once again.
John Ward gets on the gas, and York actually gets a pretty good jump. But now Ward's going to jump up in front of York. Here comes Anthony Alfredo. Alfredo up all in the back bumper of Logan York. The bottom side playing very, very even right now with this top side as Rodriguez starting to get a shove from Dennis Ansman. And now right behind him, Brian Johnson, he's going to get the shove. With Deegan Smith right behind him. They're going to pull even with John Ward off of turn 2.
John Ward up top, Jal Rodriguez on the bottom. Here comes the 16 of Ansman, 3 wide for position number 4. They're wrecking towards the rear. Actually, they're able to gather it up, luckily, as we continue on. It's Ward and York up top, Alfredo and Laprade on the inside. Side by side, before the cautions out once again. Howard Struther Jr. and Steven Stempian involved, as well as Jao Guerra, and I believe Jason Wallet getting a piece of that one, too.
Woo, I'm telling you right now, that pasta was fixing to get heated up all over the place, just like Olive Garden, son. He was on that inside. Him and Brian Laprade, I'm telling you, they had already talked about this, whether Discord or in the race or however you want to look at it. They had their mind made up coming off of turn 3 and turn number 4. They was going to take it all the way to the front and get that going. We'll see it right here on the instant replay, kind of get an idea of what happened to Howard Strother and Steven Stepien. Like you mentioned, here we go. There's Stepien right here riding, basically just trying to take it easy right here on the bottom. He's trying to get ready to drop the hammer. There you see a huge stack up here at the front. There's Guerrera in the number 11. He's going to end up just coming down just a little bit too much, gets into Stepien. Stepien tries to get by. Looks like Stepien was able to get away from it from what we saw. But I mean, wow, I mean, just that aggressive moving, just that stack up, Robert, that's what causes some of that stuff.
Yeah, Stempian was getting ready to drop the hammer, and the hammer dropped him right there as he's going to fall all the way out of this race. I do believe, don't see him on pit road or on the racetrack anymore as we watch Jason Wallet here in the 76 machine, 37 on timing and scoring. He has some front end damage, and I believe, Jake, that he has already used his fast repair here today. So Jason Wallet's tried to make it into the duels later today may be over.
Absolutely. I mean, there you see the left front wheel is actually kicked in just a little bit. And obviously, I mean, that right there would maybe be something that you would run at the short tracks here pretty close around, the Daytona International Speedway. Maybe that would be how you would want to drive that car, but obviously not how you want to drive it here. He's going to jump in, maybe see if they can hurry up, throw a bumper on there, maybe try to clean off the grill as much as they possibly can. Hell, who knows? Just try to get him back out there because it's like we talked about, Robert. One slip up there within the top 5 or something could cause the whole field to pile up. And then right there, Wallet with a car that's honestly, we'll just call it what it is, beat all to hell. It may end up making it into the top 14, and he may end up seeing the duels later on today. Who knows? That's why we love Daytona.
We absolutely do love Daytona, Jake, as we watch the 8 machine out there on the racetrack. That's Chris Parkman. He is currently on that bubble spot just ahead of him. Andrew Zano, Raja Karuth, Kenneth Riedinger in position number 11, not too far ahead. Behind him, trying to get in, Jose Rodriguez, Aaron Brunner, Daniel Holloway, and Jimmy Crow Jr. So a lot of strong drivers ahead, a lot of tough drivers behind, and everybody going for that one spot, trying to make it into the big show. Well, try to get another shot into the big show by advancing to the duels later today.
I mean, and this is one thing that I'm really, really interested to see, Robert. John Ward, obviously, he's led a good portion of this race.
I'm just going to jump in real quick, Jake. One thing to keep in mind here, our time limit, 5.5 minutes to go.
Woo.
So this is most likely the final attempt here at a green, white checkered.
Yeah, this is pretty much it. And one thing I was going to say about that is it's just going to make it even more interesting. John Ward, like I said, he's led most of this race. Most of the time he's had Logan York up at the top, and Ward's able to get the jump and jump up in front of him. Well, guess who's up on his outside now? The Pasta Man, Anthony Alfredo. York's going to be behind John Ward. And then look who's behind Alfredo. Alfredo's little pushing buddy back there in the 88-32 time and scoring, Brian LaPrade. We got partners all the way around right here. This is going to be a hell of a restart right here, Robert.
The key thing here for Anthony Alfredo is going to be having Brian LaPrade ready to bump right from the drop of that green flag. As soon as we get the green, they got to have foot through the floor, pedal to the metal, bumper to bumper, and be ready to charge hard on the outside. Ward and York have done a really good job, but Ward so far has had a tendency of moving up to the high side right ahead of Logan York. How's the inside going to react? It hasn't been the preferred lane so far. We'll watch what happens here on the final green-white checkered attempt of the evening.
I mean, it's going to be absolute chaos right here, honestly, Robert. I mean, you got some guys back here trying to see if they can get to that top 14. You got some drivers just trying to get up there and maybe just finish and just stay inside the top 14. Other drivers back there, Jimmy Crow, we talked about him Wednesday night. Very first lap of Heat 5. He ends up getting the back end spun around. He actually almost got spun all the way around, set it all the way down into the grass, stuck it right back up onto the track. He wasn't even supposed to be here. He was supposed to be completely out of this thing from how that wreck should have happened, but he got really lucky, and now here he is. He's got a shot up here in the 17th spot. If all hell breaks loose, he's going to be able to get in this thing. So there's a lot of guys, like I said earlier, on pins and needles right now. Everybody very, very worried right now on where they're going to be here in the next 3 laps. And you mentioned the time limit. We're right there almost at that point. These guys better get it together if they want to get a green flag finish right here.
And speaking of green flag, pace cars off. We're going to get set to go green for what should be the final time here. John Ward on the inside, Anthony Alfredo up top, green flag, and we are racing once again here, Jacob Reeves.
And here we go, Ward. He's going to get the shove. He's going to have Logan York right behind him. Alfredo trying to come down, maybe get some side draft off of York, maybe try to pull him apart, and he does. York, he is going to get pulled apart. Now Ward's going to jump up in front of Anthony Alfredo. LaPrade, Ansman, and Johnson, all of them working this top side, is right below him. How about David Duke? Hadn't talked about him all race, as we got a spinner in the back. Caution may come out, but big time pile up back there in the back.
Caution flag is out once again. Jake, I believe that might have just ended it. We'll have to wait for the official call, but only 2 minutes of race time remaining here in LCQ number 1. And if it does stand as it is, we'll call it at the line, let you know where these drivers are running, as we have a couple cars that went around towards the rear. Jimmy Crow, Mitch Howell, I believe, involved in that one, as it looks like John Ward, Logan York, Anthony Alfredo, Brian LaPrade, and David Duke up there in the top 5. Dennis Onsman, Cole Larson, Ryan Johnson, Deegan Smith, and Jake Niparis, the top 10. And then those drivers going back to 14th, looks like Raja Caruth, Kenneth Redinger, Chris Parkman, and Jose Rodriguez. Of course, this is unofficial, pending any sort of update and maybe a restart here. So we'll take a look at the replay on the Podium replay machine.
I'm telling you, what a chaotic wreck back here in the back there. You see the 8, the 9, the 30, all of them back here. That's Jose Rodriguez down there on the bottom. Huge stack up down here on the bottom. But it had nothing to do with it. Just straight up getting turned right there. The number 9 that ends up going around, and then all hell breaks loose. Chaos. Everybody's trying to see if they maybe can slide through a hole and try to ease up here and just try to find a way around it. But chaos ensued. I mean, Robert, you can't bump somebody coming off of the corner. You can bump them on the straightaway and in the corner, but off the corner, you can't do that, because oddly enough, every single time, you're going to end up spinning somebody out when you bump them off of the corner.
Yeah, Jake, we're continuing to watch here and see if we do potentially go green once again. There is a little bit of run over time at the end of the session. Lights remain on the iRacing.com pace car. I believe this is it, Jacob Reeves.
I believe it is. I believe that's going to be the end of it. And John Ward looks like he's going to be able to get the end of it. He's going to end up getting the win from what I'm seeing. Race Control is saying that there's I'm not sure if this is right on time, but I'm seeing 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. Not real sure if that might have been 4 minutes and 30 seconds ago, Robert. But it looks like John Ward able to hold everybody off. He's been very, very aggressive this race. Looks like he's going to go ahead and get the win here at LCQ number 2. And, I mean, shout out to Anthony Alfredo. Granted, we know, yeah, he's an actual NASCAR driver. But, hell, he started from the pits in this race. He's going to end up finishing second. If this thing is official, looks like he's going to be in the second spot. So, I mean, hands down, great drive by Anthony Alfredo, Logan York, Brian LeBron, and also David Duke, all those drivers getting inside the top 5.
So, Jake, as this one does appear to be wrapping up, we'll see officially at the line this time. I really don't think we're going green again. John Ward, like I mentioned, gonna take the victory here unofficially, of course, in LCQ number 1. The last car unofficially to transfer to the duels later today does appear to be Jose Rodriguez. Drivers on the outside, Steve Karasek, David Emig came all the way back to 16th. Sean Boundy, Daniel Holloway, Sam Dyer, Brock Westmoreland, the top 20. Then it's Brown, Alvis, Atchison, Guerra, Brunner, Zonto, Wallet, Meeks round out the car still running here at the end of this one. We'll watch and see what happens as the drivers come around. And
Robert, I'm actually getting, I am starting to see something. No, I'm actually starting to see right here. Race Control said if the timer expires, be sure to run safe past the finish line. So we may end up getting a restart right here, Robert. We may end up getting one, brother. From what I'm seeing by Race Control, we may end up getting a restart right here.
Lights are
Everybody's
off.
Everybody's doubling up.
Lights are off on the pace car. They're doubling up. We're going green.
Oh.
Well, forget everything we just said, because whoever's transferring very well may not at this point, as we're going to go green once again. John Ward and Anthony Alfredo, the front row. Folks, stay tuned, because coming up after this, it's going to be LCQ number 2 with Kenneth Bueno and Scott Shiv on the call. It's going to be a good one once again, setting the stage for the duels a little bit later today. Jake, I'll be back for duel number 1 alongside, I believe, actually, I don't even know who's going to be with me, and you're going to be here for duel number 2, so it should be a fun afternoon as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, you know, Robert, I've been looking forward to this right here. Honestly, ever since last month, really. I mean, you know, just seeing, you know, Podium 500, the history, the tradition of this series right here, of this race. I mean, it's just been absolutely crazy. I believe this is the 6th annual Podium 500, and this is amazing to be a part of this. I mean, granted, you know, my dad, you know, I'm sure he's watching this right now. My dad was sitting there saying, why didn't you get in it? Well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, if I would have got in it, hell, I would have probably got wrecked anyway. I wouldn't even had a shot at it up at the front.
If I was in it, I'd be done on Wednesday.
Oh yeah, I'd have been done on Wednesday. There's no question. I wouldn't even been here on Saturday. So, you know, obviously I'm happy to be here with Podium, and I'm telling you, I think we're in for one hell of a finish right here. This is fixing to get crazy. Fixing to see some fireworks down here in Daytona.
What? We got some bonus racing. We're gonna go side by side for this one. Make sure we have all the action around the transfer spot and out front as the pace car about to make the final trip down pit lane. We're going to go green with John Ward and Anthony Alfredo on the front row. Let's go bonus racing here at Daytona. Jacob Reeves, LCQ number 1. We're green once again.
Ward's going to get a fantastic jump at Anthony Alfredo. Not the jump he wants. He's going to try to ease down, maybe try to get Logan York to ease back, try to pull some kind of side draft, whatever he's got to do. There you see the battle for that transfer spot. Everybody trying to figure out what line they want to get in. Ward, he jumps up in front of Alfredo. Here comes Logan York down on the bottom side, getting the shove from David Duke. It's going to take him all the way up to the front, but we have a wreck back in the back. No caution on the speedway as of yet, but Logan York, he's going to take the lead in the middle of the super stretch.
On the high side, John Ward getting pushed by Anthony Alfredo. They're going to be side by side for the race lead this time. Alfredo up top with a prod behind him. York pushing John Ward on the inside. Will face the white flag this time by John Ward. Anthony Alfredo side by side coming to the line. Who's going to lead here with just 1 to go? It appears to be John Ward. As everyone's checking up, I believe it's over.
I believe it was a one-lap dash.
Ward. 1 lap dash, and it's John Ward taking the victory over Anthony Alfredo, Logan York, Brian LeBron, and David Duke, and Sam Dyer, the last car to transfer.
How about that? Started dead last in the field. Sam Dyer, he's going to be able to race later on today. How about that? What a drive by every single one of them.
And he made it.
Whoo, Dyer, yeah, like you, I mean, you call it. That will be some headline news right there. Dire circumstances. Dyer gets it, gets that 14th and final spot. He's going to knock out some big-time heavy hitters that will not be able to race later today. David L. Brown being one of those drivers as well. But wow. John Ward, how about that? What a damn finish, Robert.
That was a fantastic finish right there. Congratulations to the unofficial top 14 advancing. Ward, Alfredo, York, LaPrade, Duke, Onsman, Larson, Johnson, Smith, Nippers, Caruth, Karasek, Parkman, and Dyer. Thank you to everyone else that attempted to make the Podium 500. Of course, like I said, Jacob Reeves coming up, LCQ number 2 here in a few minutes. Time, but final thoughts from you here from LCQ number 1, as we're already a little bit behind on time.
I'm telling you, I mean, it's going to get even more crazier. I'll be honest with you. It's going to get so crazy right here within the next couple of hours. We're going to have a field set for, like I said, the Catalina Wine Mixer and Sim Racing here for the Podium 500. It's going to get more chaos. It's going to be more crazy. Robert, obviously, you talked about you'll be in Duel 1. I'll be in Duel 2. Give me an idea how that bad boy is going to go. But I got a feeling. You see all these drivers, these 14 unofficially get in. It's going to be crazy to see what they can do when they get into their duels later on here today. It's going to be a wild day. It really is.
Going to be a wild day. Of course, like I said, LCQ number 2 still to come. Shout out to everyone behind the scenes at Podium Esports. But on behalf of the Redneck announcer, Jacob Reeves, I'm the Mountain Man, Robert Hill Jr. We'll see you a little bit later today. But stay tuned. Kenneth Plato and Scott Schiff coming up with LCQ number 2.
One LCQ down, another one to go as we continue to set the field of 40 for the 6th annual Podium 500. Welcome to LCQ2 here on Podium Esports, just underway. Kenneth Bueno and Scott Shive with you on hand for the show this afternoon. We've got already some good racing up at the front. Dalton Millam, the race leader. Alan Wilson behind him. Tyler Harrison, Jake Matheson, and Justin Mills in the 4-car. We are advancing the top 14. Much like you saw earlier, great broadcast by Robert Hill Jr. and Jacob Reeves to bring you through the end of LCQ number 1. And Scott, we are already 3 abreast midfield through the top 15.
Well, we've got an exciting race here, and I am excited for it today as we just finished lap 3, heading into lap 4. We know super speedway racing, always crazy, as we're already 3 wide in the middle of the pack. High lane up top, running strong, about 6 cars, single file, but back in the pack, we've got 3 wide, cars bouncing off of each other. It's going to get wild today, as we're seeing right now.
And spearheading that 3-wide charge, Malik Ray, the number 7, pushed by Garrett Maines in the number 12 machine. Looks like they'll add another car right in front of them for the moment. They're trying to break through inside the top 10, but so far, it's all Alan Wilson in the number 33, leading Jake Matheson, and pole sitter of this LCQ, William Hale. Now, Scott, we saw, of course, the desperation that kicked up at the end of the first LCQ, trying to make the top 14. This is really the last effort you have as a driver, Scott, if you want to make it to the duels later on this afternoon to ultimately give you a better shot of making the Podium 500 tomorrow afternoon. So how important is a race like this, and how crazy are you willing to get if you're a driver to make it to the top 14 in this one?
This is extremely crazy. These drivers know that this is it. They want to go to those duels today, and once they go to those duels, the top 20 advance from each of those duels. But again, they have to make it there, and the only way to make it there is through getting in the top 14 in this LCQ. These drivers are coming up. We're about to complete, start lap 5, complete lap 4. And these drivers know that we've got 25 laps. We've got some time. Some of these drivers know that, hey, we need to be calm. We need to just run around here for just a little bit. But I know that there's some people in the back who won't be happy, because we've got wrecking in the back. They're around. Someone is around. I imagine we're going to caution someone down on the apron, but we'll continue on. We're still green, and now we've got the caution out. But these drivers know how hectic it is going to be. Some of these drivers want to stay safe. But as you know, some drivers in the back might not be comfortable with their position and want to get more aggressive, gain some ground early.
So first caution here on LCQ2, lap number 5. That is John Darnell III. Looks like Ryan Campbell, that Bucky's number 51 Chevrolet
Love that
Camaro,
paint scheme.
also in trouble. Yeah, beautiful paint scheme. Unfortunately, got into some contact early on, as there is the race leader leading him across the line to complete lap number 5. We'll see what happened on the replay, but this was entering turns 1 and 2. It started with that 99, John Darnell III. Looks like he peeked through the middle, 3 wide. They checked up on the top side. I think Darnell just lost the race car, Scott, got tagged from right behind him, but what appeared to be Chris Justice in his number, I believe that was the number 52 machine that got into him, as there's the field catching up to the pace car.
Just some jostling in the back. We'll take a look at the replay right here and see what happened back there. Like I was talking about, it's calm up front, trying to get in lines. We'll see the 99 here up top. He's just on the top lane, scoots down, trying 3 wide. He just gets unsteady and gets wrecked there. I believe that's the 98 or 88. Hard to tell between the numbers there. But, you know, you're going 3 wide. You're on the top. You make a quick move down, a great move down like that, but then it can get squirrely in the middle like that. You may overcorrect, and then you see him go back and forth, and then he jumps into the outside. So it's difficult to hold that line, especially when you make such an aggressive move like that. And it was a good move, just couldn't quite hold it.
Unfortunately, that car just twitched out of hand, and as they were going 3 wide, they chased it down the end of the banking and into the 51 of Ryan Campbell. So that's exactly why Campbell got involved. He hit the outside wall, and he ultimately just came to rest at the apron. Now, for this LCQ racing, just like LCQ1 you saw a little earlier on this afternoon, these drivers do have 1 fast repair given to them. So if you do bang up your car quite a bit, Scott, you have that saving grace of a quick repair that could get your car clean and back on the racetrack. That's something that's very important when you look at drivers that find trouble early. They can have somewhat of a second chance, if you will, to get a run to the top 14. Obviously, when you're in the back, it's going to make it ultimately 10 times harder, because it's a 40-car field. You've got a lot of drivers to get through, but that second chance might be all you need, some sort of breath of life in this race to make it to the duels.
It's absolutely important because, again, you know, with super speedway racing, you've seen it in real life. You've seen these cars, they get into a wreck like we are going to see all day long today, like we saw in LCQ1, like we'll probably see in the duels, and especially in the 500, all throughout the heats. When you get in a wreck here, your car is most likely getting destroyed, unless you can hit a Tokyo drift and somehow save it. But these drivers are coursing around at 190 miles per hour around this 33-degree bank track, and the minute you get out of control, you're sliding up or you're sliding down. It's very difficult to stay out of that wall or stay out of other cars. So that fast repair is extremely important, that if you have a wreck early like this, you can go into the pits, get that done, and be back on track and have some time to work your way from the back.
That's a great point you make there, Scott. And talk about the difficulty of racing at a super speedway. From first glance, it looks so easy. You turn left, you hop on the gas pedal 100%, and that's all you do. But in the midst of the draft with 40 cars, and we're going to see that in the Podium 500 tomorrow afternoon with some of the best that qualify their way in, you're seeing such a high level of speed, high level of intensity, and as a driver, you have to be mentally on your game 100% of the time. If you're off that game, that's where that lack of control comes in, Scott, and you see those small mistakes lead up to possibly huge incidents. And in LCQ1, we saw many of those drivers either in desperation or guys who just made some mistakes on the speedway ultimately got involved. Now, speaking of the best, when it comes to super speedway racing, we mentioned his name once already, spearheading a 3-wide effort in the first laps. Malik Ray, running in 19th, finished 14th in last year's Podium 500 in 2023, looking, of course, to get his first Podium 500 win. He is with Garrett Maines, fellow Coke Series driver, in 18th. We're going to watch this duo through most of this LCQ. Some of the heavy hitters that have been a part of final lap showdowns in the Podium 500 in the past, most notably Garrett Maines. And there's the newly minted Spire Motorsports Coke Series driver in Malik Ray, who's going to be joining Casey Kerman for the 2024 eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. Now, Scott, we were supposed to have Casey Kerman in this race. He is instead racing in the Porsche Esports Super Cup All-Star race at the Hockenheim Ring. So no Casey Kerman, which is big for the two-time Podium 500 champion. But Malik Ray, we know he can gain the respect of those around him and run up front at will.
They better already have respect for him. You know, Malik Ray, he has been in sim racing for quite a while, but he has made his name known. Now a NASCAR Coke Series driver, absolutely great driver. These drivers better already have respect for him for what he's done in sim racing and what he's going to do this year in the Coke Series. As we know, that is the best of the best stock car drivers in eNASCAR, in iRacing. So he better already have that respect. We know that it is going to be no trouble for him here today. Obviously, like we talked about, super speedway racing is difficult. It is not easy for anyone, but if anyone can do it, I see Malik Ray being able to do it today.
But they have a lot of cars to get through. That's the problem. They started deep in this field, 25th or worse in this LCQ. Up in front, Jake Matheson in the number 42. Flanked alongside by Alan Wilson. They're the main guys to beat at the front of the field. They'll lead them out of turn 4. Pace car will make the left. We'll get back underway here at lap number 9 of 30 here in LCQ number 2 from the World Center of Racing. Talk about the two Coke Series drivers in Maines and Ray. Well, they got to catch up to the former Coke Series competitor in Jake Matheson if they want any type of success. Green flag in the air. Back underway in LCQ 2.
Well, we'll see them a little bit spread out here on this restart, as we'll got Alan Wilson and William Hale will go to the top to assume that top line. We've seen a lot of drivers today go to that top line as quick as they can, and the bottom line is usually shorter. We've got the first 4 cars out here, single file, the rest of everyone else double file wise. We'll see someone jump down to the bottom. Who's that? Try to make their own line, gain their own space. We'll see 2 wide almost all day today, especially for this short LCQ races. It's only 30 laps, and we've got just under 10 or 20 to go as we'll cross the line here. But we'll see 2 wide and 3 wide in the back all day long here today as they fight for the lead up front.
And in the beginning of LCQ1, you saw a lot of drivers go up top, and you saw that inside line struggle to gain any momentum. But with Jake Matheson pulling the trigger to get underneath the race leaders, he's going to get pushed by George Williams, but they're going to stack up entering turn 1. You might have a little more firepower entering that inside lane, but there you see in the middle, Malik Ray trying to push his efforts forward, helped by Garrett Maines in the number 12 machine. They got some extra help behind them, approximately 4 or so cars behind them for the moment, but Alan Wilson commands LCQ2 for the moment. More patrons in the middle. We're 3 wide.
One thing about super speedway racing is the only way to move to the front is really changing your line. And it's great to have 3 lines because you have 3 different choices. You can stay where you are, see if your momentum is driving forward, or if you're falling back, you can look to see if other lines are moving forward, see if you have a position. But saying that is way easier than just doing it, as we'll see Malik Ray running up through the middle here, charging through that middle line. That's what we talk about. He was just in the back, and now he's charging up in that middle line, charging up to the top 15, almost to the top 10 as he's closing out on them, as we got yellow out on the speedway.
Big crash in turns 1 and 2, and those are many drivers involved. Luis Calderon, Gary Cronenwet, David Robertson, among those in it. And that is a parking lot at the exit of turn 2. Many drivers collected in this large crash to bring out our second caution of LCQ2. And I believe it started on the inside lane with Cronenwet, driver of the 8. That bright yellow and blue Chevy Camaro went right up the hill and into everyone else.
Well, I'm not surprised that we saw it. Again, we talk about that aggression, and it usually comes from the middle or back of the pack. People unhappy with their position and wanting to be somewhere else, and they try to make it. They maybe make a more aggressive move than they should. Mistakes happen, and then people just get caught in it. That parking lot, like you talked about, I hope they paid to be sitting in that parking lot, because it was probably an expensive one for sure. But luckily we're in iRacing, so we'll have the replay here in just a moment to see what truly went down in the back of the pack here, as we'll see what happened through turns 1 and 2. We've got 3 wide coming through 1 and 2, and these guys battling in the back, as we'll see. That car, yellow car right there, just gets tagged in the left rear, and everything gets spun around, like Kenneth said, parking lot.
And Scott, you make a great point there. I mean, the checkups that happen so often, and even when you're 3 wide, you're going to see that happen tenfold in comparison to if you're just single file. These guys, especially on the bottom, are going to check up entering the corner. It looked like that caught up to Cronenwet, who got right into the back bumper of the car in front of him. Joey Stotts had nowhere to go, didn't slow down in enough time, tags him in the left rear, and all of a sudden, that is the perfect recipe for a huge pileup up the track. Everyone else gets involved. Our first caution, basically our big first caution here at lap number 12, our previous caution only involving several machines. But again, talk about the skill that Malik Ray and Garrett Maines have. They have pushed through 3 wide in the middle of the field. We didn't really see that much at all, Scott Shive, until the very end of LCQ1. But here early in LCQ2, as we approach halfway, it's already in full force, 3x3. So here's another look at the replay.
Yeah, we'll see just Cronenwet just right there. He gets a little checkup and then just gets turned right there. I believe there was something happening maybe right in front of him. Might have been 2 incidents at the exact same time there, but this is the one that really started there with the 8 of Cronenwet. Just got checked up right there, and then the driver behind him had nowhere to go. He was right on that yellow line. Nothing he could have done about it. So, and that's the difficulty of super speedway racing. You know, we see 3 wide a lot, and 3 wide is extremely difficult. But in some instances, we'll see 4 wide, and 4 wide is almost impossible. It is possible, but very, very slimly. And when you see 4 wide in this pack, you've got to know almost 99% that you're about to see a wreck.
That's the key word there. Almost 4 wide. Almost. The thing is, it's possible. There are drivers willing to try it. That's the thing. And that's what could get you in a heap of trouble. Talladega Super Speedway, sure, 4 wide easily. But Daytona, with a track that's much narrower in comparison, even though it's almost the same length of 2.5 miles at a super speedway, it is immensely tough. And even then, 3 wide, Scott, you don't have a lot of space to maneuver around. It is really tough to get around this super speedway calmly in 3 wide fashion, let alone 4.
Oh, absolutely. And we saw Malik Ray. We talked about him coming through the field, through that middle lane in the top, and we see that he's up there now. He's broken into that top 10 with his buddy Garrett Maines right behind him in 13th. So they've made a charge. They went from 19th to 20th there on that restart all the way up to 10th and 13th. So if we've seen that drivers can do that and survive just in 3 laps, what we imagine where Malik Ray and Garrett Maines could be by the end of this race if they could continue to avoid what's happening. Because again, the important thing, we talk about that aggressiveness, it normally comes from that back of the pack at this early stage of the race. So if you can get yourself out of that back of the pack into that top 10 area, you can be, quote unquote, and massive air quotes on this, more safe than where you would be in the back of the pack there. But again, anything can happen at these super speedways, no matter where you are. Just personally, if I was a driver, I would rather be in that top 10 for sure.
And there's always a Warren philosophy of whether being in the back or the front is good enough for you to avoid those big crashes. For now, the philosophy of being at the front seems to be hanging true the most, as opposed to being in the back. That's where we've seen the biggest crashes happen in this LCQ2. We're going to come up across halfway here at lap 15 of 30 here in the second last chance qualifier. Now, Maines, you talked about, is trying to join his dad, Jason Maines, who advanced through heat number 7 to the duels later on this afternoon. And one of those drivers who was bounced out of heat 7 by one spot, Chase L. Pierce, that red number 71, that Ford Mustang that you were looking at inside the top 3, who's going to start inside row number 2 behind your current leader, Alan Wilson, in the 33. So Pierce looking to gain some revenge here at this juncture of LCQ2. They're going to double up and get this one restarted. We should expect Malik Ray and Garrett Maines to shoot for the middle. They're going to be starting inside and outside. How about another driver that's also spearheaded an effort to the front? The 41 of Matt Stonick. We saw him wrap up the Monday Night Racing Pro Series finale at Chicagoland Speedway earlier this week, if you were watching that on Podium Esports. He's looking to get into the big show. We'll see if he can do it. There it is, the black number 41 Chevrolet Camaro. He's going to be rolling off from 12th, right alongside that transfer spot currently held by the 14th place car of Garrett Maines. Peter Smetana in the 53 is looking to steal that one. Andrew Castro and everyone else behind are looking to steal it away, but Maines looking to push to the front once more. Pace car will make that left to the entrance of pit road. It's all Alan Wilson and William Hale in row number 1 through the Geico restart zone and to the green halfway down in LCQ2.
They'll control this restart rolling through the line. We'll have exactly halfway to go here as we'll enter 1 and 2. Again, we are seeing drivers move up. Jake Matheson will now lead that bottom line in the 42. Again, we're seeing on that high line, the first 3 or 4 are single file and the rest in the back, everything is jumbled up. We've got 2 guys in the back trying to create a middle lane. The rest of them are single file as we got the 34 pushing the 42, trying to make something do on that bottom lane, but that top lane has prevailed so far as we've got 5 cars single file.
They're spinning up the racetrack. It started with one that got turned on the high side, and there's a huge pileup. Gary Cronin went involved in it again, and there is the heart of the impact at lap 15.
Well, they are all around, and this is what we're going to see. This is exactly what can happen today. Again, we've passed that halfway mark threshold, and now it's probably out the window for most of these drivers that are in the middle. They know that these cautions might come, and they know I've got to move now. And it's gotten even more aggressive already, and that's what we're going to see as we'll see what happened here as this stack up going into turn 3.
And again, it's a product of a checkup. This time on the high side, we saw a crash develop from a checkup that happened on the low side. This time it's up near the outside wall. It began near the way that the 14 of Kenny Kibbe was at, the car right behind him, who got involved, Andre Castro, apologies there. He got checked up on the high side and then just got stacked through, got hit several times, hit the wall, and then got tagged from behind from Alex Coffey in his machine. That's what ultimately sent him spinning and caused this huge accident here entering turn 3. So there it is, 3 wide, outside car number 14 and 34 of Focus. There's the stack up Scott, and that's enough to send the 34 around into everyone else behind.
The 14 just got squeezed into those 2 cars, and his car absolutely got uncomfortable, and then the 34 there just had to drop back, and then the minute that he let off just the teeniest bit, he got turned by the guy around him, and that's what can happen here. You know, you're 3 wide, 3 rows deep, and I mean, it is absolute gridlock back there. And what we were talking about earlier about the difficulty, you know, we were talking about, as we'll see some guys come down pit road here, use some of their fast repairs. We'll see some people missing the nose. That's extremely important here at a Speedway. But what we're talking about is people can see it, and they can see it, and they're like, oh, well, this has got to be easy, right? It's just like driving down the freeway. Well, have you ever driven down the freeway 3 wide, 3 feet apart from another car at 190 miles per hour? Personally, I haven't, and that sounds pretty darn difficult if you're asking me.
I mean, when I'm on I-75 and I go 3 wide with 2 other cars or trucks going 75, I'm shaking in my pants. Like, I am going insane just trying to make sure I don't hit anything. But at 190 miles an hour, it is really tough. That was a result of the impact. It looked like Justin Mills in his Ford Mustang got pretty much the brunt of it, got spun around as a result of those cars coming down the track. And there's Alex Coffey exiting pit road, along with many of those guys who are employing their fast repairs and just overall getting their damage fixed and looking to survive in this second LCQ of the afternoon. Let's get into the track guide and see exactly what kind of track we're dealing with. And Scott, we mentioned it, Daytona, a smaller super speedway than the likes of Talladega in Alabama, but the World Center of Racing always has a product to be told and a story to be told no matter when you go on it. And this is the format. 14 drivers get in. Scott, that is the utmost of importance for these guys in the field.
That's the only thing these guys are thinking about. We talk about that 2.5 mile track, a bit shorter than Talladega, but again, one of the longest oval tracks in America, as we'll have 15 green, white checkered attempts, and we might use them all. We saw that in LCQ1 we had quite a few. These cars are fixed, and we talked about that one fast repair. I imagine half the field has used it already, but in a very important factor, that 17x incident limit, that calls for what happens in iRacing when you make contact with another car, lose control, go off track. For every contact with a car, that's 4x. With every loss of control, that's 2x. With every off-track venture, that's 1x. And every time they add up. And if you break 17x in this race, you will be out. So that's another thing these drivers have to think about to try to keep them safe. And why we got to see that some drivers need to keep it calm here, because if you get over that 17, you're out. And you don't want to be out before the race is over, because you want to be in that top 14.
Again, much like the 30 laps in the top 14 that advanced, that's probably the other biggest point, the 17x incident limit. Fantastic point there, Scott. And this is the track that we're talking about. The Daytona International Speedway have been seeing it all throughout qualifying week, and we'll see it tomorrow for the big Podium 500 this year in 2024. 2.5 miles, 4.02 kilometers, of course, 4 turns. This is an oval. After all, 31 degrees in turns 1 through 4. 18 degrees you'll find on that main tri-oval, chasing towards the start-finish line. Pit road speed sitting at 60 miles an hour. We shouldn't see pit road stops under green happen anytime soon with this short 30-lap race. This track is beautiful. This track is grandiose, and it is not afraid to show it. It has told many stories through real life and sim history, and of course is the storyteller for our Podium 500 history that dates back to 2019. So Alan Wilson will lead this one back to the green with William Hale on his outside, row number 1. Michael Meredith, nice job to move up from 6th place to 3rd on this restart. Chase Pierce in that number 71 will roll off from 4th. Jake Matheson, who at one point was leading this race from the inside, will roll out the top 5. George Williams in 6th place. Dalton Millam in 7th. Malik Ray moving up to 8th. Tyler Harrison in 9th. Lewis Ettinger in the number 73 is rounding up the top 10. Jared Bolliard in the 97 is 11th. Matt Stonna, Garrett Maines, Kenny Kibbe, and Peter Smetana round out the top 14. The drivers currently in, as it stands, to the dual race later this afternoon. So the pace car makes its way to the entrance of pit road once again. It will be 12 laps remaining from the World Center of Racing in LCQ numero 2. Alan Wilson back to the green flag.
And we'll see all of this many times. Alan Wilson out front, moving to that high line like we've seen so many times. William Hale following directly behind, as we'll see all these drivers jostling for position, trying to hold it straight. We'll see all these wiggles as we'll see cars throughout the field. The 20 car coming up with massive speed here. He'll fall in line with that bottom line, try to create some momentum. Too wide, as we've got Alan Wilson and William Hale and Chase Pierce all are out, along with that 40 of George Williams. So these cars right now staying calm. We've got 3 wide right in the middle, but these drivers are staying cool, calm, and collected. That's what some of these drivers really want, to try to gain some position here out on the speedway.
I was going to ask how long it would take after this restart to get 3 wide action. It took only about a lap and a half. All of a sudden, Garrett Maines bringing up an effort for 3 wide. Lewis Ettinger in the number 73 is leading this group. Big push by Maines. Entering turn 1, Alan Wilson with the lead. And look at the distance from those on the inside to everyone else.
Well, those guys, they can do this to abreast just for a moment, but those guys, as we'll see if the 40 of George Williams will come down and support that line. No, he won't. They're side by side. That inside line might start falling back here with only 2 guys. We got a wreck in the back. The 53 is around. We've got a stack up in the back. Caution is out. They are all over the speedway now.
Another huge wreck, and it's Peter Smetana, who at the moment was holding on to the transfer spot, spun around and torn up, coming to a halt in the grass in turns 3 and 4. That maybe could do it for his run at a dual pursuit in the Podium 500. And there's the field slowing down to get the iRacing official pace car with just over 10 laps to go. That 53, I was watching at it from the start. Kenny Kibbe was coming up with a huge run, did not ignore it. Peter Smetana came down at the last second, and that's ultimately the recipe that brings us our most recent caution, Scott. Another big stack up.
I was looking along with the 34, just going through the field. That was the first portion of 3 wide action there in the middle of the field, and above the 34, everything was going down, as we'll see a replay just a moment here of what happened. But again, drivers trying to make some aggressive moves. The 34 down here on the bottom. Looking at this, we'll look down here at the 53. The 14, just they make contact right in the middle there, and down comes the 53, up comes the 14, and everyone behind them is none the wiser, unable to avoid. And again, it's so difficult to avoid an incident like that. We've got 2 cars up here, as we'll see, bumpers sliding, wheels flying. So it's very difficult when you get 2 cars that go sideways right in front of it. The minute those 2 cars get sideways, they start slowing down extremely quickly. Air starts pushing on them. Obviously, the friction of the tires as they go sideways is pushing back, so their speed starts dropping immediately, and you're still dropping the hammer in the back, trying to make it pass, and immediately all these guys are coming at you 30, 40 miles per hour slower, and you have moments, not even moments, a moment to react, and it's so difficult to get around that when guys get around like that, like the 14 and the 53 did there coming into 3 and 4.
So another big crash there, and for Smetana, big heartbreak for him as he was looking to stay inside the top 14. A highly contentious spot, of course, to make it into the duels later on this afternoon, and it's sort of akin to being in a crowded, rough sea where everyone is in around you, the waves are crashing, and all of a sudden you get a huge stack up that just absolutely whirlwinds the water all over the place. And in turn, we have another huge one here at lap number 22, coming down to 8 laps to go. So another big one here at the Podium 500 LCQ number 2 as everyone stacks up behind Alan Wilson, holding on to the lead for the moment. And just a reminder that coverage of Podium 500 qualifying day is brought to you by Ruff'n Rowdy Treats, produced with all natural ingredients with no preservatives. Ruff'n Rowdy Treats are made in the mind of your doggies, including those with sensitive stomachs. With 8 varieties to choose from, their homemade dog treats have ingredients you can trust. To order, go to ruffin-rowdy-treats.square.site or scan the QR code on screen now to learn more about all the Ruff'n Rowdy Treats has to offer. That's Instagram and TikTok too, Scott. I can imagine. I'm not sure if there's really an iRacing TikTok scene, but you know, I'd imagine there probably might be
there
somewhere.
is.
Maybe for this Podium 500.
There
who
is.
knows?
There's an iRacing TikTok scene, and I am on it for certain. I love looking at my feed, filling it up with some iRacing because that's what I love most. And let me tell you, Kenneth, it is active and it is there. So you will find Ruff'n Rowdy Treats on there. I probably need some for my dogs because, you know, I know that some treats like this, and probably Ruff'n Rowdy's do too, make your dog's breath smell good. And I know you need that, so get you some Ruff'n Rowdy Treats. They're all over TikTok. I love some iRacing TikTok, so go check it out.
As ruffandrowdy.treats on their Instagram and possibly their TikTok too. You know, I'm on YouTube Reels. I'm probably old enough. You know, I don't know. I don't use TikTok.
You are not
I'm
too.
just on
No,
YouTube
you
Reels.
are not.
I don't know. Maybe I'm becoming a boomer in that sense. I don't use
No,
TikTok, but you know,
no.
I see, you know, Justin Yee, DJ EJ, all of his iRacing content. He's sort of kind of spearheading that effort on YouTube, but I don't know about TikTok. Is there any big pages on TikTok you've seen, Scott, from iRacing?
Let's see. I watch Ryan Vargas a lot. He's streaming a lot on there. What is it? Oh, what is his name? He's just in the Coke series. It's Kwame. He's on
okay.
TikTok a
Kwame
lot.
Scott?
He's streaming stuff. Kwame, I love seeing him. All the stuff. You know, there's a lot of drivers on there that will stream what they're doing on iRacing, and I like what iRacing official posts. They'll post, you know, cool stuff throughout the week of drivers doing cool things within official sessions. So it's all over TikTok. That's what I like watching in my free time when I'm not here broadcasting racing myself or anything else. I like watching racing, and TikTok is a common way. So it's fun stuff going on the internet.
I guess when you think about the iRacing esports broadcasters at our level, at the Coke Series level, at any level, just know that off of the track, off of air, we probably are consuming some sort of iRacing content because we are intoxicated by iRacing and sim sports, just how good it is. And we're ready to double this field up for the restart. Alan Wilson continues to continue his run up at the front. William Hale is in second in the number 62. He was the pole sitter for this LCQ and looks to hold on to a top 14 spot. And I'm going to turn back to what Jacob Reeves said earlier in LCQ1. If you're anyone probably within this top 5 or top 10, you're comfortable. Maybe you don't want to win this race outright because it's not necessary. You don't get an extra incentive for winning this LCQ. All you do is qualify yourselves for the duels later on this afternoon. So as long as you can hold on to a coveted spot, that's all you need. As Alan Wilson hops on the gas pedal, we're back under green with 7 laps to go.
I'd say it's very important for a driver to know that, as we'll see someone squirrely at the front. Jake Matheson almost sideways there, but he holds it still on the outside line. That car on the inside of Meredith Michael is falling back. Michael Meredith, excuse me, falling back on the inside line. We've got 6 on the top side, single file, as we've got that 42 trying to make a move on the inside of Jake Matheson, but he is all alone out there and might start dropping back, as we'll see him dropping back at that angle. But if I'm a driver that is anywhere near this top 7, top 8 range, I want to make sure I am holding it there. As much as the driver is hungry to win, I want to make sure that I am staying safe and making it to this duel, because this is not the race to win. The Podium 500 is the race to win. You might get some credit for winning the LCQ, but not as much as if you're making that win in the Podium 500, and that's more what I want to go after. So I want to stay safe up here, as we'll see these drivers, that outside line charging far away, and that bottom line and middle line are falling back.
And we're looking at the transfer spot. Top side is your lead camera. Bottom side is your transfer spot. And it is insane. 3 wide for the top 14 spot, held in by Chris Justice, who wrecked earlier on in this second LCQ. We are still 3 wide with Andre Castro, another driver also involved in a previous incident. Today, he's back in it with a chance to qualify for the Podium 500 duels. Later on this afternoon, we'll cross the line with high 5 laps to go. Here from Daytona, Alan Wilson, still the race leader.
We've got shuffling all the way.
Crashing. Car
They're
sideways
crashing
at the inside of the racetrack. And they'll catch them all up. Pace car is out. We are under caution again. Jared Bolliard in the number 97, the first car in it.
I saw that was the 20 go around there. I'm not sure what happened through that tri-oval, but we'll see wrecks on the straightaways as well. We've seen most of our wrecks here in the corners, but things can happen down these straightaways as these drivers are jostling around for position, moving lanes. It just gets so tight there in the back, and anything can happen even when you're going straight, trying to make those moves. That was just behind our transfer position. I believe we saw 3 wide, 3 rows deep there around that 14th spot for that transfer position. So I can't believe they held it together for so long. But as we saw, the 20 was involved. As we'll see the 53 glide by him there, took his fast repair there. As we'll see the replay here of what happened to this 20 car down that back straightaway. They'll exit out of 4 right here. The 20 there with the Yahoo cars in the middle. Looks like the 23 just comes down, tags the 20, and then that 60 car, excuse me, that car right there, I can't see the number quite, as the 69 will get involved there. Beautiful paint scheme, but that 23 just came down on the 20, and the 20 had nothing he could go, did some landscaping through the grass, caught the 69 in it. Nothing you can do there as a driver.
Well, Bolliard was in hot water, middle 3 wide with no help at first, then picked up some help around him, but was falling back through the field and lost out on the top 14 transfer spot for just a moment. Looks like he drifted up the racetrack into the 18 degrees of banking in that tri-oval. Just got right into Kevin Freeze, enough to send him sideways right into the 69 machine of Stephen Harry, getting them both sideways. And as we've seen with crashes throughout this race, everyone else slowing down, they also stack up, they get into each other. And then for a moment, you have a brief sort of moment of realization that, yeah, this is going to be a big one. Other drivers get involved, and you have just a calamity-filled instance to bring out the caution. We're going to be under 4 laps to go here in this second LCQ. And Scott, you talked about it while briefly mentioning the format. 15 green-white checkers we have at our disposal. We usually are adjusted to either 3, sometimes 2, sometimes none, sometimes unlimited. Never 15, a specific number. We used a lot of them in LCQ1. Do we see the same in this one?
I think we see something similar. I was just thinking about how many, and you know what I'm thinking right now? I'm thinking, what's your over under 5.5? I'm thinking over. I think we'll have more than 5. I think we're gonna have 6, 7, maybe 8, but we're gonna see that aggression throughout the back of this race as we see these drivers battling for that 14th spot, trying to get in and make this race. So I'm gonna take the over on 5.5. I think we're gonna go 6, 7, or 8.
Interesting. I think just because I'll play devil's advocate, I'm going to say under. I'll say we'll have under 5.5 green-white checkers. Matter of fact, I'll say we'll have, if we do, 2. I say we go 2.
Whoa.
We'll run to the white, and if they crash, then that race is official anyway, and then we're going to get to the checkered and decide our top 15. So I'm going to say the under on that one. I'm not a sports bettor. I'm probably going to miss this parlay by a landslide, but it's fine.
Well, I'm not a sports bettor either. I'm actually going to try to get into it this year just for some fun. Who knows? But I'm not that great at it either. I'm just taking a wild guess here from what I know happens at super speedways, what I know happens in these iRacing races, just like you do. You got to go the opposite of me, obviously. So I'd say your call might just be more risky. But like you're talking about, you said a key element of that, if we make it to the white flag, no matter what happens, this race will be over. So my bet is that, we never get to that white flag. But again, we could get to that one because we've got 2 laps to go at each of the end of the green-white checkers. So if we get that white flag, well, I'm going to lose. So that could very much happen. But we'll see. These drivers, again, like me and Kenneth have talked about, these drivers are going to be more aggressive than ever back here. And we've been talking about the back a lot, and we talked about the front just a moment ago about how some of those drivers may want to hold position, but there are drivers in that top 10 that, yes, they want to make it in, but they're so hungry for that win, they might make a crazy move and take out some people that have been in the front this whole time. Someone could, let's say George Williams could make a move and he could take out Chase Pierce, William Hale, Lewis Edinger, Malik Ray. Anything can happen. We just haven't seen any of that craziness happen up front. But if anything's going to happen up front, it's going to happen now. So I think right now we need 18,000 eyes looking at every single aspect of this track, because there's going to be something going on with every car out here as we're going to try to do this and finish off this race with our first. This will be our regular finish, not green-white checkered yet, but we're going to see what will happen here throughout this craziness.
Well, you talked about it earlier in the broadcast, right? Making yourself a little more safe in this type of race only at 30 laps, but that doesn't fully eliminate your, chances of being involved in an accident. So for sure, these last restarts could be pivotal in deciding who makes the top 14, not because the guys at the back could affect the situation, but because the guys at the front can find some trouble of their own. Thankfully, they haven't. It's been really clean up at the front. A lot of great racing and a lot of really stout drivers in the group just running up here, looking again to the duels. And not to quote Katy Perry, but for a lot of these guys up at the front, the heat races were ones that got away. These are races that they could have easily advanced through, but just found either bad luck or got involved in accidents, took them out of contention and dropped them into this LCQ. We'll watch first, and the transfer spot currently held by Chris Justice in the number 52. We saw David Sheets up there as well, who unfortunately could not make it through heat number 9. That was in the same heat as 2-time Podium 500 champ Casey Kerwin. So David Sheets is going to look to keep his Podium 500 pursuit alive for now. First attempt at a green-white checkered here with 2 laps to go. From the World Center of Racing, Alan Wilson, the leader, William Hale in second, Chase Pierce third, George Williams fourth. Back to the green.
I think we're going to see side by side throughout this entire deal here, as we'll see Alan Wilson will try to go to that top again, and we'll get that high line, but it's not as deep as we normally have it, as we'll see People swirling in the back. The 06 is around there. The 96 is traveling around. I'm looking. We've got guys in the back. They're down on the bottom of the speedway, but we have no caution yet. We're still green. Looks like most of them held it straight. Definitely slowed down, but we are still green as we've got the 41 of Matt Stolnick falling through the field. 3 wide. He is still up in that transfer position, but he is on the cusp of it as we'll ride along here with the 40 of George Williams. We're coming down to the white flag. These guys are fighting in the back. We've got to fight. Chris Justice, the 41 of Matt Stolnick, continues to fall as we're coming to the white flag here to fight for this final spot.
The slow car before was Tanner Sims. There's a look at George Williams as we are still 3 by 3. Multiple rows deep inside the top 10. Still a fight for the top 14 now held by Mills and continuously changing. There's a look at the 2 box. Top of your screen, the race lead. Bottom of the screen, they're crashing on the white flag, but that will not matter. We're going to stay green until the very end. There are other drivers involved. Their chances at a Podium 500 pursuit may be done with, but on the back straightaway for the final time, Alan Wilson leading. Here's Malik Ray. Final charge in a 3 and 4. Garrett Mays is going to have it. They're crashing again. The 40 of Williams is in it. They're going to stack up in 3 and 4, but off of the final corner, Coke Series driver Malik Ray is going to hang on to the tri-oval and win LCQ number 2.
Wow, what a finish. What a finish. 2 separate wrecks in that end, and Malik Ray comes out on top. I'm not going to say that I called it, but when we mentioned him earlier, I had Malik getting up to the front here, and man, he stayed quiet all day long, as we'll see what happened here throughout this last lap. We'll definitely delve into it here to figure out what happened, but Malik Ray gets the win. He stayed quiet. He crept back up from 19th. Then he was 13th. Then he was in the top 10. Then he was 8th. Then he was 6th. And he started 6th on that last lap, and he made it all the way up to that first position. Malik Ray wins the second LCQ. Figure out what happened here in the back. I think after that first wreck, I was kind of counting very, very quickly as I could. I think before we had the second wreck in turn 3 and 4, we had 14 cars in that pack. So we'll see what happened here on our replays, delve into what happened, but Malik Ray, winner of LCQ2, he will be moving on into your duels.
Malik started 25th in this LCQ, moved his way via mostly 3 wide action in the middle, and then moved all the way up in the final 2 laps. And on the bottom of your screen, unofficially, barring decision from race control, George Williams in the 40 will advance to the duels later on this afternoon for the 6th annual Podium 500. There's his reaction on the bottom right. All smiles for the 40. He spun, coming to the white flag near the end of the race, somehow still survived. And we're going to take a look at exactly how it all transpired. But when you are going 3 wide and further in the mid-pack, something is going to happen specifically on the white flag. And Scott, I think both of us were wrong on our parlays. We didn't go over 5.5 green, white checkers. We didn't even go over 1. Here's a look at Williams' move to get into the top 14 and what happened on the last lap.
Well, we'll see Malik Ray charge up through the middle there, dive to the insides. We got the 34 just on the inside of the 40, makes contact with that left rear, and that gets the 40 all around. The 40 will stay straight here, and then he gets absolutely slammed, rides the wall, trying to get to that checkered flag. We've got guys coming up behind him that can still make that transfer position, as he'll end up right here. I think he was one of our last spots, as we'll see what happened here. We're going to review this finish, EOLs, all of that to make sure that we have our top 14 absolutely correct. But that is what happened there to the 40 of George Williams there. Luckily, unofficially has made that transfer position to our duels. That's what happened to him through 3 and 4 there. He somehow managed to survive and move on.
Constant tussle for the end of LCQ2 in that transfer spot, and it was ultimately insane to see everything go down the way it is. As we get a look at our camera, that is not a good look for me. Wow, that is not looking good. Scott, you're looking great as always. I don't know what just happened to me, but I'm biting my toenails. That's my live reaction, by the way, of what happened at the end of LCQ2. Just
I'm
we
like
were looking
this.
at what was happening in the LCQ. Wow, but crazy finish, and we'll look at the unofficial results. Of course, Race Control has final decision on what exactly does happen, but for now, Malik Ray, the winner of the second LCQ. There's my face finally off the screen. But Malik Ray, the winner by 54 100ths of a second over fellow Coke Series driver Garrett Maines, who will race for FGR Excel in 2024. Jake Matheson, former Coke Series talent, rounds out the top 3. He was up in the top 5 for basically the entire race. Alan Wilson in the 33 led a bunch of this LCQ. He's going to finish in 4th. Lewis Edinger started from 10th. He ends up inside the top 5. William Hale, who rolled off from the pole position, will finish in 6th place. Michael Meredith in 7th. Chase Pearson 8th. Rebounds after a failed heat attempt earlier on this week. Tyler Harrison is 9th. Andre Castro, Scott Shive, who was involved in an incident earlier in this race, rounding out the top 10.
Well, back in starting 11th, we'll have the 41 of Matt Stallknife. We saw there near the end, he got slow, 3 wide, but he managed to finish within that top 14. He will move on. We'll have the 24 of Hamilton back in 12th, not Lewis, just Hamilton. We'll have the, in 13th place, we'll have the 25 of Freeze, and then in that 14th and final coveted position, that 40 of George Williams, making our final transfer spot, still unofficial, of course. Then we'll have the 34 of Milam, then the 62 of Levy, the 111 of Chet Lane, then the 13 of Dotback, and then in 19th and 20th, the 14 of Kibbe and the 51 of Campbell, rounding out your top 20.
And there's a look at everybody 21st through to 40th. All of these drivers are going home. They will have their Podium 500 run end this afternoon on February 10th, just 1 day shy of the 6th annual Podium 500. 28 cars to finish on the lead lap, by the way. A lot of these guys who were up in the top 14 near the end, specifically Chris Justice, got involved in a crash, coming to the white flag, therefore taking them out of contention. But all of these drivers got to give credit to their run up until this point to the LCQ. Unfortunately, they will not make it past this point today. Malik Ray is the winner of LCQ2 here at the Daytona International Speedway. We'll get everything set for the first of 2 duels to decide the 40-car field in the Podium 500 on Sunday, February 11th. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back on behalf of all of our broadcast team members here at Podium Esports, our 2 great producers, Christian Hill and DJ Lyon. And for my colleague in the booth for this race, Scott Shive, I'm Kenneth Bueno. We'll toss it to Jake Sperry and Robert Hill for coverage of duel number 1.
this morning and afternoon on Podium Esports. It is last chance qualifier number 1, last chance qualifier number 2, and duels number 1 and 2 to set the field for the 6th running of the Podium 500, which is set to run on Sunday afternoon at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Podium Esports Twitch channel. The top 14 drivers in both LCQ number 1 and LCQ number 2 advance straight to duel number 1 and duel number 2 respectively. The top 20 drivers in both duels will advance to the main feature race on Sunday afternoon at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Enjoy the last day of qualifying day for the 6th running of the Podium 500. Enjoy the races, everyone.
It's 10 past 2 Eastern. This is an absolutely incredible showcase that we are about to witness. 82 drivers still find themselves in with a shot. So now the question remains, who is going to be in and who is going to be out? This is the duels. Grab your saber. It is time. My name is Jake Sperry. Alongside me here in the booth for today's action will be Robert Hill Jr. Now, Rob, this is where magic brings itself into the forefront. You can't ask for anything more than saying it is simple. Top half and you're in. Outside of that, goodbye.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Jake. These drivers have been going since Wednesday night, going through the heat races, then off to the LCQs earlier today, and now is the final chance to make it in. This is the last dance, the last fight. We'll see who makes it in and who's going to be on the sidelines watching us tomorrow afternoon.
And it's so simple. Keep yourself out of trouble. This is a tradition that has been done since the 1950s. Everybody knows what the duel is all about, Rob. Everybody knows that it's as simple as just get yourself in. Here at Daytona International Speedway, this is a track that needs no introduction. This is the hallmark of hallmarks when it comes to racing on iRacing.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see the track facts on your screen, like you mentioned, Jake, doesn't need any introduction. 2.5 miles in length, banking in those corners, varying anywhere from 31 degrees in the corners to 18 degrees through the tri-oval here today. Pit road speed 60 miles per hour. If we do go down pit road for green flag pit stops, watch for chaos to ensue there. But so far through the opening couple days, that has not been the case.
No, it really hasn't. And plain sailing has not been the key to racing so far. But now that you elongate this out, you bring it through to a much longer distance that we're dealing with today, I think we're going to see drivers be a little bit more patient over the course of racing. Do you believe that with that added time that's available, that they've got laps to make moves, to make works, that ability through the heats and the LCQs where it's been very clogged, very congested, is going to give the opportunity? That's what they had to deal with out there, but this is it. These are the duels. We've got an opportunity to say, right, you've got to advance and you've got to get yourself in. This is the duels. This, of course, is going to be a case of what can you find, where can you find it, and where do you find the right time to pick the moment?
That's exactly right. And we are going to see drivers take it a little bit easier than we saw through the heats and the duel and the LCQs. Those, of course, 30 laps in distance. Unlike the graphic here, this is 60 laps for duels 1 and 2 this afternoon. So double the length of anything that they've run so far this week. An opportunity to take it easy, race smart, race clean, and find themselves in a position to get there at the end. And like you mentioned, top 20 will advance on to tomorrow's Podium 500. Everyone else going to go home. So we're going to have to keep our eyes on the battles at the front and in the midfield as we look for that bubble position.
There are 42 tickets to the dance, and at current, 2 have already been put through thanks to qualifying. But what we do know, and we know with full certainty, is that there are going to be drivers who will be at the back who are looking to try and push through. There'll be drivers who have put themselves at the front and they're looking just to cling on. Get this accordion effect goes through the race. And with those 60 laps that get themselves into racing, you often see in a field like this, Rob, okay, what's the panic button? And the panic button is very, very clearly going to be who goes forward, who falls back. Your front row sits up with Zach Novak on the front. Gregory Thompson will be alongside for company on the high side. Row 2 will stack on back and continue to be a continuously brilliant affair.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of great drivers throughout the field, such as Joey Masevich here in row number 2 alongside Eugene Mozganov, 2 strong contenders from the heat races earlier this week. They were able to avoid some of those LCQs and now have themselves up in the top 5, as I think we're going to get set to go green.
I think it's going to be very, very quick. So we'll fly the grid through, likes of Austin Green, Kyler Wynn. They're going to be there on row 3, and they are all going to be on an absolute charge. They go through. Keep an eye on Matt Quick then on row 6. He's going to be someone who's looking to try and make some moves through the field. So too the likes of Aaron Brown there on row number 9. Matt Booser, a name that's going to really want to try and dive on through the field. Boos is someone who's good. So too Francisco Villarreal. You've got every opportunity. Anthony Alfredo will be looking to try and put some effort in. So too Brian Lapad. This is going to be a tough and tall order, and they know they have got to make some progress quick off of the start of the action that they have. They stack behind the iRacing sedan pace car at this moment, which, as in every single race, will peel off to the left-hand side, dive away from the tri-oval, and will bring racing to proceeding. 60 laps then. You're either in or you're out. Get ready, because it's time to duel. Green flag in the air. We are underway at Daytona.
Yeah, great jump off the initial drop there by Zach Novak. Joey Masevich going to clear himself and move up to the high side right away. Already a change for the lead on the high lane. That's Joey Masevich leading the outside. Just behind him, that's Alex Hill on the top. Austin Green down on the inside. Actually, that's Gregory Thompson, the pusher up top. As here we go, lead change. Joey Masevich and Greg Thompson going to clear of the inside.
Yeah, and if you clear the inside, you've got to try and cover it back off. 3 at the top, but it's a little bit spread out, so they're going to struggle. There's Zach Novak back on the bottom. The push is certainly coming through. He'll take himself back to the point then, and he will comfortably find himself the way through. Green giving the chase. Up top goes Novak looking to cover, and everybody now is dancing about trying to find which lane is the right lane. A nice clean start, what we love to see in the duels.
Absolutely what we love to see. Both of these drivers out front have great pushers behind them in Alex Hill and, of course, John Mullahan up here as well. Now they're going to clear and work their way up to the race lead as we see the 5 machine and Novak falling back up top. He's got Masevich behind him. They're going to come together, and we have a wreck on the back straight away.
And just like that, everybody now scrambles, and it's going to be huge. Caution flag is going to come out for the first time, and almost the entire back half of the field has been caught up.
Yeah, Jake, that was a massive one right there. This could change the dynamic of this race entirely. Everyone that was involved picking up some sort of damage. Some of these drivers going to have to use that fast repair that they have available as well, and that's going to make their race a lot more difficult. Going to have to play it really safe, but we'll try to get a look here shortly and see what happened. But Joey Masevich, Zach Novak among those involved in this one.
It's so easy. An issue at the front as they jostle for positions. The last thing you want to be doing is having issues at the front, because you're in a safe place to go and transfer. Doesn't matter if you win the duel, it just matters that you are in to get things sorted. But we're going to take a little bit of a look back in just a moment, see exactly how it all fell apart, and it's here right now. So here is the key. Number 6 trying to get himself a little look through, and everybody's trying to find a lane here, and there's check up here, check up left, and it's the 5 trying to crest up on the high side, seeing the tiniest of gaps, which as quickly as it opened, it closed ironclad shut.
Yeah, the 6 machine of Jake Niparis, the car to come up right there in front of Zach Novak. Novak went for a bit of a hole that might not have necessarily been there on that incident, but of course we just saw everybody pile in behind. And that's something a little bit different than what we've seen so far this week. Most of the incidents coming towards the tail of the field, which of course the drivers out front got a little bit frustrated with. The only incidents they really had was coming to the checkered flag. But now this one, this collected a lot of good cars here, Jake.
It did, and it puts a lot of good cars on notice here today. It will now mean that you are going to have to drive perfectly. Your senses, your spidey senses are going to have to tingle even more if you're going to avoid all of the landmines that a race like this has. And it's simply rule 1 of racing and rule 1 of sim racing here, Robert. You've got to buy yourself a ticket to the end.
Absolutely. One thing that I've always lived by in sim racing is racing smart, racing clean, and finding myself there at the end. And that's something that a lot of these drivers just struggled with right here. They may not be able to make it to the end with the damage they have. We see cars sitting on pit road starting to look like modifieds, missing the nose, missing body panels. It's going to be really tough for them if they don't get the car fully repaired to be able to keep up with the draft. Aerodynamics, so important here at these super speedways.
And one thing those drivers who have all decided not to use their fast repair on and try and get the damage repaired manually is they are all banking on this being a caution fest here today. They are going to try and repair as much as they can out there before the cars come back around and put them a lap down. That's going to be the disaster they don't want. So it is going to be a mad scramble to get out of the lane and back away again. But you are sat in a position here where an early caution comes in. That has one of 2 moods for the entire pack. The mood 1 is right, let's stay calm. Mood 2, everyone gets aggressive. Here's a look from the middle of the field.
Yes, we ride on board. Not sure who this driver is, but looking up ahead, you can already see the smoke coming together. This is Briar Laprade in the 88 machine, and just everybody coming together. He's able to sneak through. Wow. He got a little piece of that. Going to come down and get that repaired, but that is carnage all over the place. Looking like a minefield out there, Jake.
Yeah, he definitely took a little snick off at the end of it, but I would say that's great avoidance. He was low as quickly as he possibly could, and there was no more argument about it. Green next time by, and that will be on lap 6 of 60. We will get ourselves back then to the green flag, running with a field that has chopped and changed very much in at the early stages. The race off of the pits, a lot of drivers have been able to get themselves back into station, but you can sense that all of these drivers now have one thing and one thing in mind. That wasn't the good start that they were looking for. Let's settle down. Let's make a rhythm. Let's get some green flag running at Daytona.
Yeah, definitely want to get into a bit of a rhythm here, put some laps together, maybe go through a fuel cycle or at least half of a cycle, have strategy come into play for some of these drivers as we're going to see what mentality they have on this restart and the laps to follow. Are they going to go for it once again, or are we going to have drivers start to settle down, sit back, knowing that I don't have a fast repair anymore, or if I get more damage on my car because all I did was repair it, it could easily blow up, and now I'm taking myself completely out of this event and ruining my chances of making the Podium 500.
Well, if you have preferred electrical construction incorporated on your car, you're going to love being at the front of the field. Number 87 finds themselves there, and everybody will look behind at the cat there with number 89. They are all staring at that going, do we really have to stare at the bumper of that for 54 more laps worth of racing? Answer to that is absolutely going to be yes, unless you've got something to say about it. Rounding then through 3 and now through 4, it is all about opportunity and who can take it in the early stages to give themselves the best platform in this first duel that we have of 2 here tonight. In goes the pace car. Let's get ourselves then back to running as we get ourselves sorted. 6 of 60 starts, green in the air, and we're off.
Austin Green on the loud pedal as soon as he saw the green flag. Alex Hill just behind him, giving him a great push. They're out to a massive lead now over Julian Rishi and Matt Quick. Those are the 2 drivers side by side for position number 3 Now Richie pushing on the inside. He's got help. I believe that's Kyler Wynn behind him, winner of heat race number 5 earlier this week. And now there's company for the race lead. Here comes Richie to the inside of Hill. They're going to be side by side for second down the back straightaway.
They are a massive shove coming back through from 5th and 6th positions will give Green the clearance he wants, and so too Hill on top of that. Quick doing exactly what he needs to do in the 89. Richie having a little bit of troubles there on that low line, trying to get it all coalesced together, but at least for the time being, everybody is getting themselves through. 4 clear as they cross the line.
We are as they cross, just like you said, Austin Green, Alex Hill, Matt Quick, Cody Needles, and Patrick Gitter, the top 5. Gitter already up 12 positions as we got someone in the wild towards the rear of the field. He's going to cycle back around, but just an update, folks. Presley Sora has fallen off of the field due to a connection issue. He's been able to gather the car back up and now finds himself well off the pace, about 7 seconds back, as we have battles all throughout this one. But up front, it's Austin Green and Alex Hill leading the way.
Absolutely they are, and it's a lot of love going up to that high side of the circuit, and we're seeing this more and more often with the new builds that iRacing are continuing to bring in. Now, how important is it, Rob, that those drivers on the high line are using the wall as much as they can, giving themselves a little bit of an extra boost?
Yeah, that wall gives a little bit of side force on these machines, giving them an opportunity to wind the car up, get that speed. But looking now, we have a side-by-side battle for position number 3. That's the 89 at Quick on the high side. The 7 showing as the 6 in sim is Cody Neagles on the inside. He's getting pushed now by Kyler Wynn, who continues to do a nice job down there on the inside. Up top, it is Gitter in that 4th position, just ahead of the 69 of Randy Nichols. And one thing to keep in mind, strength in numbers here tonight, and the inside actually not using too many numbers as the 7 machine of Neagles goes to the race lead side by side with Green.
Yeah, that's a very important move, just to jump over to the point to say, you know what? Bottom side is where everybody loves to be, and often is the place where it works. It's going to work here tonight. Just watch me on that front line. You're still going to need that help, and there's the cover going back up top, and this is where it gets a little bit dangerous. Now you look down bottom. Wynn's going to get himself a really nice run, and he's going to get a little shot there from Conklin there, who's in 4th now up to 3rd. So just as that push comes through, it's a game of who's going to cycle themselves to the front. At what time do you want to go up? And you just saw it there in the back of shot. Drivers are going to want to change lanes if they're in the middle of the pack. They want the lane that's fastest.
You're absolutely right. Always looking for the quick lane, and up front, we just saw Kyler Wynn jump up ahead of Cody Neagles. We've seen the train be dominant here so far this week. The choo-choo going along on the high side, and Wynn just joined that one as well, taking over the race lead ahead of Neagles and Green. But looking throughout the field, obviously we have to keep an eye on the 20th place position throughout the evening. Still very early into this, 10 laps in, 51 to go. Raja Karuth and Julian Rishi, who we saw up front earlier, currently on that bubble. As drivers start to scatter, here comes Alex Hill to the inside out front. He's getting pushed now by Patrick Gitter.
Yeah, there's a lot of shuffling going on here. Lap 10 will now turn to lap 11. So we're already 1/6 of the way through this one. We'll be at 1/5 distance at the end of the next lap. But here is the focus on board and why everyone needs to be careful. You can't just push willy-nilly in a series like this because they've got to worry about the engine temperatures. Austin Green, who started in 5th position, now currently finds himself up near a 3rd, and he is looking to try and really rush on that outside line. But this is a game where you have to time the runs depending on what your car allows you.
That's exactly it. We've seen some runs come together, which causes a massive checkup behind, leading to potential issues or completely breaking the lineup together. So being strategic, being smart, and timing those runs is absolutely imperative for these drivers to have success here tonight. Wynn and Neagles have done a nice job leading the way, and on the inside continues to be Alex Hill and Patrick Gitter trying to work together. They need some more cars to come down there and help them out a little bit, get that inside lane pushing just a little bit further towards the front if they want an opportunity to potentially clear up and become the conductor of that train.
28 in this train, and only 20 are going to be going through to the dance. So there are going to be drivers who are at current on the wrong side of the push who's going to need a little bit of help to get themselves through, but with every single position that can be possibly gained is still that advantage, as we've seen so many times before. That high line working an absolute treat, and they've got themselves clear of about 4, maybe 5 at this moment as they cross the stripe once again and make that charge once more over towards 1 and 2. Win comfortable on that high side, and it doesn't matter if it's win or lose, you're going to want to try and get yourself up there. Here's a look at some of the drivers who are looking to make that push right now. Variety of styles in play, some absolutely crystal straight as they go through, some with a lot more force feedback, some using virtual reality.
Yeah, and we've actually seen virtual reality lead to heartache this week. I don't remember the driver, but unfortunately for him, his VR became disconnected while leading the race at the end of it. And unfortunately for him, that would end his Podium 500 attempt. So best of luck to those guys. Hopefully everything stays A-OK. But Kyler Wynn, he's having an A-OK day up front. He's led here for the last handful of laps. Is now the inside lane getting shuffled a little bit to 69, and Nichols drops down and nearly gets turned off the nose of Steven Korosek.
To say that he had clearance was maybe a little bit too wise in terms of what he needed. He was clear, he was just clear, and now everybody shuffles a middle lane and watch him get swallowed up in the middle. That's what happens when you've got no friends in the middle of the party.
Definitely need those friends, need those allies, as Korosek now going to fall all the way back to position number 18. He just continues to tumble through the field. The middle lane, not what you want to be stuck in here tonight, as now he finds himself a home all the way at the tail in position number 22. So he goes from well inside the transfer to on the outside looking in as these drivers continue to do battle. As we take a look on the bottom, Zach Novak and group number 2, they're a fair bit off of the lead. Novak actually currently finds himself, well, he is about 3.5 seconds off of the race lead, way back there. Zach Novak trying to push forward with help from Spencer E. Burns.
Well, here's the issue. The rubber band has snapped. We talk about it. It's 1.5 seconds here in iRacing before the slipstream. Effectively, it's gone and you're out the back. Goodbye. And they've just ticked over that to the car just in front in 28, which is dire. And as such, this is going to be a tall order to get back. They're going to need some caution help if they want to make that happen. Nichols was your leader for a moment, but it's Hill up top who's now going to make that progress on that high line and make it happen here. And the grooves here are so distinct. It's not a case of where you're seeing drivers pinching one on top of the other. It's a case where you're seeing today, it's a distinct low groove and high groove.
Quite often what you'll see on these super speedways is that high lane pinching down on the inside, like you mentioned, Jake. And like you said here, we are well split. We're up against the wall and we're right down on the yellow line, leaving a lot of room in the middle, which obviously is going to help us race a little bit cleaner as Alex Hill leads the way with Kyler Wynn as the pusher. Hill has been strong all week long, looking really good here once again tonight. Started 7th, now out front with help from Kyler Wynn.
Well, help is on the horizon. You're going to need to make sure that everybody in the front is playing ball, and they are all doing so magnificently at this moment in time. It's all about focus and progress and who is timing their run at the right stage. These are still, you would argue at this point though, Robert, the pleasantry stages. You're still handing out your greetings cards saying, hey, I'm, for example, Mr. Gitter, I'm looking to try and get forward in this race. But it's only when you get into the last third of this race that you start exchanging the pleasantries, throw them out the window, and you go, you know what? I'm getting the knuckle dusters out.
You're exactly right, Jake. At this point, you're trying to find who you're comfortable working with as well, and trying to find those friends that you can team up with at the end of this. Obviously, sending half of this field home is quite important to remember here tonight. These guys, you're either going to make it or you're going to be out. That's only 2 options here today, and we're waiting now with about a third of the way through. We're coming to 19 laps in. These guys have kept calm and just out here for a bit of a Sunday drive. And just one quick update, we just heard from Race Control. We pointed out earlier that drivers came down to get repairs. No fast repairs in the duels here today.
No fast repairs means if you break it, you have bought it, and now it is crucial You have got to go out and put everything down on the table. This is not going to be a case today where drivers are going to have it easy. They are going to have to work, and they are going to have to dash around here to make sure they've got everything they want out of this. Hill happy to run rough shot here at the front. Bit of lap traffic on the inside. Is going to have to try and stay out of the way. Now, this is the first time, really, where you're going to start thinking, okay, what do we have to do? It's Sora there in 39th position who will now lose that lap. But crucially, everyone has to navigate around. Traffic normally goes high, but stuck on the inside, probably the best place. Look at how they're going to have to try and weave around on the bottom.
Yeah, it gets tough as actually a car goes around off the nose of Presley Sora. I
Caution.
believe that be Thomas Stewart as the caution does come out. Like you mentioned, lap car coming into play.
And just like that, it brings everything through. A nice green flag run, one little bit of traffic, and it just boils the broth. You always look around and say you need to be predictable. That bottom line was always going to try and cut it fine, and in the end, someone pays the price.
Unfortunately, there is only so much space on the racetrack, and those drivers were trying to sneak around the Presley Sora machine, and from what I saw here, it looked like Thomas Stewart tried to clear himself down ahead of that 98 machine and just ended up hooking himself off the nose of Presley Sora. We'll get a look here shortly on the Podium replay machine to see what actually did happen, but Thomas Stewart goes for a ride off the nose of the 98.
It's so easy to happen, and this is the key. Everybody's looking to try and find a lane. He tries to get down. He's not clear, and that doesn't help. You can see the flaps up there trying to keep the car from rolling over, as we've seen so many times in the early to mid 2000s, the late 90s as well, and doing that job absolutely fantastically just to make it a mild spin into the safer barriers up on the top of the circuit. But it just goes to show you need to make sure you've got clearance. This is internet racing. This is sim racing. And even if you think you've got the perfect margin, you've brought yourself back into line, there's always the dreaded net code that brings itself into play. Got to be ever so slightly careful if that comes into play on oval.
And actually, when we took a look at that replay, to me, it almost looked like a bump gone wrong off the nose of the 33 of Anthony Alfredo, which knocked that Thomas Stewart machine sideways into the 98 of Presley Sora. So that's another thing to keep in mind here today. If you don't hit those bumps square on the rear end of the car ahead of you, you could easily go for a ride.
You absolutely can, and it is so simple for that to happen. Let's take another look then from a little bit further back down in the pack. So this is the key. This is where the bump goes wrong. So here we go. Power. He just turns and he just gets caught across the nose. So that is just a case of clearance just not quite being there. He just tags the quarter panel and round you go. Sayonara.
Yeah, that was exceptionally close. I actually don't know if there was any contact, but looks like the whole field now, Jake, going to come down pit road, split this race into thirds, come get some tires, get some fuel. As you see, the majority of the cars go up on jacks and get new rubbers to continue on here with just under 40 laps to go.
This is a battle of pit crews, and this is where it gets really, really important. You can drive absolutely perfectly during the course of this race. One missed box out there, Rob, and that's the key between 5 to 10 places.
That's exactly right. If you mess up here on pit road, Jake, that could cost you quite a bit. We've seen drivers throughout the week drive right past their pit box, end up having to come down a second time, which will take them from potentially being there in the 10th position all the way back to 34th, 35th. So makes their job a lot harder. And that's one of the issues with such a packed pit road. Everyone going down at the same time, everyone jockeying for position, trying to maximize their entries. There's a lot of room for things to go wrong there.
There absolutely is. And because we find ourselves at a perfect juncture in terms of this race brought to you right now, these duels are here thanks to Ruff'n Rowdy treats produced with all natural ingredients with no preservatives. Ruff'n Rowdy treats are made in the mind of your doggies, including those with sensitive stomachs. With 8 varieties to choose from, their homemade dog treats have ingredients you can trust. To order, go to ruffin-rowdy-treats.square.site or scan the QR code that finds itself on screen right now. It's an important phase of the race. At 1/3 distance, everybody now gets one out of the way. Everybody's looking for a way to go through. There's been a little bit of rough, there's been a little bit of rowdy in this race, and someone needs a treat of a top 20 finish by the end of this race.
Yeah, as long as the drivers aren't coming down and tasting some of those dog treats, I think they're going to be A-okay as we ride on the back of the pace car here. Just look at all the colors on board these machines. Some nice bright liveries out here this afternoon. A lot of drivers hungry to work their way into the Podium 500. Of course, like we said, this is their last opportunity to do it here, Jake. Just under 40 to go. Once we get to that final third of the race, you mentioned it earlier, the gloves are going to come off. It's going to be time to fight.
It certainly will. And this is where you just have to be alert. Early on alert. This is nice. Yes, is the chance that you have to go out there and just give a little bit more or out there of what you available. This is not the easiest in the world, but this is where I think drivers are looking and going, right, that's a stint. We've now got at least 2 more to deal with.
So one thing to watch here, as the whole field did come down pit road, we've had a massive shuffle up towards the front. A couple drivers that were well outside the top 20 now find themselves up towards the front. Matt Quick was up here, as was Patrick Gitter, but now Dennis Ansman, a driver that made it from LCQ #1 earlier today, now finds himself up here in the 3rd position with Tanner Long on his outside, Aaron Brown, Briar LaPrade, Steve Korosek has bounced back, Alex Hill, Kyler Wynn, and Brian Hennings up here in the top 10. Here we go, Jake.
Here we go indeed. So 23 laps have brought themselves through. We'll start back up again on lap 24. Everybody angling towards halfway. Green flag in the air, and we are underway once more. It's going to be a nice clean start then off the front as everybody looks to try and find a way forward in terms of this. This first lap is often the most crucial. It sets the tone for the lanes, and right now it's the top 8 rows each that go through that they are looking at. So it's the 2 columns, the 8 rows, and everybody's looking for a push. Right now, even keel.
Side by side down the back straightaway. Gitter able to clear ahead of Matt Quick. Quick side by side with Long. As Quick now getting pushed by Ansman. They're going to go side by side for the race lead once again. Looks like Quick going to get there fast now. He's going to clear up to the high side. New leader of the outside lane, Matt Quick inside. Dennis Ansman. As we come around here, we're going to hit 25 laps in this time. The inside trying to find a new leader is Ansman and the 18 machine. I believe that's Aaron Brown behind him, giving him a push as we have cleared the top 3 rows of Quick, Gitter, and Long well out front.
And remember earlier on in this race how Briar LaPrade was able to avoid the dramas in the opening caution on lap 2. He's done so well to get up to 4th. The 54 finds himself in no man's land, and look at how everybody needs a little bit of help. First time we've really seen it tonight. The middle is starting to come into play.
That is Sean Conklin leading the inside lane. Is there a bit of calamity behind them? I believe that was the 88 of LaPrade that might have just got it. No, it wasn't. That was another vehicle. Sam Dyer just got involved in that one. They were able to stay A-okay, but it's Conklin that was coming up through the middle with help from Logan York. We saw him very strong in LCQ #1 earlier on as we ride on board now with Conklin. He's trying to cook his way up through the middle.
He is trying, but in the end, he's going to find out that there is no room left. And like a song of Jimmy Eat World, the middle does have to end at some point, and as such, falls back to the bottom and is going to look at the Proximity Racing Chevrolet that is there just in front. The pushes are starting to get themselves put through, and Hill has been the sort of driver who's been up at the front all night long. He is someone who pretty much sits comfortably in those top 5 positions and says, if this is where I want to be and book my ticket, then with everything I've got, if I'm further forward, I am out of trouble regarding top 20.
You're exactly right here as we have a change for the leader of the bottom lane. Gitter gonna drop from the top down to the bottom ahead of Kyler Wynn again. These guys work together in the opening run. They're gonna get a great push and actually clear Alex Hill and the 16 of Dennis Ansman as they go 3 wide. Hill now in no man's land as we have issues on the back.
That isn't a fantastic save. We stay green at Daytona. Matt Boosa with the Jedi skills to keep himself in play. He needed a sixth sense to keep that machinery on terra firma.
That was Matt Boosa and Raja Karu, two of the high-profile drivers here in Duel number 1, going through the grass, doing a bit of landscaping. They're able to gather those cars back up, but they're going to be well off of that lead pack now as they're going to try to team together, see if they can get a draft train going. They're going to go around the 38 of Ryan Johnson, but they are well off of the lead pack. The last car that they're going to try to catch is Joey Misevich. He's up in position number 21, and Busa finds himself 2.5 seconds back from him.
With Masovic 21st, he's the driver on the outside looking in, and everybody else realizes, right, we can all play ball because it's only one driver at the back of the main group that's going to cause the problems out there. We have had some fantastic running, and look at this up high. We're going to try and force the lanes here. This is big in the middle from about 7th.
Yeah, that's Zach Novak. Last time we saw him do this, Jake, it ended poorly. He ended up getting contact and stuck in the outside wall. As now he does hit the outside wall. He's going to fall back as the field going to have to split the middle. 3 wide, and Novak up there stuck in the outside fence. LeProd goes by, as does the 8 of Chris Parkman. So Zach Novak goes from the top 10 all the way outside of that bubble position to position number 21. But out front, Gitter and Alfredo continuing to lead here.
They absolutely are here in the front of this one. And we saw that outside lane just absolutely dire death is the right way to say it. But look at this. It's going to be the outside lane that charges straight back. Conklin now making the push, and the 54 machine is now going to take the lead and immediately dive down onto the bottom to try and take that run as they go through. We've got looks coming through each and every way in terms of this race, and I think we've got some amazing saves that have come on the horizon as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if we can grab a look at a couple of those saves here on the podium replay machine. Let's see what they got for us here, Jake.
Absolutely. So this is going to be where Matt Boost comes in. So the line starts to really shuffle there. And it is double zeros that bring itself into play. But everybody shuffling to try and make some moves. A little bit of tires in the grass to try and get that all through as well. And you just need some patience and a little bit of wherewithal when a line from the top really shuffles down to the bottom. It's Conklin and York now who are starting to push York up high side 0-2 to P1.
Yeah, Logan York, one of the strongest pushers from LCQ number 1. He teamed up with John Ward a little bit earlier, and they took absolute control of that race. Now he has a new friend up here in Kyler Wynn. Wynn trying to get the W here this afternoon. He's pushing that 54, the 54 actually on the inside with Gitter, but he's pushing the 0-2 of York up front. They have a couple other new partners up here. Anthony Alfredo, the 69 of Randy Nichols back up there inside the top 10, as well as Tanner Long in that 84 machine. So guys that found themselves up here earlier, as we have a lap car up on the high side. That's Steve Karasek. We saw him fall back through the inside earlier, now gets stuck in the outside wall. He's going to fall back past group number 2 and go all the way to the tail once again.
It is going to be a real struggle for drivers when they find themselves a lap down, because they are going to be very reliant on bringing themselves back in through series after series after series. We've seen some brilliant long runs, and we're in it again over the halfway stage, and the two lines are playing this even keel race at the moment. Up into the wall. There they go from 8, and we're going to get them spinning. Caution comes out at just past halfway.
Looks like multiple big guys involved there. LaPrade got a piece of it. Alex Hill, one of the stronger cars here so far, also getting a chunk of that one. Tanner Long involved. We'll try to get a replay here momentarily, but that one once again starting up towards the front, Jake, and taking out a lot of cars.
It was fourth row where the troubles began, up on the high side, into the wall, and straight back down. 64 almost beached, just about gets it off of the banking there, and gets that run to go through. So that could have very nearly have been the awkward moment there of one piece of machinery in trouble. But let's take a look then with the podium replay. See exactly where it all gets itself forward. It's number 84. And this is what happens. You get shuffled 77 into the back. No one wants to bring themselves to slow. And ultimately, it's a side swipe of the ages.
Yeah, Tanner Long, Alex Hill. I see Joey Misevich in there as well. That could have been even worse as Leprad started coming back up towards the racetrack. Raja Karuth just behind there, able to get through. But what was already a big incident could have been even bigger. We're going to see if we can get another look at this incident and see exactly what happened and how many guys were actually collected in this incident. But just past halfway, and this field just continues to pick up damage.
Yes, and it will mean that for those who have been keeping it out of trouble, maybe a little bit further back, a few numbers away, they get themselves the chance to jump back forward. Everybody's looking around thinking, do they want to pit or not? Let's take a secondary look at it then. This is where you have a look then from the top of the line. So you can see right now, everybody's jostling, everybody's there. There's a small tap in the wall, then there's the side swipe, and then where do you avoid everything? Oh my word, Brian LaPrade did just about everything. Keep it out of trouble. He was left, he was right, he was up, he was down. He was a full pack shot on a billiards braid.
He was definitely that, Jake. I'm not even going to try to repeat what you just said there. But Brian LaPrade also went through the grass at the end of that incident to try to get back up in the field. Ah, I see why you went there. He's got billiards on the back of his car.
They're on the back, they're on the front, and he was everywhere, as scattered as he needed to be. Brilliant stuff by Brian LaPrade. He now finds himself in 13th, comfortably in the dance at the moment, and he is doing as much as he can to keep himself pretty much in with a shot. And that's the key. We talked about it at the beginning. We'll talk about it now. You buy a ticket to the end of this race, and we're not even, or just gone past halfway, and you can say it's a boulevard of broken dreams for so many drivers who find themselves with damage, with trouble, and they are walking wounded here today, try and bring themselves home with what they need.
Yeah, I love the references that you're making to the music scene here this afternoon, Jake. And you're absolutely right. A lot of these drivers have hit the Boulevard of Broken Dreams with the damage that they've picked up here this afternoon. They'll come down pit road, see what they can get repaired. But a couple of those guys involved in that incident also were involved in the earlier spot where they ended up having to come down pit road, picking up some repair time there as well. So you got to think that the engine might be starting to take a bit of a hit. So we'll watch and see what happens here as these guys now navigating through the middle stages of today's race. Just 27 laps, now coming to 26 to go. And this is their final shot to make it to the Podium 500.
There are, of course, for these drivers, 20 seats at the table. Who's going to find themselves with one that they don't want? We are going to go green, in fact, next time by. So this is going to be where you start settling in and you start working out who is my friend, who is my enemy, Rob. And if you are my enemy, I have to keep you closer than someone I know who's going to help me.
That's right. Here as you're taking a look around, you're trying to see who's in the same vicinity as me. And if you're the 02 of Logan York, you're looking back. Patrick Gitter, can I work with him? Am I going to work with him, or am I going to try to clear up ahead of the 54 of Sean Conklin? We saw York earlier in the LCQ, like I mentioned, work directly with John Ward, and he was always clearing the Ward machine up in front of him. Is he going to do the same here with Conklin? Only time will tell, and we'll see who has the best piece here coming to the finish.
Well, everyone's got a piece of the puzzle, but who is going to complete it? That is always where the arguments are as they pass that infield bus stop that they go through, known as the Le Mans chicane. They now know that as they traverse through 3 and 4, they will have 25 laps to decide whether they want to be hero or whether they want to be zero. They want to decide who has got what it takes to say, I can be at the top of the duel and put myself in probably some of the best stead out there. And for some, you may argue, it is an advantage to go through the LCQs, to go through with the heats, to go through with the duels, because it will give you more track time here around Daytona, and it will give you more opportunity and understanding as they go through. A lovely little look then at the inside of some of this circuit and some of the great grandstands that we have, but we're going to get ourselves back to green flag running 25 to decide who is through with the duels.
As I mentioned earlier, Logan York did go to the high side. He's going to clear himself up in front of the 54 of Sean Conklin. Conklin going to come to the rear end of the York machine, give him a push. He's going to become the conductor of this high line train, but on the inside, the 21 of Gitter continuing to lead that lane. Now his pushers, Anthony Alfredo, the pasta man, Fast Pasta on the inside. They're going to try to cook their way up to the inside lead here, but now falling back. The top four already clear of the inside lane. York continues to lead ahead of Conklin here through 3 and 4.
You're going to need help on the bottom, and it will slowly arise and win. Thinking about going low, thinks better of it, has to duck back up into the top lane. Gitter was there, and so too are the likes then of those who are trying to push. You've got to keep an eye out on that bottom because it is trying to play. But look at the fragmentation. They're going to be down to just 10 on the bottom lane, and just like that, top side is the best place to be.
You have to wonder if potentially these drivers have realized that we still have a long way to go. 24 laps, coming to 23 at the line this time. We don't need to go crazy as we have a change for the lead. Patrick Gitter off the nose of the Anthony Alfredo machine. Help from Randy Nichols up on the inside. They're going to go to the race lead as York and company falling back now. The train starting to derail up there on the high side.
And Brian LaPrade as well, who made the move to jump down very early on in this stint, jumps on forward, and now it's a scramble on behind. Look at it. It's like it's the final lap for fifth on back at this moment in time because everyone's trying to find a partner. The top four getting themselves a couple car lengths here. That will give them some security. 3 wide up top. It's Wynn who's getting shuffled back out of the dance.
Yeah, Kyler Wynn hoping he doesn't lose here as they are 3 wide. Raja Caruth goes on by. Sean Conklin in the middle. Now on the inside is Brian Hennings. They're going to continue. We have one on the back straightaway. Here we go.
And there goes the 4 heavy down into the inside. Engine goes pop along with it. And it's still a little bit of troubles up on top. A few of the front fenders falling off, and their troubles for one more out there. It's the 78 machine. The yes says no. That doesn't work for David Duke. He will find himself down off into Troublesville with that one. An all-important caution at the worst important time.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Clint Spillman. He's going to spill over into the swamp and call it a day. His engine has called it quits, as is David Duke. He's going to head pit side with some damage on that 78. We'll try to get a look on it here shortly on the Podium replay machine, but looks like the dance is done here for Clint Spillman.
Yeah, and that one in the middle. Everybody was making moves in front. Everybody was antsy out there in the middle of the pack, and because of that it shuffles down the pack and you get all that anxiety that goes through, Robert, and by the time you're at the back of the field you're pretty much left, as there's no one left to pass the buck to. You're just gonna have to take your medicine.
You're exactly right. Unfortunately, you are along for the ride in some of these incidents, and from what I'm hearing, this one actually involved the 38 of Ryan Johnson and the 14 of John Mullahan. Let's take a look on the Podium replay machine and see what just happened here, Jake.
Well, this is the key. Number 4 is going to find himself with the checkup. So the 6 has to push to the middle, and all of a sudden, 39, nowhere to go. That leaves that number 4 pretty much isolated as a passenger down in through, and he'll feel hard done by. He got safer barrier instead of tires.
Unfortunately, didn't get the bounce back off those tires, but Ryan Johnson was the car to swing down from the high lane there. We're going to try to get another look for you here, folks. But 21 laps to go, coming to 20 next time by. We're getting down to the closing hour here of LCQ, Duel number 1. LCQs are done a while ago, as this is Duel number 1. We're dancing here and trying to lock our way into the Podium 500, and some of these drivers, they've called it a day.
Well, this has been a very tough race. We've had a number of courses to go through, and there's the trouble. Trying to push it through. Wasn't really on. Middle of the pack, just about avoiding it. Oh, it doesn't get much closer than that. Everyone just parted the wave.
That was impressive, actually, the avoidance that we just saw from some of those drivers at the back. That was impressive, Jake.
That was really impressive. We're going to step aside for just one moment here with Podium Esports. When we come back, it is the final 20. Gloves are off, knuckle dusters on. Who is through in the duels?
$264 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000.
Driver sideways, that is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4.
Cars in the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Race.
Green next time by. It is options available. Who can do what? And now it is all important. Now is the time where discontent becomes content. Who has got what it takes at this place, at this time, in these conditions, under the Aurora Borealis? Why not? This is where the final 20 laps of racing are going to throw everything. It'll be 19 here at the line in what has been a very stop-start race. And you've got the two who made the push over the last stint there. You got Alfredo up on the top side, who's really going to look to try and make some moves. And you look further back, Brian Laprade. And, of course, you've got York as well, who's been in the mix all day long. They're all there. They're all ready. They're all willing. And this is where you're going to have to be alert, because it'll be 19 to go. It'll be pace car diving off, and it will be at the controls. Get yourself ready. Green flag in the air. Long wait, and we're underway.
Patrick Gitter on the loud pedal. Help from Briar Laprade. They're going to clear up ahead of Anthony Alfredo. Laprade and Alfredo worked well together earlier in the LCQ. Now back together again. It's the boys doing the dance. Here we come. The top 5 all clear. The inside now top 6. As Kyler Wynn going to be on the outside of the 69 and Nichols. Nichols has no help behind him except for Ricci, and I believe that to be the 74. Brian Hennings, if we have some around on the back straight. John Ward going to go for a ride.
And that will throw an immediate caution out. A lot of space to be able to save it, but that was a big hook to the left. Able to save that. A massive, I would say, saving grace that he's able to keep that going, but no doubt caution needed to be thrown in that instance just for the safety of everyone else, because that could have come back up onto circuit and then some.
You're absolutely right there, Jake. Let's take a look on the podium replay machine, see what just happened to John Ward to send him around. He's running up on the high side there in car number 92 on the outside of Joey Masevich. Looks like he's going to duck middle, and Netcode might have come into play there as he goes for a wild ride down through the infield, does a bit of mowing the lawn. He's going to send the invoice to the folks at Daytona for clearing that grass, but unfortunately for John Ward, now he's all the way at the rear, having to cook his way back to the top with just 18 laps to go. Currently on the bubble, Spencer E. Burns holds the spot, Aaron Brown behind him, and we have another look at this one.
Well, here's the issue that you've got. You have always got drivers trying to make moves, trying to get gains, and this is the key. Then this is John Ward. He gets a fantastic run, and he overcooks it. It's as simple as that. He overcompensates, trying to dive down to the middle and then to the bottom, and as such, he gets turned for his trouble.
Yeah, John Ward unfortunately did overcook it, then burnt himself down into the infield through the grass, able to collect it, not hit the wall, which is a key thing there, Jake. So he's still in it, likely to come down and grab a set of tires because he burned the rubber up on that number 92 machine, but still a long way to go with 18 laps coming to 17 here in duel number 1.
And let's talk strategy here for the first time, really, because right down in the final stage is the perfect time to say it. At what point do you take 4? At what point do you take 2? And at what point do you ignore it?
Now, we had drivers come down around lap number 21. A lot of them took 4 tires, filled it up with fuel. If they have enough to make it to the end, don't come down again. But if you're at the tail of the field, maybe come down, grab 4 tires here, and see if you can get that extra little bit of grip, that extra pep in your step as we're coming down to the closing laps of this one. Obviously, intensity going to go through the roof. Chaos going to go through the roof, as I believe that's Presley Sora getting a lap back up on the high side there, running over our camera. Good job, Presley. We'll send you the bill. But yeah, strategy going to come into play here with tires at the tail, and these guys out front, I think they're set.
I think they're set as well. I think they're all looking around at each other. I think they all want one thing and one thing in common. They want to be in the prime position, at the prime place, at the prime time. And this is where you have to be so open and honest with yourself at this stage. This is now about who's got what, and Sora is one of those drivers trying to recover through the course of this race. And remember, they're going to have to be alert on timer as well. This is not going to be a race which is not necessarily just down to laps, because they are going to be alert to what everyone else is doing. And this has been a caution fest. There's no other way to describe it.
Definitely a lot more cautions than we would have anticipated. Still a little bit cleaner than a couple of the heat races and one of the LCQs earlier today, but these drivers have done a fairly good job up towards the front of keeping clean in maybe the first 2 rows. Everyone else back has been pretty wild, making some moves that haven't necessarily worked, and that's what led to all of the incidents we've had so far. We saw drivers forcing on the high side, which led to incidents. We saw drivers cut through the middle, cut all the way down across somebody's nose, and that's what's caused these cautions. Hopefully we're able to run it green to the end as the lights are off of the pace car. It's LaPrade on the high side and Gitter on the inside. Gitter, the control car on this upcoming restart.
Team Conti will be very happy with the current results there of Gitter at this moment, but Brian LaPrade has been showing his skill. He has been dodging left, dodging right. He has employed the 5 rules of dodgeball, which is duck, dive, dip, dodge, and duck again, and he has done everything as he's gone through with absolute precision. He has been perfect, but everybody knows that the more time that they spend like this in formation, guys at the front, they're not going to mind it, Rob. They just want to tick some laps off.
Absolutely. If you're at the front here, you're in the top 10 to 12, I'd say. You're feeling somewhat comfortable at this point. Obviously, it's a super speedway. You can come from back in 35th and be leading within a lap or 2, but as long as you're up towards the front here, you're going to try to stay here and do whatever it takes. And if you're in the back, that's where I think chaos is about to ensue here, as we're going to come around and have just 15 laps to go when we go green, Jake. It's another sprint to the finish, and these drivers are about to do the duel and dance here at Daytona.
You got to make moves if you are outside of that top 20, but you need to work out how and when. The earlier you can get yourself up there, the easier it becomes later on just to hold on. But as with everything, if someone goes up, someone's got to come back down, and nobody wants to be that driver inside of the top 20 in these final stages who loses out late. It will be your iRacing sedan pace car jumping once again back down into the lane, and once more Gitter with control of the field. He will sit and he will be happy with this. Again, he will wait long. Green flag in the air. Racing continues once again at Daytona.
Alfredo all over the rear end of Patrick Gitter. They're able to clear, move back to the high side ahead of Briar Loprad. Loprad to the rear end of Alfredo, seeing if they can start stretching that lead of the top three. On the inside, it's Neagles back out front. He's got help from Kyler Wynn and Raja Karuth. Here comes Karuth. We have our two NASCAR drivers up here in the top six now. Jake and Karuth went through the grass not too long ago, so now having an opportunity to recover and show what he can do. As out front is Neagles. He slides up to the top. Wynn, Karuth, and Parkman go with him. It's getting crazy up here, as now Quick gonna take over the lead of the inside lane.
1, 2, 3, and 4, all jumping up then to the top. Neagles with control of the field. Wynn, who has been prime pusher in today's race. Karuth, who is now making the move when it's needed. And then Parkman in fourth position. It has been great. Bottom is trying to continue its run, and you are seeing it now with Quick in the 89. Really now moving up right to alongside, and it's going to be about half a tenth, but a poor push through the middle is going to give Neagles maybe a little bit more of the chance that was needed on the back.
Yeah, Matt was looking very quick on the inside, then a push somewhat gone wrong there by Austin Green, pushed them back, but now they're going to be side by side. Neagles on the high side, Quick on the inside. Wynn gives a big push here to Neagles. They're going to clear once again. Karuth also going to pull forward. Parkman, he's looking to park it here this afternoon in victory circle. He's in position number 4. Here comes Gitter as well. The top 5 all clear the inside lane. Alfredo going to go side by side with the inside lane of Quick and Green down there on the inside as we have another wreck. It's Joseph Galata.
A big hit there for one of the Team Conti cars. Galata it is, who finds himself turned around. Hefty damage on the front. And with 13 left to go, another one bites the dust. And that pretty much says what you need. At the top 20, they're going to scrap.
They are absolutely going to scrap, as we saw Joseph Galata there. Now you see him on screen. The left front of that machine absolutely pushed in, no longer taking the shape of a next-gen Cup car. As we're going to take a look here on the Podium replay machine and what just happened to shake up Galata.
Well, here's the bottom of the circuit, and this is where all the troubles go through. Trying to half jump up to the middle, a checkup not wanting to go through, and the chain reactions there. That is miscommunication at its finest. One car trying to take a little bit too much circuit, and you don't want to leave someone high and dry. In the end, it bit everybody.
Yeah, we just saw another car just ahead of them there get absolutely sideways. Want to see if we can find out who was just involved in that one there. Maybe John Mollahan getting a piece of that one as well. That's what it's tagging on my telemetry here now. So we'll see if possibly he picked up a piece of that incident as well. But of course, Galata now at the rear. We have another look here shortly to see what just happened in that incident here, Jake.
We absolutely do, and I think this is where you're going to have to be really alert in terms of where issues happen on the circuit. So this is the first little hit there. That's the checkup. It goes back up the circuit, and there's the secondary contact. It's the 6 that gets caught up in all of it, and that is a huge, huge misfortune there right at the back of the pack. A chain reaction that catches high, and drivers now are going to be scrambling for as much repairs as possible. And you look at that and you think that's going to need quite a lot of gaffer tape.
That is absolutely going to need quite a bit of tape to fix that up. Got to get the big heavy hammers out start pushing that hood back down. Any sort of disconnect from the hood to the nose really sets these cars back, Jake. You need the aerodynamics. You need the draft. And if you have a hole in your nose, that air is just going to go through and push you back just like a brick wall.
It absolutely will, and it is always about the path of least resistance, and the most resistance is being found at this point in time for those who have damage. And it's nice to see that the iRacing pit crew there on the outside are having a nice chat about it. Yeah, that's not quite what we wanted to be involved in there. We got caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, and ultimately the damage is that. And that is some of the conversation that the iRacing crew have there, as they have magically, through their conversation, been able to fix the front.
Yeah, that is absolute magic that we see on pit road. Just taking a look, Will Cooley leaving his pit box. He's going to rejoin Greg Thompson as well. Francisco Villarreal and Joseph Galata continue to sit on pit road, try to get some damage repaired. We're less than 10 to go. We should see the white flag indicating just 1 lap to green this time by, and likely go green with 9 laps of potential green flag racing still to come. And out front continues to be Cody Niegels, Kyler Wynn, Raja Caruth, Chris Parkman, and Patrick Gitter up in the top 5. Just behind them, Jake, is Matt Quick, Austin Green, Anthony Alfredo, Logan York, and Briar LaPrade. And again, the battle for the bubble is around Jake Niparis. That is the 6th machine. He currently holds on to the 20th spot. But one thing to keep in mind, Zach Novak, one of the quicker qualifiers, he is sitting on the pole, or he had the quickest single file time. If he finishes top 20, we'll take the 21st car as the last car to transfer into the big show.
Absolutely. So you'll have that ability to say, and one will find themselves a way through, as they will line up to double wide once more, and it will mean that next time we go around, it will be green. It will be back off. There is Dennis Hansman, number 16 machine. I would say in and around the right place to start making moves. The middle of the pack, just got to be brave there, because you're going to have to give yourself a little bit of leeway here, Rob, compared to everybody else who's sitting there through. I'd say being 6 rows deep is often the most dangerous place to be, but I would say the most luxurious at the same time.
Yeah, he's kind of in that bubble right now, Jake, where he doesn't too much have to worry about the guys behind him. He can kind of run where he is right now and still be solidly in the show. But he has some really solid cars ahead of him here up on the high side in Briar LaPrade and Anthony Alfredo, as well as Kyler Wynn, Matt Quick, and Chris Parkman. So they can get that outside lane absolutely cooking. And one guy I'd watch here, he knows he's locked in no matter what, Jake. Watch for Zach Novak to try to go 3 wide and make something happen. Try to make magic and put himself up towards the front of this pack and set himself up for an even better starting spot tomorrow.
Everybody knows how important a start tomorrow is. If you're making your life hard for yourself, qualifying through as a last gasp driver, you know you're in for a long 500 that comes along tomorrow. Some drivers will be grateful to be on the back rows of that 500, but the focus, first and foremost, is those who are forward, those who are looking to try and get overalls here in the duels. Sabres are unsheathed. We're going to get some drivers who are going to get a little bit cut up and going to have a few feelings hurt by the end of this. It will be 9 laps left here in the first duel. It's 60 laps. That's felt like 600, but let's go and push on regardless. Green back in the air. We're underway once more.
Cody Niegels with a great start on the inside. He's going to put Raja Caruth with him. We'll see if they opt to go up to the high side, which has seemed to be the preference so far, but they're going to opt against it. Up on the top side, it's Kyler Wynn and Chris Parkman leading the charge there, as Matt Quick and Anthony Alfredo nearly come together just behind them. The bumps are getting a little bit off center here as you see Wynn get up to the rear end of Weagles here. It's Raja Caruth on the inside with Patrick Gitter. Here comes the train. We're about to go side by side.
We are, and there's the push in from Caruth. Great work by Gitter, who has been up near the front for a very long while, and he goes through, and Green has made his way back through. Now the two will go up top, Caruth and Gitter. That will leave Green a little bit isolated, but look at the push on the bottom. That's still going to give some help here with 8 left.
Logan York, one of the best pushers I've seen today throughout the LCQ and the duel. He's going to push Austin Green. Green looking for checkers here this afternoon as they're going to charge out to the race lead. Now clear up top. Caruth, the second car in line is Green. He's slipping. He's sliding as we're going to wreck Logan York around.
And that will throw another caution in the mix. It only takes the skim off the top like a little bit of milk. But just like that, York finds himself stymied, and his chance of making the dash, the all-important 500, the podium 500, may have just been scuppered.
We're going to have to take another look at that one. We saw some zigging. We saw some zagging of Austin Green, and Green led to yellow. Let's take a look on the replay and see what just happened.
Well, this is the key. York finding himself there in second. He tries to get the push, and he's late on the bump, and that puts him down low. Back up to try and cover. You can't cover it. Here comes the train, and ultimately, they got run over.
Yeah, looks like a bump gone wrong, and Raja Caruth going to be ruled at fault. He has just been given an EOL penalty. End of the line as Caruth going to fall all the way to the rear.
That is a hefty, hefty penalty at this late stage of racing. And if you have to go and do it from the back at this point, when the cautions are just jumping on forward, that is huge. And talk about some drivers who are having a huge run. Remember how Presley had those connection issues at the start of the race? He went down 4 laps in this one. He's back on the lead lap.
That is massive right there for Presley Sora. And Jake, I don't know if you saw the heat races on Wednesday night, but Presley Sora was actually able to take advantage of pretty much everyone wrecking ahead of him and worked his way into position number 5, which was a transfer here to the duel. So we're going to have to see here what Presley can do coming to the finish of this one. He's currently in 35th. He needs to gain about 15 spots if he wants to put himself into the big dance tomorrow. If anyone can do it, it's the 98 of Presley Sora.
It absolutely is. And this is where you're going to have to start finding a little bit of help here, there, and everywhere. The waves will have to part. The oceans will have to split. And you're going to have to try and find a way, jump up through some places, or you're going to need a little bit of help from a massive one that could potentially happen. Remember, we are in green-white Checkersville soon, and so a lot of these drivers are going to be very much on alert. There is the lucky dog that comes on through. Of course, the driver who is first a lap down is allowed to gain their lap back, and this has been the way he's been gaining back, because we talked about it earlier. A lot of cautions means that even if you go down a couple laps, you have that chance to get back on to terra firma, the leading lap.
Yeah, Presley Sora in the number 98 Roasted Gems coffee machine, gonna come around, get himself back on the lead lap. He's done it the hard way here today. And well, actually, I guess the easy way, because he's gotten the lucky dog, but now going to have himself back in 35th, like we mentioned, see what he can do. But we're going to be probably about 4 laps to go when we take the green flag once again. Austin Green, Cole Larson will continue to be the front row, but we're going to keep our eyes on that bubble. Once again, Brian Hennings, Eugene Mozganov, Thomas Stewart, and Jake Nippers, the first 4 cars in. The first 4 out, Steve Korosek, Matt Busa, Joey Misevich, and Alex Hill. So some very strong cars currently on the outside looking in. Of course, throw Presley Sora and Raja Caruth into the mix as well. We're going to have one heck of a battle coming to the line here, Jake.
The one thing you must say is that your name may be worth its weight in gold, but when you're trying to trade in gold, when everybody else is trading in platinum, it means that you are the wrong side of the gold rush. It will mean that drivers, no matter how good your name is, you're going to earn it. You're going to have to get yourself inside the top 20, top 21. Try and book that place, and there have been some quiet drives to get up near the front. Cole Larson, I think this is the big story of the day. We've said nothing about him at any point during this race so far. He has quietly got himself up to top 2.
Cole Larson advancing through heat race number 5 the other day. Very strong driver. now finds himself, like you said, up in the front row alongside Austin Green. He's had a fantastic day. Spencer E. Burns just behind him. I think we only mentioned him when he was near the bubble. Now he's second car in lane on the top. Sean Conklin, he's rebounded from some early issues as well. A lot of really interesting stories up here towards the front. Not the big names that we might have expected or you at home might have expected. These are drivers here that know that this is their shot to get into the Podium 500, and they're about to do whatever it takes to get it done.
Absolutely. Top 20 books your place, but who's going to be looking at, I just want a top 20? Who's going to go out there and say, I want second row, I want third row? This is where it's going to get important, because drivers are going to start thinking less about need and more about greed. And that is the surface level that we are dealing with. 4 laps, and of course, any caution that flies itself in the nearer stages between 4 and 2, we are going to throw it over to green-white Checkersville, and Barney the flagman is poised and he is ready, because he knows that he's got an important job to do on top of the gantry. The iRacing sedan pace car will be diving down off of turn 4 and onto the pit lane one more time, and in what has been a marathon run, who has got the last sprint available to them? Tire life underneath them's going to be key here. 4 laps left to decide the first duel. Green in the air, and we're off.
Austin Green on the loud pedal. The 20 of Larson caught sleeping there. He's going to fall back outside the top 5, or actually to position 5 now, as the top 3 of Green, Conklin, Gitter all able to clear. Now here comes Larson with a head of steam. Help from Spencer E. Burns. Does he drop to the bottom? No, he does not. He stays in line up there on the top. Here comes Randy Nichols. He's looking to cash in for a dime. Nichols with help from the 18 machine. That's Aaron Brown just behind him as we come down the back straightaway. 3 to go. Next time by as Masevich goes around through the grass. We're going to stay green, though. Here we come. Austin Green, Sean Conklin, the leaders.
They are, and they are proving that this is going to be about, can you stay out of trouble and can you keep it away? It is right now the top that is 6 to the good at the moment. The bottom needs a lot of help. On the bottom of your screen, this is the battle for the transfer, and the middle's starting to get swallowed.
The middle absolutely starting to get swallowed. Leading that middle lane is Zach Novak. Remember that he is locked into the big dance no matter what. Eugene Mozganov just behind him. They're going to try to charge their way up through the middle, get Mozganov into the show. Now finds himself 19th as Anthony Alfredo jumps up ahead of Zach Novak. Novak and Alfredo down to the middle. Mozganov going to fall back. Novak nearly into Alfredo. Here comes Briar Laprade on his inside. Laprade to the transfer. This is getting wild back here. Raja Caruth, Logan York, all on the bubble as we're coming to 2 to go, and it's Austin Green out front.
Throw a couple popsicle sticks in the air. What do you have left in your locker? Because now everybody's starting to go. Green, Conklin, Neagles. At the moment, it's Neagles who's making the big push. Look at the bottom go.
Neagles soaring like an eagle here. He's got help from Kyler Wynn charging up the inside. Just behind them, Randy Nichols. Now they go to the top. Neagles to the race lead. Kyler Wynn second. Austin Green third. The battle continues around the transfer. Here comes Andrew Tefton, Steve Karasek. Karasek battling back from his early dramas. He's going to find himself on the bubble now as Novak falls out of the top 20. These guys are coming to the white this time. If we see the white, that'll be it. As Ricci goes to the bottom, white flag displayed for Cody Neagles.
This one will go official. Big power moves being found. It is Neagles who has himself in control at the moment. When does Wynn decide to pull the trigger? Watch out on the bottom, because Nichols is trying to move as well. On the bottom of your screen, you've got the 5 there sitting in the middle. That's Zach Novak. He's going to be huge, whether it's 20 or 21. Everybody's dancing each and every way. We're coming to the checker through 3 and 4. Neagles still on the top, holding that car length, but will it go? Now we got trouble in the bottom. It's Wreckers through the middle of the field. It's a case of who will survive, but up the front to try and get that book in terms of getting it to the duel. Look down at the bottom, it's too close to call.
Wow. What a finish. I don't know who's in and who's out right now. It looks like Andrew Teft might unofficially be the transfer spot as Novak going to come out 24th. So the top 20 will unofficially transfer, and some big names on the outside, including Matt Busa, not going to transfer here.
That's huge. There are some big names
Wow.
and some big casualties. It was a hectic final lap. Everybody going for broke. Some people rolled up with aces. Other people find themselves with squadoosh. But one thing and one thing is certain. It looks like it's number 82 who may have just taken it over the line, which means that Win will do as namesake, it seems, in terms of this one. Unofficial at the moment, but a huge duel result if that be the case.
Win absolutely refused to lose as he's going to burn it down on the front straightaway, and rightfully so. Hopefully he doesn't beat himself there between the apron and the track itself. Win, Niegels, Green, Larson, and Gitter the top 5. Conklin, Nichols, Burns, Quick, and Alfredo unofficially the top 10 here, Jake Sperry.
Absolutely. What a sensational run. Kyler Wynn had been up near the front for the majority of the race. He'd been pushing. And the one time he decides to get a little bit greedy, it pays off. And he does everything he needs. Celebratory doughies in full force. And why wouldn't you? You've got a duel in the back pocket. And that will give number 82 prime position when it comes to racing, and there is no argument about that as they push forward. Let us take a look at full result as we can, unofficial as it stands, as it always has been until we go through. But you have to say, Rob, some simply incredible driving, and for Win, a quarter of a tenth, all you need to make sure you've got a duel.
Yeah, Kyler Wynn did absolutely everything he needed here, Jake, to make it into the big dance tomorrow. Of course, like we said, everything unofficial, but I think it's pretty official here that Kyler Wynn will be starting on the inside of row number 2 tomorrow, just behind Zach Novak. Niegels and Green up there as well. Solid run for them. And taking a look at the right side of the screen, you see drivers such as Parkman, LaPrade, Brown, Hennings, Caruth, Ward, York, Teft, Mozganov, and Busa working their way into it at the line. And again, everything unofficial. We'll wait for the official word from Race Control a little bit later today.
Here are the drivers on the outside looking in. There were some great bits of effort. Sora was the big one, going from 4 laps down to 25th. Just didn't catch the right side of it. Masovic in trouble. Korosek found himself there. You got Villarreal, who was there. An omen for Zach Novak, 31st. He'll be hoping for better when he has that front row position, of course, when it comes to the podium. 500, and a handful of drivers who are out long before end of the racing. Those were the 40 that brought themselves into play for that first duel. But the best thing is, we get to re-rack it here, Rob.
Absolutely. We're going to take another peek at the finish of this one and see what happened to help these guys work their way into the show or potentially out of it as we watch Raja Caruth.
Yeah, so 71 ends up finding himself on top, getting absolutely rallied about pillar to post. Oh, it gets heavy in the back as the chain reaction occurs, and everybody scrambles to try and find themselves a finish over the line. But that was just about as hectic as you could possibly find it at that moment. But it just goes to show you, you're always vulnerable when you're up on top.
That's absolutely right, Jake. These drivers put on one heck of a show here, taking advantage of every opportunity at the end. And for Raja, what helped him out was actually getting hit again on the inside, squaring that car up and setting himself up to run to the finish.
Yeah, this is an absolutely fantastic run that we've seen over the course of this first heat that we've got. We've got one more coming up in terms of these duels that we are sat on here with Podium Esports and Podium 500 coverage over the course of the week. Stay with us here with Podium because we'll be back with your second duel coming up very soon.
264 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000.
Driver sideways, that is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4.
Cars in the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
This morning and afternoon on Podium Esports, it is Last Chance Qualifier number 1, Last Chance Qualifier number 2, and Duels number 1 and 2 to set the field for the 6th running of the Podium 500, which is set to run on Sunday afternoon at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Podium Esports Twitch channel. The top 14 drivers in both LCQ number 1 and LCQ number 2 advance straight to Duel number 1 and Duel number 2 respectively. The top 20 drivers in both duels will advance to the main feature race on Sunday afternoon at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Enjoy the last day of qualifying day for the 6th running of the Podium 500. Enjoy the races, everyone.
One duel down, one duel remains. The final 40 drivers now will need to be whittled down to 20. After this race, we have a grid for the Podium 500 tomorrow, but this final duel has everything and more that needs to be sorted out. Welcome if you haven't jumped in already with us. It's two Jakes here today. It's Sperry and Reeves in for the action. Reeves, this is one for the ages. You know that this is the last chance saloon, and everybody here at the OK Corral realizes, oh, hang on a minute, we have got to make sure we come out of here with a bit of dignity.
Absolutely, Sperry. I mean, you know, these guys right here, I mean, honestly, they got a tall order, you know, to try to be able to try to beat what they did in Duel 1. And these guys, they're going to be in the race for their lives. A lot of heavy hitters also in this race, as well as like Malik Ray, Garrett Main, all those guys that's in the Coke series. They're going to be in here. They're going to try to see if they can lock themselves in to the Podium 500. It's going to be a hell of a show right here, Jake.
It absolutely will. And just because we've got great names doesn't mean that all the other drivers don't have a shot. They absolutely do. Drivers are going to be looking to try and get as high as they can up in this race to try and give themselves the best possible grid position. But that's just that. It's a grid position. It's 2.5 miles. You got 31 and 18 degrees of banking. That 60 mile an hour pitch speed limit is huge. But the key has really been the lanes have been crumbling over that first duel. The second duel, they're going to have to behave.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to really behave. But, I mean, Jake, you know as well as I do, every bit of this right here, they're going to be aggressive from the start. I mean, a lot of drivers, they may have a tendency of just saying, you know what, I just want to survive. I want to be able to make it to the end and then try to make my moves. Some guys may even just go, screw it, we're just going to go ahead and just go for it right off of the bat, knowing that they do have one faster pair in this race, much like they've had all week. So it's going to be a fantastic. Actually, we're hearing now that there is no faster pairs in this one, so it's a little bit different than what they've been doing this week. So you end up getting caught up in something right here. You're going to be in for a big time long race, honestly. So it's going to be very interesting. We'll see how it turns out right here. There you see it, 60 laps for the Duel 2. Obviously 15 green white checkers, more or less it's unlimited. Fixed setups. There's the no faster pair. 17 incident limit. We got to call this one out, Sperry, because there was actually guys that was in the first LCQ that actually got knocked out. They wasn't able to stay at the end of it because they ran out of incidents and they actually got kicked out. And obviously top 20, they go all the way to the big show tomorrow.
They absolutely do. And of course, the last thing you want is to be making a trundle down the pit lane because you've had too many bumps and scrapes and dings out there over the course of the races that we have seen. There are so many amazing drivers out there who absolutely wish they can book their ticket in, but this is one of the toughest tickets in town to always try and qualify yourself into. You look back through over the course of the heats, you look through the LCQs here, Reeves, this has been a really, really tough ordeal. This is effectively bracketology. This is a losing machine, but if you are one of the elite, you're one of 42.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just like I said in the first LCQ, it is a straight up gauntlet all the way from where we started Wednesday all the way to where we're at right now. You got to be able to make it through your heat. You got to be able to get up there. Then you got to get it just into the LCQ. And if you're not in that LCQ, you end up going to the Duel, and then you end up having to wait, watch the LCQ, and then you may get knocked out of the Duel. I mean, it's just crazy how this format is. It's awesome to see this in general, and it's something that I would really love to see in real racing, especially within NASCAR, because I think it would be for a hell of a show, especially for the Daytona 500. But Podium 500, this is how they do it, and I'm absolutely in love with all of how this works out.
And everybody knows that this is all just for a meal ticket. And then from there on in, it's about getting onto an elite name of drivers. You can't ask for too much more that goes on through with racing like this. You can't ask for more than everybody trying to push to the front. But I asked this question to you, Reese, because we saw some drivers keep really quiet for the majority of the race. They came up with 2-3 laps to go, and all of a sudden they were right in the picture. Other drivers made their names at the front, but at the last possible minute, it was sayonara, good night. So my question to you is, where do you want to be at the right place, at the right time? Where do you want to run early?
Right now, I want to be at the back. I want to go ahead and be at the back because from what I'm seeing, there has been a lot of cautions, a lot of aggressive moves being made very, very early. So if it's me, I want to be at the back. And I really don't even really want to be at the front because usually some of those wrecks, some of those aggressive pushes has happened at the front of the pack. So if it's me, I'm throwing old school. I'm going Dale Jarrett. I'm going all the way to the back and trying to stay out of the mess.
Lawson Peel and Garrett Conrath will have the front row of the grid then for your second duel and your final race of tonight. We are going to try and guarantee who of the 40 go in, but those two have main control.
Absolutely. And then you got Jack Mace. He's going to start in the third spot. Going to have, looks like that is Kenny Real. He's going to be in that fourth spot. Kevin Champagne, hopefully going to be spraying some champagne after this bad boy is over with. He's going to start in the fifth spot. Adam Garza is going to start in the sixth spot. Then you're going to have Richard Wolfstifler. I'm probably messing that one up, but he's going to be in the seventh spot. Then you're going to have Montesi Major is going to be in that eighth spot. You're going to have Brian Hull in the ninth spot. And J.R. Miller, that's a NASCAR name for you right there. He's going to start in P10.
Looking over, you got Johnny Avila then and Alistair Topley. They will house row 6 of the grid. Jason Maines will have Matthew Lee for company. They go off from row 7. Then it's Justin Champagne and Anthony English giving it a bit of English in 16th position with Maximilian Helek and Matthew Dula making up the 9th row. Top 20 will be housed out by Jaden Carter and Daniel Eberhardt, and the rest of your field is going to cycle on through on the bottom. As things stands, the likes there of Dustin Shepard, for example, will need some help. Rick Seabrand, and you got to look over to the back. Malik Ray and Garrett Maines on row 14 of this grid. They are going to have a whole heap of work, Reed.
Absolutely, and the driver that's actually right behind him also is Jake Matheson in the 52. He's going to start this race in the 29th spot, and Jake Matheson knows how to get around these super speedways, folks. He has been very, very fast, and he knows how to do it. Another driver that's also going to be back there is in the 32nd spot. That's William Hale. He's going to be a fast one. He's going to be a really, really fast one. Hopefully he does not end up like Joey Masevich did, his teammate, in duel number 1. See if he can try to put it in the top 20. Looks like we're getting ready to rock and roll right here, Sperry.
We absolutely are. It's the X Machine on the front with everything all set. 60 laps. Let's rack them up. Let's get them rolling. Green flag in the air. Duel 2 gets itself into motion.
Lawson Peel's going to get a fantastic shot right now from Jack Mace, that is. He's right behind him, trying to give him that shove. Lawson Peel not wanting to jump up to the top side right in front of Conrath. He's going to try to keep it right smack dab on the bottom. Everybody switching lanes already back through there as they work their way coming off of turn 2 for the first time.
Patience is going to be needed early, but drivers are already jockeying to try and find some position. Jack Mace, it's nice to see an Englishman having a good run in the 07 podium car at the moment. He is really trying to throw the kitchen sink at it early, but we have seen that monster runs can pretty much manifest out of nowhere. Big look up high, cover off the line, why don't we? 1 lap score complete. Champagne looking up top side, thinking that the top's got a little bit of something to it.
How about Champagne throwing back to Bill Elliott in the McDonald's car? How about that? And he's going to try to do some stuff like Bill Elliott used to do way back in the 80s. He's going to take it all the way to the top side. He's going to have Conrath right behind him. Conrath still trying to give the shove. Now Lawson, he's going to jump over and put the block. Here comes Jack Mace on the bottom side going for the lead.
Look at that on lap 2. Jack Mace will now take control. He'll be followed then by the 56 of Walsiffer, and he will now bring himself into play. Walsiffer jumps up high and will try and steal the run away, and all of a sudden it's the 2 podium cars because, of course, you've got Garza there as well, who is looking to try and make that much of a push. Middle lane starting to form now at about 7 back, so there's still always going to be that push, unless we forget top 20 jump themselves through. You don't want to be on the wrong side of it. There is car number 12. That is Maines looking for everything. The Left Court Brothers car trying to make a push.
And that guy that's in the middle is Matthew Lee in the 0-4, and he is leading a huge charge right now. Daniel Everhart right behind him, trying to see if they can get this middle lane working as you're riding on board with Garrett Maines right here in the middle. Got to be very, very careful. They are getting absolute tight as all get out. One driver actually gets up into the fence, number 11. He's going to slide back. He's going to kill the outside lane. Now Matthew Lee still trying to work this middle lane, and Garrett Maines trying to get up there as now Matthew Lee ends up going up to the top side.
And everybody is dicing around, trying to find the best lane available. Top and bottom, bang! There it goes, and that's the first real hit. Caution comes out. 4 laps worth of racing, 3.5 we'll call it, and it is Smoke Alley, as number 45 is one of the big hitters that finds himself out in the early goings with that hit.
I'm telling you, I honestly saw it from a mile away, honestly, Jake. I mean, they were 3 wide for a good bit, and then a couple of drivers end up smacking up into the fence. That's J.R. Miller. He ends up getting up into the fence, ends up stacking everybody up. Nobody able to get around it, and then eventually all hell ends up breaking loose as they enter turn 1. Everybody's still trying to figure out a way to try to get around them. Caution early here in Duel 2.
Well, good old JR will get a good old meatball out of that one. No argument said about it. Not much more that you could say or do about that. A hefty, hefty hit to start things off. They went a little longer than they did in Duel 1. They only managed 2 laps off the opening stint, so they've doubled that distance, but still, it is a mighty hit off of the back that won't really affect the drivers off of the front. It will just chop up this race in the early goings, and a bit of green flag running will give a little bit of help to where it's needed. And this has been the key to Duel 1. It was a very feisty race. It was choppy, it was changey, it was filled with cautions. If it's going to be the same game again, it's going to be about riding the punches and dealing with the right time to deal with the stop-start.
Absolutely, and we got the replay ready for us, so we'll check it out right here on the Podium replay. And J.R. Miller, you're going to see him up here on the top side. He ends up just getting a little bit too high. There's the 63. Bam! Slams into him. Hellacious wreck back there in the back. A bunch of them slipping, sliding around, head on into the wall. As a bunch of drivers, J.R. Miller, the one that actually initiated all of it, went all the way down to the bottom and jumped back out. Wow, what a wreck right there, Sperry. I'm telling you, when they wreck here at Daytona, they wreck. And when they wreck for us, it's awesome to see. Hate it for them, but I mean, it's great content for us to see it.
Well, nobody does anything by halves at Daytona. We know that. Everything's done by holes. So that was a whole accident in every single stage of it. I believe it was a 73 car that caught the wall up top, which brought the chain reaction into play. So here's another look at where it all goes wrong. So you look up on the top and bang, into the wall. There's the hit, and it's behind where it all goes through. Boom! 33 takes a huge tap, airborne over the slip road, and just like that, able to keep it pointing straight and back and away again. And that is just how quickly you need to react at Daytona.
I'm telling you, there was some guys, literally, I think they actually had it on the floor just trying to figure out a way to get out of there. I mean, they had it on the loud pedal. One of them actually did and actually spun somebody out just trying to get out of there. So, I mean, a lot of people have got a lot of ways, I guess you could say, Sperry, of how to try to get through some of these wrecks. Some of them hit the brakes and try to slow down. Other drivers just try to go ahead and gas it up and try to figure out their way through there. As we're seeing Jack Mace, you talked about him just a second ago, Sperry, up here. He's doing a very fantastic job still early on in this race, but he's made some serious moves up here to get himself in that P1 spot.
Best place to be is out on the front, and there is no argument about it, because you keep yourself out of the majority of the trouble, you set the tempo of the race, and that's where he finds himself in at the moment. Jack Mace is one of those drivers who looks around. He's all in for a bit of fun. He is someone who is out there, who has done so well for so long, and he's really making that effort pay at this moment. The podium cars 1 and 2 in this race, and that is pretty much all you need to know about how they sit at the front, because they have done what they needed to do in the early stages. Get to the front, hope for a caution, and bingo, they've got it. Now they got control of the field. Next time by when lap 8 comes into play, and everybody now starts searching around and thinking, right, what more do I need to do to get through those two beautiful silver machines, those silver Chevrolets that sit on the front?
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome to see, honestly, Sperry. You got two Podium cars up here on the front row. That being Mace and Garza. Right behind them, you got to have Brian Hall and Richard Wolfstifler. I'm gonna get that one right here in a minute, Sperry. But he's up here in the 4th spot. Then you got Jason Maines and Lawson Peel. Obviously, Lawson, who started on the front row, started on pole for Duel 2. He's locked in. He's going to tomorrow. He's just here for some extra practice, I guess you could say. That's the only driver that's really in the field that is pretty much safe for anything. It doesn't matter. He could wreck the car. He could be dead last when this thing's all said and done. And Lawson Peel, he will be racing tomorrow, so this is just extra practice for him. He's the only one that's breathing a sigh of relief. The rest of them, all other 39 of them, they are not breathing a sigh of relief. They're still on pins and needles, praying that they are going to be in that top 20 when this thing's all said and done.
Well, I think what is going to be very key is that if Peel finds himself inside that top 20, we take from 21, not 20, because of the fact he's already booked his place. Now, competitions aside, if you win a contest, free entry into the field, and suddenly you spin that into 1 and 2, you're going to book your place in the 500. That is a huge bit of work from both Mace and Garza, who would currently find themselves 2nd and 3rd row tomorrow, should that be the case. But when lap 8 comes into play, as the pace car will take that dive right off and into pits, we are going to be back then for more green flag running. Let's get ourselves back underway. Mace in control, and he will try and run for the hill.
Yeah, and I believe he's going to end up trying to think about jumping up in front of Adam Garza. Two Podium Esports cars up here at the top side, trying to see if they can get going and maybe try to get away from everybody, but it's not going to be that much. Here comes the 77. Hull down on the bottom side. He's getting a fantastic shove from Jason Maines. Maines goes to the right. He's going to jump in front of the Podium Esports cars, trying to see if he can take the lead of this race. Maines takes a shot up on the top side. He may have him going into 3.
Look, Maines knows what he's got, and he is really trying to make something happen, but his run will stymie and stall, as now it's Noel who's up in front. Champagne giving the push, and watch out on the bottom, because that's Conrad now trying to make that progress. He now looks to push, and they all start trying to look around at each other. Middle line again is starting to form up, and everybody knows that you're going to have to pinch a bit of side draft to make the middle work.
And there's one driver that was actually in that middle lane, and that's Matthew Lee. He's down on the bottom, 2nd car in line, right behind Conrad. I wouldn't doubt one bit. He tries to go to the middle, and yes, he does. Jumps right up in front of the 73 of Ettinger, and now everybody's slipping, sliding, trying to figure out which lane they want to get in. It is getting all but crazy right here very early on in this race. But Lee tried to see if he could jump up there. Now it's starting to file back out, 2 by 2 all the way back, and they are getting 3 wide. They are all over the place right here, Sperry.
They are in the middle, that there is no doubt about it, but there will be an element of decorum that will need to be followed out there. Noel with control, but Mace on the bottom getting the push then by Lee. We'll now start to see the fruits of labours pay off, and looking up top, Lee's tried to steal it. He takes a little shove, able to get back in front of it. Watch out, it's going to check up, boys, as they now start running up towards 3 and 4 once again. Mace goes up top. Ettinger on the bottom now will take control.
I'm telling you right now, Lee damn near turned him coming off of turn 2, and then he almost got turned himself coming off of 2. Now Mace, he's going to jump up to the top side, see if he can get Lee to give him the shove, as they are 3 wide, getting into the fence, going through the tri-oval, as up front, Ettinger has the lead. Conrad trying to see if he can shove him all the way there, and right behind him, Real's trying to go. Wow, they are sliding all over the place. Caution's out.
No doubt
Rick
about it. It's a huge accident up top. A lot of drivers have been able to keep themselves out of trouble by, I would say, getting the cars all slowed. But that is a hefty hit. And the moment that the top lane there started to disintegrate and the inmates started running the asylum, you knew it was only going to end in one way and one way only there, Reeves, and that was tears.
Absolutely. I mean, Garza, he was up there on the top side. Unfortunately for him, being one of the podium cars, he's going to end up getting turned by the 34, and the 34 sends him up. Garza able to keep it straight, but then after that, the car that tried to turn him, he's going to end up going smack dab into the wall. And then once again, it's a track blocker. Everybody piling in. Hellacious crash right there, Sperry.
Oh, it is. It just is not the sort of crash that you hope to have there in the middle of the pack, but everybody is racing this duel like it is everything. Let's take a look at the podium replay, see exactly where it breaks down, and you're going to see it here up on that top side. We'll focus with the 15 machine. This is where everybody's sort of looking around at everyone else, and there's the turn. Everyone's just trying to take a little bit of road against everybody else, and then all of a sudden it gets to slide central.
I'm telling you, honestly, Sperry, there was just maybe a little bit smudge of net code that happened right there, and usually we end up seeing a little bit of net code ends up causing people to get turned, and that's unfortunate that net code ends up playing in. I mean, granted, they was probably going to touch regardless had net code not jumped in the middle of it, because they was already fixing to come together. But, I mean, netcode kind of initiated it. But like I said, I mean, you're going to get that when it's tight as they are here at Daytona and these tight packs. You're going to get some kind of contact, and sometimes it ends up being that netcode that I was talking about. It's unfortunate that that ends up causing a wreck, but still, that right there dashed a lot of guys' dreams of trying to make this Podium 500 here tomorrow.
And everybody is taking the call to dive down in and get service. After 13 laps, they want some tires, they want some fuel, and they want the ability to get off and away again. A couple, though, choosing to stay out then. So we're going to get a divergence of strategy at this moment in time, which means that some drivers are going to be getting themselves into the prime position for track position and hope that it stays relatively cautionful like that, and they will all try and get themselves back in with a little bit of a later stop later on in the race, try and work the oracle, so to speak, get themselves back through. Let's take a second look then and see if we got another better look and see exactly where it all breaks down again. And oh, you can see it just happens on the top, and then everything else shuffles. It's almost like it's a 3-in-1.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. And a couple of drivers that actually was able to sneak through that back there was Malik Ray. And Malik Ray was actually taking my standpoint of how I would want to race this right here. And he was way back there. He was able to get on the brakes and be able to dive it down to the apron and shoot by every bit of it. So he didn't end up hitting a thing when it was all said and done. But one thing you got to be very careful about, and, you know, honestly, Jake, I've had the same problem, you know, when I've raced at Daytona or Talladega. When you get in the back and you end up hitting the brakes, you got to pray that nobody's all the way up your back bumper, because if you see the wreck and they don't, I mean, honestly, if you're pushing somebody, it's hard to see the cars up in front of you. So, I mean, when you hit the brakes, you got to hope that nobody's going to run straight into you and straight up spinning you around.
It's very much the case of the lorry syndrome or the trucker syndrome, where the trucker hits the brakes and then someone's not paying attention behind. It's so easy to run into troubles and have that contact on board. Then with your race leader, new race leader then, up at the front, it's Louis Ettinger, who finds himself with that control started all the way back in 31st. Look at that, 13 laps to get yourself to the front. I call that a job well done.
I'm telling you, only at Daytona, Sperry, only at Daytona would you see anything like that, especially within 14 laps of a race, is to go from 31st all the way up to first. I mean, hell, Jimmy Johnson couldn't pull that off at Homestead, folks, honestly. So, I mean, great to see Ettinger get up here. And Conrad, who started on the outside of the front row, he's going to be on the outside of the front row for this restart. A couple of other drivers that's actually up here, Jack Mace, he's up here. We saw him doing a little bit of blocking, going from the bottom to the top to the middle, all the way back down to the bottom. He's been literally in any lane that he really wants to be in. He's currently up here in the fifth spot. A couple of other drivers, Garrett Maines, talked about him earlier on. He started in the 28th spot. He's all the way up to 12th. If everything's calm, cool, collected for Garrett Maines in that number 12 car, he may be, if he just needs to stay right there, and he'll be able to make it to tomorrow's show.
Well, making it to the show is one thing. Where you start tomorrow's show is another, because you know that the further down you finish inside the top 20-21 here today, you're going to find that it's going to be a longer day to get things sorted. We'll be at 1/4 distance when the green flag drops next on the third run of this race. 2 cautions so far. It will be lap 15 when we get ourselves back then to that green flag run. 2 short stints to start off the racing, but action-packed nevertheless as they go through. Ettinger with control of the field, then as the iRacing sedan safety car will soon make its ploy and push down to the bottom. Many great names with opportunities. Maines is one of them. Malik Ray, keep an eye out on him later on in this race. But for the time being, it's about the players of the game at the front. Who is the biggest student? Who's got a lot to learn? And it will be a case of wait for the run. Green flag in the air. Ettinger sets us off again.
Ettinger gets a fantastic jump, and he's pretty much got any lane that he wants. If he wants to go to the top or wants to go down to the bottom. Thought about staying on the bottom. He's going to jump right up in front of Conrad. Conrad's going to give him the shove. Here comes Jack Mace. He's going to give a shove to Brembilla on the bottom side, as we got a caution already on the speedway before they even hit turn 2.
And that's a shame, because cautions, as they always do, breed cautions, and that was quick. So issues through 1 and 2 nearer the back of the pack forces this one to slow back down to a stop once again. And that at the front is what you would essentially put as a false start. So some dramas further back down the field easily happens here, Reeves, but you certainly sit down, you look around, you say, well, what was that if you were at the front? Because you were just getting settled.
Yeah, I mean, that's nothing that you really want to see. And I'm telling you, what we're going to end up seeing right here on this instant replay is going to be some serious moving and grooving. And it was just a bad move by one driver that was up to full song before the other drivers was even able to get up to full song. And that being the 34 of Andre Castro. He ends up sending it up through there. We'll see it right here, matter of fact, on the instant replay, which is Andre Castro in the 34. He is straight up gone. He ends up getting into a guy on the top side, sends him down into Garza, and Garza's just an innocent bystander. He's going to go head on into the wall. So unfortunate for Garza, because Garza was up front, looking pretty good, started in 6th. Now he's in a tough hole to climb right here out of.
Especially with no fast repair, having to get the damage done as it goes on. That is a real knee knocker, so to speak, and it will pretty much take it out through. We're hearing from our director up here at the moment just how unfortunate some of the incident has been, so I'm sure we'll get a second look at it, see just how quickly it all falls by the wayside. But you would certainly get the sense here that off of this restart, we're going to get a look here. Here's car 34 getting up to speed, trying to get the launch, past 1, past 2, trying to fly straight down the middle, and completely misjudges the gap.
Yeah, I mean, he was straight up to full song right there. Wanted to try to stick it smack dab in the middle. Unfortunately, he wasn't low enough, I guess you could say, to be able to try to stick it 3 wide and make it happen. Ends up getting up to the top guy. It was really a domino effect, honestly, Sperry. He hits the top guy comes down, cleans out the bottom guy. You see that kind of stuff, especially at super speedways, when some guy tries to make a hole that's not there, it ends up becoming a domino effect. Good, though, that it wasn't a bunch of cars like it was previously on in this race.
Those drivers who are down near the bottom will get another chance to repair the car and get back up to racing action. But as with 3 cautions, it has been rough and rowdy, and that brings us to our sponsor, Ruff'n Rowdy Treats. Produced with all natural ingredients with no preservatives, the Ruff'n Rowdy Treats are made in mind of your doggies, including those with sensitive stomachs. With 8 varieties to choose from, their homemade dog treats have ingredients you can trust. To order, go to ruffin-rowdy-treats.square.site or scan the QR code, which is on screen out for you. This has been a very tough run in the early goings, but to be the biggest dog in the room, it's not a case about how big the dog is, it's about the fighting spirit that is within the dog. And so you certainly sense at this point, Reeves, that those who have been able to avoid left and right, very similar to Duel 1, like Brian LaPrade was able to do, this is going to be a race where if you can avoid everybody, buy your ticket to the end, you might end up with a really nice result.
Well, I'll tell you, Sperry, I mean, I've been saying it ever since Wednesday. I mean, every single one of these races has really been survival, you know, all the way from the 30-lap heat races to all the way to earlier today for the 30-lap LCQs. It's all about surviving the big one. It's all about surviving other people's misfortunes. And that's what you really want to be able to do, to be able to just try to make it. And it's like I said, you know, at pre-race, you want to try to make it to that final 5, maybe 10 laps to at least have a shot at it. You don't want to be caught up in something like right here on lap 18 or obviously caught up on lap 5 or anything like that. You don't want to be in that position. So it's a game of survival, and I believe that may be what we're going to be looking forward to tomorrow, is also a game of survival, because it's going to be 500 miles, 200 laps tomorrow. That's going to be a lot of surviving. I got a feeling everybody's going to want to go get them a lucky Buckeye, and hopefully they can make it to the end of that bad boy tomorrow.
Let's just put this into perspective. You're talking about 3.3 times more distance than what they're doing right now. And we saw how effectively in that first race that we had, that went an hour and a half, basically from top to tail, which goes to show that if these drivers want to play foul against everyone else, it's going to be a long old slog that they're going to be dealing with, and they know that those at the front right now, they are not going to mind one bit. You just tick those laps off, you say, thank you very much, I'll take my extra 4 under caution, and I'll get myself back off and away again. It'll be lap 19 that we will come back to out of 60, and we will soon be hitting the 1/3 stage of this race. Quick fire caution, only lasting, well, 2 turns worth of racing action. It has been that sort of night already where cautions have been flying in thick and fast, with drivers just making the wrong moves at the wrong time. Louis Ettinger will once again have that control of the field as the iRacing sedan pace car will pull off onto the apron once more as they go forward. This is where you've got to make it all happen once more. Green in the air. What a launch by Ettinger to get it going.
Ettinger gets on the gas time, big time, if you want to put it that way. And Matthew Lee not able to get the jump, but right behind him, Garrett Maines up here with Jason D. Maines. How about this? And Malik Ray goes all the way from the bottom side to jump straight up to the top side. This top side really starting to form up with some heavy hitters up here as Louis Ettinger's going to keep it down on the bottom side. He's getting all he can get from Brabella. Now the 8 car back here, that's Justin Rideout. He's going to be in the sucker hole. He's going straight back to the back as Ettinger jumps up, tries to put the block on Lee. Here comes Brabella down on the bottom side for the lead.
Bram Beer making moves, and he will have Fries making his way forward. So Fries doing everything. He'll jump up high now, trying to steal it from Bram Beer once again. This is getting absolutely dicey as we hit 1/3, and my, it shows that there is a lot of commitment. Bram Beer trying to go hard, but it's Eberhardt now who will take control on the bottom.
Daniel Eberhardt started this race in the 20th spot. He's all the way up here to leading this bad boy. How about that? Right behind him, Kornrath is up here on the, or right behind him, trying to give him the shove. Started on the outside of the front row. Brembelia trying to get this shove, trying to see if he can get Freeze to give him the shove. Guess what? They're going all the way to the top. They're going to hang them out. Both of them up on the top side as everybody's trying to figure out which lane they want to get in. But Brembelia and company, they are starting to slip back as they are looking 3 wide, possibly for the lead going into turn 1.
It's rush hour on Broadway as everybody looks for a lane. Eberhardt up top seems to find the right place to go through, but watch out for Lee's progress down on the bottom. He's flying in the 04, and you look around at everybody else, the more rowdy it gets, everybody's going to search. They fall back to 2 lanes, but it is the top side that has the most momentum at the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. English the 5 at the moment, holding it steady, but that's what they need, a little bit more calm, and the top lane perfectly developed. Everyone's itching for a chance to jump up top side.
Eberhardt leads them at the line. Right behind him, Conrad sitting quietly in the second position. Then you got Brambilla. He's in the third spot. Fries is in the fourth spot. But here comes the 0-4, Matthew Lee. We talked about him earlier. He was the one that stuck it 3 wide and got himself back up here in this position. Maines all over the back bumper. Almost turned him coming off of turn 2. Tried to give him this shove. As back in the back, they are still looking 3 wide. With Jason Maines, he's smack dab right in the middle, trying to see if he can get Malik Ray to maybe give him the shove and get this middle lane working. But up front, Eberhardt still leads with Conrad right behind him.
Ah, this is brilliant. The middle really is starting to be flummoxed and plundered apart here by everybody else. But at the moment, Eberhardt is just doing what he needs to. Get on the top lane and cover everything else. Everything should fall into place after that. Brambilla there in third. Conrad has been right up at the pointy end for the majority of this race, and they are making that high line look really, really good. And it is so defined here in 2024, low line versus high line. The middle effectively acts as this massive wash point when everyone's going uber high and uber low.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody basically trying to figure it out. And right up front on this inside lane, Matthew Lee still leads them with Garrett Maines. How about Matthew Dula up there in the 17 as you're showing, but he's 97 on timing and scoring. He's up there trying to see if he can get this inside lane moving. Louis Ettinger, we talked about him, 31st up the first at one point. Now he's back in the 11th spot. Everybody on the bottom side trying to get this momentum. And guess what, Sperry? They are getting some serious momentum with Eberhardt up here with Conrad. Lee is starting to get closer and closer up here to this front. We get some more thinkers try to jump down there and help this bottom side out. Better watch out for Lee. Guess what? Screw it. Here we go. Freeze. He's going to jump down on the bottom side. He's going to see if he can take the shot from Lee, and that might be what Freeze needed. And Eberhardt, he's going to be shaking in his boots right now. Here comes Kevin Freeze for the lead.
Kevin Freese wants to make a push, and at the stripe, he will have control of it. So there is no arguments there. He'll be very happy with that run at the moment, but he will also get that push as the bottom has really come into play. Brambilla was trying to jump out of line there, and that would really hurt the top line, but bottom turns to top, and all of a sudden, the chain reaction is there once again. Look at it. Perfect symmetry on this straight. Couple clipping the wall on the run up towards 3 and 4 once more, but it's the top, and it's Freeze who's got himself in control. Lee and Maines are now just on the watching and the waiting game.
Woo, boy, everybody got crazy right there on the backstretch. Brambilla almost turned Ettinger, I believe it was, or Conrad, excuse me, almost turned him straight into the fence. We almost had a big one going into turn 3, but they was able to get it straightened back out. Freeze, Lee and Maines up on the front side with Eberhardt. Now Eberhardt may end up getting a side-by-side battle with Matt Dula down on the bottom side, and Eberhardt thought about trying to jump down, maybe try to make the block, but Dula sticks the nose in there, and he's getting the shove now from Ettinger, and Louis Ettinger trying to get up here, get Dula up here. Eberhardt, better watch him. He may end up trying to jump down into this bottom lane. Thinking about it, but he's going to end up maybe getting stuck 3 wide if he's not careful with making that move.
I think he's struggling. He's got paralysis by analysis, and that puts Dula up into 4th position, and thank you very much. That is as freebie as it takes. And this is very much a case that when you're trying to jump onto the front of a train, you have to be decisive. You can't just half commit here. You have got to commit to that move.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got to commit. I mean, if you jump up, you got to go. I mean, you can't just sit there and think about it. When you hear clear, go. Don't think about it. And Dula was able to make it work. I mean, that hole was very tight. I'm not going to lie to you, Sperry. It was absolutely tight when he slid it in there and made that move. But it worked out for him. And sometimes when you make crazy moves like that, it can win you some races. And it can also get you a shot into the Podium 500. So it doesn't really matter when you make it. As long as you make it and you don't screw it up and everybody else don't screw it up, it may end up coming out to playing in your favor later on.
The face of concentration on Matthew Dula readjusts in his chair and looks to really try and work on the top lane in 5th position currently, 4th in the lane with Ettinger on the bottom getting the push. Major is trying to do some work. Jack May's 3rd in the line there. You've also got Peel, of course, who allows it to be 21 going through instead of 20. He's trying to get a little bit of understanding of what he's got with that perfect qualifying run to be P2 overall in the qualifying for the racing. So that puts himself into a nice position, but a nice bit of order being thrown at the moment, and this is the pleasantry stage. Everybody is happy right now with where they are. They've got coordination, 2 fantastically working trains. How you doing? Here's my business card. I want to work with you for the time being.
Absolutely, and maybe have a couple cold beers when this thing's all said and done. Try to find your beer buddies. That's the way I always look at it, Sperry. Want to be able to find them out there and be able to use them and help each other out as much as you can. And I'm going to tell you right now, Ettinger and Major, they may end up having a couple beers when this thing's all said and done, because they're working the bottom side big time. Maines tried to jump down, maybe pull the side draft and jerk them both back, but not able to do it. Now Ettinger, he's going to get the shove. Lap car in the middle of the tri-oval as Kevin Freeze still has the lead. Matthew Lee still sitting in 2nd. They are side by side for 3rd. Lap car all the way down on the apron, and maybe try to see if he can keep it down there. But here comes Ettinger trying to look for the lead as they work off of turn number 2.
That was Avila trying to stay out of the way. He managed it, but Ettinger is really trying to get this push sorted. You've got their lead trying to give everything, and this is the key. Who can push and who can push for how long? Big power moves needing to be made here as we have hit the halfway stage of the race when they cross the stripe. It's Freese and Ettinger who are trying to prove that they are the main players up here at the front, and it's 34 into 21. No doubts about it, the math doesn't add.
No, it really does not. And I mean, this bottom lane is starting to really try to make some moves. They got to get closer. They have got to get as tight as they possibly can and get this lap car out of the way that they are straight up catching up on. That's Johnny Avelia. He's going to end up going down to the bottom. Everybody's going to be 3 wide for just 1 second, and then they'll go right back to 2 wide as Avelia is dropping like a rock all the way through the field. As we check out the battle still up here at the front, Ettinger still trying to work it. He's up to Dula. He's going to try to get up to Garrett Maines. Major still trying to give the shove. And how about him right behind him, who's going to be starting on the outside of the podium 500 tomorrow? Lawson Peel down here on this bottom side, and got a couple of other fans behind him. Jane Carter up here as well.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job, and I think we're going to have a little look further back as this has been some incredible racing. We've seen a lot of pinching go down. This is some trouble a little bit further down. So this is number 29, who finds himself then on the apron riding. Now watch this. Lap traffic tries to stay out of the way and keep the power. Passes under the apron pretty much through onto the concourse, trying to make sure he's going to try and get that past them through. And ultimately, that is a great bit of heads-up driving. Up the front, there's thoughts of 3, as that was going to be Lee in the 04, thinking about ditching his buddy Freeze at the front.
Yeah, he almost turned him too. Damn near turned him, matter of fact, coming off of 4, but Lee had to back away. Maines got the picture, and he backed away as well. Freeze still trying to hold down the top side, but here comes Ettinger. Ettinger getting a strong run coming through 1 and 2. Now Freeze comes down, tries to put the side draft. Major right behind him, and here comes Lawson Peel trying to get up here. Three-way tango, if you want to put it that way, on the top and the bottom side. Freeze and Lee able to get away clear for the moment, but here comes Ettinger fighting back hard on the inside.
Well, who wants to keep pushing and who doesn't? Because Garrett Maines, or Maines down the 12, is really trying to find himself a way to push on through. So now you start looking around and going, well, who's going to start playing the work? And the moment someone says, I don't want to work, the whole train decides that it doesn't want to play ball. It's very simple. Everyone's on the same team on the top line. The moment someone doesn't want to play ball, no one plays ball.
Yeah, I mean, you want everybody on the team. I mean, it's just like college football, college basketball, baseball. Everybody's got to be able to play. If you don't have a whole team that's going to play, then one person bails out. It screws the whole thing up. So you got to have everybody on the same game plan to be able to get where you want. Check it out right there, Lawson Peel. We talked about him. He's going to be starting on the outside of the front row tomorrow for the Podium 500. And he looks, honestly, Sperry, he looks very calm right now. Like I said, he's the only one that really doesn't have anything to lose right here. He's just out here just biding his time, getting some practice in, basically getting warmed up for tomorrow. That is a calm, cool, collected man right there in that number 26.
Absolutely. This is reconnaissance work at the moment for Lawson Peel. And this is what he's trying to understand, you could argue here, Reeves. Do you think he is looking right now at who he can work with and who he can't, so he knows the moment from lap one, I can play with you, I cannot play with someone else, and I know who I need to partner up with to try and make some moves to stay at the front?
I guarantee you that's exactly what he's doing right now. I mean, this right here, obviously, it's a learning experience for him, which is way different. Everybody else is in full send, full kill mode, if you want to put it that way. He's in the game plan of strategizing. He's in the game plan of wanting to see who he can work with, who's going to be good for him tomorrow to be able to give him that shot to be at the front for the Podium 500. Like I said, I would love to be in that man's seat right now because there is no stress one bit out of Lawson Peel. And he is basically like you said, he is just in learning mode right now. That's all he's in right now.
It's all he needs to do. He just needs to listen, learn, get a little bit of a feel for how even his setup starts to play over the course of a long run, because we got a very nice long run going. Remember, they all came in at about lap number 20, looking at making that stop. Just before that, third caution was quick, was 15. So all of these drivers pretty much in the wheelhouse and needing one more to get themselves home. And this is where you start getting a little bit antsy out there in terms of how long it's going to work in terms of draft, because you're looking here at car number 22, looking to really make some progress in the classic Pennzoil livery. You're starting to think, well, if I'm in the middle of the group and everyone decides they're going to want to dive in for lane, you know, everybody else is going to be thinking about, well, I need to get to the bottom, and then it becomes another mad scramble.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what's going to be really crazy. And, you know, honestly, I wouldn't throw this out the woodshed, honestly, about this one, Sperry. I've actually seen guys up on the top side say that they're going to pit. And guess what? They're on the top side. They're coming down one way or another, which can really end up causing a big jump up. So if guys on the top side talking about they're going to pit, that could really screw up the inside lane if they so choose to dive down and go ahead and pit. So this right here is about that time, like you said. They are going to probably have to make one more stop. Go in, probably just go ahead and take a splash of fuel. They ain't even got to worry about the tires. Just go ahead and take a splash of fuel and make sure that they can make it to the end of this 23, coming to 22 to go here in Duel 2. But a lot of drivers out there probably keying up, probably getting in some of them voice chats, wanting to know when that they're going, probably even if they can type. While they're driving, they're probably going in there and typing in, hey, what lap are you going? Like I said, trying to find some friends, trying to find you beer buddies. That's what everybody's doing right now.
They absolutely are, and there might be a case for those a little bit further back who have been a little bit more choice, haven't necessarily made some moves, going to start going for it. And again, it's Maines who's really trying to drop down and pinch on that bottom line. We haven't seen too much of it, and there he goes. Big one hits on the back.
Wow, big one hits on the back, and it just happened big time, right smack dab in the middle of the super stretch. Right at the front is where it all came together with Lee and Freeze, and all hell just broke loose here at Daytona in Duel number 2.
Just like that, the front explodes and everybody else is dodging shrapnel left and right. That is a huge moment. The big one hits at Daytona in Duel 2, and it brings into play which everything we know. 20 to go, the gloves come off.
Woo! Wow, Sperry, and we're going to check it out right here on the instant replay. And folks, it happened right smack dab at the front. You'll see it right here. There is Freeze up here on the top. He's going to get the shove from Lee. Lee tries to dive it in the middle and try to get Maines to give him the shove. Just barely tags Freeze in the left rear. Sends him straight into Edinger. Everybody starts sliding around 6 wide back there at one point. All hell ends up breaking loose. A couple of them went into the grass trying to see if they could miss it. Smoke everywhere, cars everywhere, closer together than the cars in the virtual parking lot. And it is a huge parking lot, as you can see right there in the middle of the backstretch. Wow, I'm telling you, what a big one right there, Sperry.
You just got to know where to place the car. And at the moment, that was the front, and it did not pay off for a number of drivers out there. A lot of drivers will now be walking wounded between now and the end of this duel. And all of a sudden, it is thrown up on its head. Order now is going to be big. And now look at this. We've got a huge split decision going on. Some in, some out. This has just become a strategy game.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what you're getting right here. I mean, that's the only way, you know, that we would want it. Honestly, Sperry, is a strategy game. Some of these guys that's actually staying out, they may think that they are going to be good to go on fuel. Some of them actually may have been back there at the back and topped off a couple of times, so they may think they're good to go. But I guarantee you, they got the clutch in right now, saving as much as they possibly can. Garrett Main's one of those drivers. He ended up jumping down. I believe Garza, I believe he is right behind him in the number 8. He actually jumped down as well. Justin Rideout, a couple of other drivers easing down. Most of these guys that you're seeing right now parked in their pit box, they are getting all this damage, trying to get as much damage as they possibly can. There you see those 7 Jack Mace. We talked about him earlier on. He's on pit road. A lot of drivers right here is going to be stuck on pit road. Very unfortunate for them, as there you see Mace. He's going to end up pulling out. But I'm telling you right now, that's one thing. And here's another thing, honestly, Sperry. As big as this track is, 2.5 miles, this is perfect. If you end up getting caught up in a wreck, if you ain't got a whole lot of damage, you got plenty of time to try to get it all fixed. It could be way worse if you was at, say, Bristol and you had 5 minutes of damage. You'd probably be screwed. But if you got maybe 5 minutes, you can easily get about 1.5 minutes done, give or take, right here while you're under caution.
That's absolutely crucial. We're just about to have a second look at what caused this almighty caution to come out. Here's a look from the middle. And this is, I believe, William Hill, who's now trying to keep himself out of trouble. And this is where, look at this. He will just about avoid a tap, but everywhere you look, everyone's trying to dive. Everyone's trying to avoid. He just about manages it and gets himself back into lane. That was some Storm Sim performance right there, getting it all sorted. Car 62 making an absolute spectacle of that in terms of a save. But for those at the front here, Reeves, you certainly look at it and go, well, okay, yes, we can save the fuel, we can be good to the end. What happens if we run into green-white checkers? That's where it turns on the double-edged sword.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you really don't want to run into. They probably want it to go ahead and run green all the way to the end. It's like you said, that green-white checkered, that could be devastating for them to try to make it into tomorrow's race. But, I mean, you talked about it. The strategy, it's a strategy race. It turns into that. You got to do what you think is best. I mean, nobody really knows the right answer until the checkered flag falls. So you just got to go with your gut. And every single one of these guys, obviously, they have some skill. I mean, hell, they've made it through Wednesday. They've made it through earlier today if they did run the last chance qualifiers. Every single one of these has got some skill and, honestly, probably a little bit of luck, to be honest with you, with the exception of the front row. But, hell, they probably had some luck anyway putting down their lap times. But we're going to see what's going to happen. It's going to be interesting. Like you said, if we do run into green-white checkers, it's possible. We've seen them today. Who knows? We may end up seeing it when when this thing's all said and done. We'll see how it plays out.
The first 20 laps house 3 cautions. It might be very similar with 18 laps to go when we next cross the stripe, and the iRacing sedan pace car will also take its trip off of the circuit and make sure that it is more laps that they will be looking for. This is the all-important focus, and for the first time really that we've seen here tonight, it's the Fords and more importantly, the Mustangs who have got themselves up on the front at the moment. It's been Chevrolet dominated so far by manufacture, but as the pace car will now take that small detour off left, off of the tri-oval, we will get back to running. Those who did not pit, hold on, because this is where the concertina comes in. Green flag, we're racing.
Dustin Shepard, he's going to be up front. He's going to have Brian Noel right behind him. And we just saw a replay from William Hale. He's up here. Now he's going to get around Topley. He's going to go to the third spot. He's going to go all the way to the top side, try to get in behind Dustin Shepard, try to give him the shove. Right behind him, you got Anthony English. He's going to ease up here. He's going to try to give the shove to Kenny Real. Real right behind him as we got a big one once again. Back-to-back big ones here at Daytona.
Oh, and this one might be worse than the first. Look at it. Continues right down in towards the chicane. That's a big, big hit out of about 5 rows deep. There's the 82 getting caught up in all of it. Not the day that was wanted there, but back to back. You won't mind it too much at the front. That is exactly what the doctor ordered.
I'm telling you, and I'm honestly actually checking it out right here on my end. And folks, this is going to be really crazy to see Justin Champagne back there in the number 30 actually got a little bit loose and came up into Lawson Peel. So I'm sure Lawson, hopefully he learned what he could out of duel number 2. Hopefully his car's not as torn up as we thought it may be. But, I mean, this right here for Lawson Peel, this is why you want to be starting on the front row for the Podium 500 and lock yourself in. You ain't got to worry about it. We'll check it out right here on the instant replay, Mr. Sperry.
We absolutely will. So there's the 38 up on the top. Has to avoid the 7 who's slow. Gets a monster run. Just tags 12. Can't get the push that's needed. Everyone else bottles up behind. And there is a huge chain reaction that comes along from that. And the moment that you've got a mega run, you've got 2 things that you've got to choose. Either you've got to make the hit perfect on the bump, or you've just got to find space. And neither happened.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't actually lift. I think that's what it might have been, Sperry, because obviously the top side had broken down big time. He jumped down to the middle lane and was trying to give the shove to, I believe it was Sperry, and then Sperry ends up getting turned straight into Peel, and then all hell ends up breaking loose. And, you know, it's unfortunate. I think somebody may have missed a gear out of that, or they just hung him out and sent him straight to the back. But I'm telling you, Justin Champagne, who was in the number 30, who kind of initiated every bit of it, he didn't lift when he got to Shepard's back bumper. He just nailed him. He just drilled it straight into the back bumper. And I think as hard as he hit him, it just knocked him sideways. It knocked Shepard sideways. And then once it knocked him sideways, he went straight up the hill and got into Peel. Oddly enough, both of them rhyme, but, you know, he ends up getting into him, spins him around, and then once again, it's a whirlwind of smoke and all hell breaking loose once again coming off of turn 2.
Reeves, sim racers are like elephants. They never forget who hits them.
Mm-hmm.
Loud and clear. This is where we sit. 16 laps to go. We are under caution for what I believe is the 5th or the 6th time here in this 60-lap duel. It has been a long slog. Those at the front have been trying to hold that station, haven't necessarily had those opportunities to make it happen, but they will take the coasting with the fuel at this point, and they are just hoping for just a couple of green flag laps at the end to get it over the line.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what they really want. And actually have a couple of more. Actually, we're actually going to go to a replay right here from the previous caution, not this caution that just happened. We got another replay for you. Check this out. We got a couple of guys actually sliding through here. That is a throwback to Dale Earnhardt right there in the 63 Goodrich looking car. At least that's what it looks like from here. Maybe not Whiskey Guy. We'll go with that. But check him out. Going to slide all the way through the grass. Folks, it looked like a throwback to Dale Earnhardt. I mean, honestly, I mean, Sperry, you could comment on that as well, but it looks just like it. But Whiskey Guy right there sliding in there sideways. Awesome to see that right there. That is Johnny Avila in the 63, who is currently back there in the 35th spot. Wanting to see if he can try to maybe get some more damage fixed and maybe slide up here and get inside that top 20.
Well, he gives the 7 a little bit of a tap as well for his troubles, but yes, very similar in terms of delivery design, doing just about enough there to pitch it into a slide to avoid any more contact. When we go back to green, it will be 14 laps to go, and it is as simple as those who have made those stops just need the time to get those tires going. Yes, fresh tires will always give you that advantage, but this is where we have to start talking heat cycles. How much of the rubber are you taking off trying to get the car up to speed again and again and again?
Yeah, I mean, it can play into a factor, honestly, especially with these next-gen cars. I mean, you would think, honestly, you know, tire wear wouldn't be as key for super speedways, much like over at Talladega as well. But this track has got a little bit of a different monster to it. Honestly, it's a different animal. It does come into it does come into handling just a little bit, especially coming off of turn number 2, which is where we've seen a good portion of the wrecks so far in duel number 2, Sperry. So we'll see how that plays out, but I mean, it will come into play eventually as far as the handling goes, especially coming off of the corners. Not real sure about how it would be as far as the start. Everything should be fine at that point, but coming off of 2 and coming off of turn 4, watch for some of these guys that did not decide to take tires. They could easily start losing the handling on their cars, and hell, we may end up having another big one.
We very much could, but I'm sure those drivers who are in the front and especially trying to make top 20 transfer for tomorrow's Podium 500 are hoping at all costs they can avoid it. This is a huge moment and a huge juncture at the point of this race. Who's got what it takes? Who will fall on their sword? This is where the duels find themselves into their ultimate stage. 14 laps to go. Pace car will dive down in. It's the 77 who will have full control of this field, waiting in for the zone, and it's green and it's going. It's a wonderful launch that gets himself off and away.
Brian Noel, he's going to get a fantastic jump. He's going to have Kenny Real back there right behind him. Dustin Shepard, hell, I thought he was all the way back there to the back. I thought he ended up getting caught up in a wreck, but maybe not. Here he is going for the lead. William Hale right behind him. And how about J.R. Miller, one of those drivers that got caught up in a wreck earlier on in the race? He's up here in the 6th spot, as well as Adam Garza. All these guys up on the top side. Eberhard going to take a 3-wide caution on the speedway.
And another quick one, and again, it's back there. 82 can't catch a break. Again, another case of being caught wrong place, wrong time. It's Groundhog Day at the moment, and it's a case of seeing his own shadow at the moment. Punxsutawney Phil at this point. He is really having a tough time.
He really is. I mean, and honestly, I mean, he was doing pretty good earlier on in the race. He was up there at the front, looking pretty good to be able to go ahead and transfer himself in big time. But what you're going to see out of nowhere is Major. I mean, from what I'm seeing, wow, just a hard hook from the top side. We'll check it out right here on the instant replay. Folks, this is going to really, I mean, Sperry, this is going to actually blow your mind a little bit right here, riding on board with Major. There you see the 7 up on the top side. I believe that was Jaden Carter. Carter just, I mean, it's stacked up on the bottom side. He just said, you know what, screw it. I don't care if you're down there or not. Turns it hard left. Major had nowhere to go, literally chopped his nose off. So Carter and Major, both drivers getting involved, and caution once again here on duel number 2.
By avoiding a wreck, you cause a wreck. And sometimes there's no avoiding it. You are going to have to get off the noisy pedal at some point, no matter how much you want to get yourself going forward. It's always difficult in machinery like this as well here, Reeves, to get that change of direction sorted because of that skew for the ovals. That always means the car is more likely to want to turn left, which means if you're having to counter steer right, it's nigh on impossible.
No, it's not. I mean, and, you know, folks, you're going to see that. Really, I mean, it was a really aggressive move by Carter. I mean, you would think, you know, he would actually be looking at his spotter, listening to his spotter, rather. Matter of fact, just looking at the mirror, wanting to see exactly what was going on behind him. But I'm telling you, I mean, he made a move, honestly, like I've seen in Atlanta on 75, going across 6 lanes from the left lane all the way over to the exit lane. That's exactly what it looked like that Jaden Carter ended up making right there. So if any of you have went through Atlanta and have seen that, that's exactly what you just saw. And it's giving me flashbacks, honestly, right here, Sperry.
There's a lot that goes on in a race like this, and we're going to step aside for just one moment with Podium Esports. It's a full showdown finish coming up for the duels, and it's all down to the final 10.
$264 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000.
Driver sideways, that is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4.
Cars in the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Race.
We've got ourselves 10 laps left here at the Daytona International Speedway. For those who need a place, there are just 20 tickets going for the main dance. Someone is going to be left without a date to prom, and the one thing we know for certain is that it is going to be a mad scramble to get the final dates as they go forward. With 10 to go, it has been back-to-back quick cautions on the back stretch, with drivers really finding out the runs off of 2 are lightning quick and nobody is wanting to yield. But it's Noel who is trying to be the counter punch to win in the first duel. Imagine that, win and no L. They can't lose and they only win. That would be the story of our duels should that come through for car number 77. But there is still so much racing. Try and get sorted. Anything is possible, and the time is now. Pace car will take that dive right on your screen, left on the circuit, and now it's all in the hands of Noel as we will get ourselves through the Geico starting zone, the green flag in the air, and we are back underway. 10 laps to the side of the Daytona for a place tomorrow.
Noel is gonna get away, and he is gone. And right behind him, Dustin Shepard, he's gonna jump up. Here comes William Hale. He's gonna jump down on the bottom side. Kenny Real basically boxed in. Third car in line on top side once again. Caution, another big one. Holy hell, we've had about 3 big ones in this race right here, Sperry.
Another one that catches everybody out. Another 4 laps you can tick off the counter. They're loving it here at the front, but they can only go so far on these counts that they go through. At some point, they're going to have to try and get a lap sorted. We'll be here until the sun goes down otherwise. That's another huge hit that we've seen. And they are just getting more and more. I mean, look at that. Louis Ettinger, who had himself a huge run at the front early on in the race, that's modified to modified.
Absolutely, and another driver that's modified as well is Daniel Eberhardt. He was the one that actually initiated the whole the whole wreck, the caution, and it actually stacked everybody up. He don't even have a front bumper. I don't even think he's got a front right wheel, to be honest with you. That'd be a Daniel Eberhardt in the number 90 car. But wow, I mean, it's like I said, you got that right there. Take that bad boy to the short track and see what it'll end up doing. We'll check it out right here on the instant replay, Mr. Sperry.
This is where it goes wrong again, and the top line always shoved. There's the shove to the bottom, and all of a sudden, the tank slaps. That is a hefty hit up top, and then everybody scrambles, seeing one up in the wall, and just like that, it becomes chock-a-block, 3-4 wide, and then coming down the circuit, the Squirrel League number 40 ends up coming back up the circuit, and that's where Ettinger takes the hit.
And that was a typical stack up, honestly, Sperry. I mean, they stacked up in front of him. Folks, you're probably thinking, well, did Garrett Maines end up getting in the back of him? No, he did not. He never touched Eberhardt. It started all the way up at the front on that top side where Alistair Topley was in the famed 22 looking Joey Logano car. He ends up getting into the back of somebody. The guy behind him ends up hitting him. Eberhardt hits him, and he just got him all but sideways. Garrett Maines able to duck right smack dab in the middle of the track and steer clear of it. Unfortunately, everybody else behind it did not. I'll be honest with you, Sperry. I got a feeling most of these cars, when this thing's all said and done, are going to look like that they're going to be on Rome Speedway later on at the Saturday night short track not too far from my house. I got a feeling that's what we're going to end up seeing out of all these cars before this thing's all said and done.
There's going to be some very virtual late nights out there for the pit crews to get those machinery into working condition. We'll take another look at it. And this, I think, is where it gets really key. This is like having a hammer and a chisel. You strike the hammer down onto the chisel, and the issue that you sort of run into is that it will find the point of weakness down the train, and you saw it there with Eberhardt. Eberhardt was the weakness in the chain.
Yeah, I mean, he was. I mean, it's unfortunate. I mean, it's like I've talked about before. I mean, you don't want to be caught up in somebody else's mess, and that right there was just a straight-up racing incident with everybody just basically stacking the train up. I mean, everybody was connected, but it was unfortunate how it got connected, and Eberhardt didn't actually understand the assignment, if you want to put it that way. We'll check it out right here on the instant replay. Matter of fact, he's talking about Garrett Maines just a second ago. Riding on board with him, there's Eberhardt. And there you're going to see Maines. He's actually going to back away just a tick. You're going to see the stack up all the way up there. There goes Eberhardt. Wow, dives it all the way down to the bottom. He is lucky he did not get caught up in that. But check it out behind him. Everybody sliding around back there, just trying to hold on, saving it, trying to rub whatever kind of lucky charm that they got to try to make it through. But a couple of them probably didn't rub it just hard enough. And guess what? They end up getting caught up in a wreck and end up getting caught sliding back and possibly having more damage.
It's so easy to get caught wrong place, wrong time, and that is what we saw right there. And everybody is antsy. Everybody is on edge. We are going green next time by. There will be 6 laps to go when they make that push. And when you're in that constant restart bubble here, Reeves, you know, how do you break that? As a group of drivers, how do you know when it's so important to make moves, to just be able to give that extra bit of space? Where does the line lie in terms of where you can give and where you can take at this stage?
I think it's got a lot to do with experience. I think it's got a lot to do with, you know, how long you've been out there, you know, understanding, you know, what lines need to be moving or what area can I move up in. It also takes a lot of patience to see exactly what's going on around you. You know, honestly, it takes a little bit of luck as well. So, I mean, that's honestly what I'm going with is experience, patience, and luck to be able to try to position yourself, especially on these restarts. Talking about the experience, you've seen Garrett Maines. He was actually not even close to being next to Eberhardt. Usually you would end up seeing guys on these restarts just straight up under the back bumper, almost turning them or damn near turning them for some of the fans out there. I mean, going on these restarts going into the corner. So Maines actually had the experience, the patience, and had a little bit of luck too, because Everhart could have went up, slammed into the fence, and came right back down the track and could have cleaned him out. And that could have killed his shot at a Podium 500 as well. So that's what you're going to get, honestly. I mean, that's what I think it's going to take, especially on these restarts. Those three things: experience, patience, and it's going to take some luck as well.
Well, that luck is going to be so needed. 6 laps remain as the pace car will dive once more off of the circuit and bring us back to running. Will this be a case of another case of laps being chalked off, which the front want, or are they going to have to scrap for it into green-white checker land? There's the green for Noel. We're back away again. It's 6 left to find who can win a duel.
Hopley way back there around the 8th spot, went straight from the top, jumped straight down to the bottom. Drivers in front of him, Kenny Rio and Anthony English, they're going to ease up to the top side. They're going to hang out Dustin Shepard on the bottom side. Topley going to jump up and give him the help as well with Derek Fulton as Brian Noel up at the front with William Hale right behind him and J.R. Miller as they work into turn number 3.
Oh, almost contact there on the bottom line, which is completely disintegrated.
Oh.
And up top, there's troubles there. Caution comes out again, this time heading to 3.
And unfortunately, Malik Ray, one of the Coke Series drivers, is going to get caught up in this whole accident. It was a 3-wide bad bump gone wrong, and then all hell ends up breaking loose. There you see Malik Ray. I got a feeling that sucker's not going to be able to make it around, possibly to even pit road. He's just going to park it right there and get out. So unfortunate for Mr. Malik Ray. Unfortunately, will not be able to finish, and looks like he's not going to be able to make it into the Podium 500. You see he's lost. Honestly, I mean, he is lost. He has been putting up a hell of a fight today. He's been doing a fantastic job here in this race. He just lost. I mean, that right there is devastation, honestly, right there, Sperry.
Well, when you get lost in the shuffle of this race and you do not have the time when it becomes a caution fest to jump back up through, you only have yourself to blame in a situation like this. And look at him. He's banging his fist on the desk, talking to his spotter, saying, this is not how I wanted my race to go. And I am out, and I should not, because I've got the talent to go out there and win practically any race he sets his mind to. But that's the way the cookie crumbles in this one. Malik Ray is out.
Unfortunately for Malik Ray. Malik, I'll just be honest with you, don't look at this right here because we are going to get the replay for you right here. So I'm sure Malik Ray probably does not want to see this instant replay because obviously he's going to get caught up in this. And it actually happened ahead of Malik Ray. It was a stack up gone wrong. Couple of bad bumps, couple of drivers tried to jump down. You're right on board with Malik Ray, and you'll see exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be one driver that's going to try to jump up, and you're going to see a bad bump gone wrong right here, smack dab in the middle. There you see Mace. He jumps down. They're already spinning up to the wall, and Malik Ray was just at full send right up in the middle of the track. That unfortunately gets sandwiched between him and the 33 and another driver down on the bottom. And then at that point, as you saw, both front wheels completely detached from the front end of the car. He's pretty much just along for the ride right there.
Yeah, the suspension caves in, and there's not much that Malik Ray can do about that. He found himself wrong place, wrong time, wrong moment to be there, and that puts him out of the race. But for Noel, he's counted down those laps perfectly. By staying out, he will have himself just 2 laps. At 20 laps to go, he decided to stay out. At 2 laps to go, he hasn't really been fought for that position. He's just got to guard it to the white, and then he's just got to guard it for one more.
Absolutely, and this is something else that you was talking about earlier, Sperry, is some of these guys, can they make it on fuel? We was talking about that earlier on, but these caution laps, being able to clutch it and save and turn the car off, turn it back on, this is what, Brian Noel, William Hale, J.R. Miller, all these guys up at the front, Kenny Rio, Anthony English, how about that? Conrad, all these guys that's up here at the front that stayed out. This is what they want to be able to be up here, and they are going to stay out regardless at this point, because if there's another caution, they may be in trouble, but who knows how hard they've been saving. I guarantee you, like I said, I've been turning the car off, had the clutch in. I've been coasting as much as I can around here just to save as much as I can. But it's a hell of a move right here by Brian Noel, William Hale, J.R. Miller, all these guys that's up there at the front that stayed out when everybody else went in and got possibly tires and gas. I'm sure they got gas, but they may ended up getting tires as well. Barry, something else you talked about. As hot as these tires is getting, especially running out here, that handling's going to get crazy for some of these guys up front.
It is, and with all of these cautions, with all those heat cycles that are put in, I think everyone's just about as much on a level playing field as they're going to be here tonight. And they all know it. It will be green next time by with just 2 laps to figure it out. You'll throw a couple popsicle sticks up in the air. You'll say, what can you do on the final stages? We've had 3 straight runs where it's gone pretty much immediately, 4 straight runs without it even turning a lap. They at the front, likes of Noel, likes of Hale, the likes, of course, of those of J.R. Miller, they are praying that they can just go a lap. And they know that if they can do that, they've got a great chance of making it happen. The one thing that will be in the back of their mind, though, Reeves, is that, okay, there's less drivers in this field now than when they were when they started this sequence of cautions. They've got a really good shot of making it go 1 lap.
Absolutely, but one thing that they've got to make sure that they don't get caught up in any accidents. As we've mentioned here before at Daytona, you can go all the way back from where Alan Wilson is, back there in the 33rd spot. He's still on the lead lap. Jake Matheson also going to be right there, starting right behind him in the 32nd spot. These guys can easily go from the back to the front. That is the great equalizer here at Daytona, is the draft and what lane you can put yourself in. So some of these guys can ease up to the front, and they can make it aggressive. Another thing, these guys that's up front, they are in perfect spot. But as we mentioned, when we get to that white flag, it doesn't matter if all of them end up wrecking. I mean, hell, all of them can. There will be no caution. It's racing all the way back to that checkered flag.
Watch out for the Champagne brothers, because they are fighting for that last transfer position into the dance. And if one brother's in, one brother's out, I won't want to be around their household tonight. Mark my words about it. It's all under pace of Noel. Here we go once more. Green flag in the air. 2 laps. Let's figure it out, boys.
Here we go, and we may going to figure it out pretty quick, because Brian Noel, he gasses it up, and he is gone. He's going to jump up right in front of William Hale, right behind him. J.R. Miller, he's going to get the shove from Kenny Rio. J.R. Miller looking like he's going to the front, but more up is up on the top side as the Champagne brothers trying to battle it out. See who's going to be spraying some champagne when this thing's all said and done, but Brian Noel going to get the shove from William Hale and take the lead as they work into turn 3.
Brilliant shove, and it's there once again. Who can you find? Who's your friends? And look at the pushes that go along through 3. And they start fanning out 3 wide. Any troubles before the line? We're coming towards the white. This is where it's going to be all about who's got what. This one will go official. White flag flies, and Noel has himself the margin at the moment, but watch out for William Hale. Garza, there in 3rd position, has driven fantastically back to the point, but it's all highline. But someone's got to jump down low. Someone's got to get it, and they can see it. It's the number 1 car remains, who's in the mix there with Freese, who led so much in the early stage down on the bottom for the transfer. It's still here as they head through 2 and now towards 3. Noel at the front being hung up there, but who's got a block? Block thrown. Big block thrown there by onto Garza, but it's still Noel who's got it. It's going to be huge down in at the bottom for the top 20, but Garza running high, and the podium car is going to take it here in the second duel. Top 20 becomes a scramble, and it looks over the line like there are some who are going to be just on the wrong side of Lady Luck.
Wow, from what we're looking right now, it's going to be Derek Fulton in the number 70. He's going to get the last transfer spot in the field. So Derek Fulton, from what we're seeing, finished in the 20th spot. He's going to get the last spot. But how about that for Adam Garza? Showing it up for the podium cars. There you see Mace comes by, gives him a little door bang, the good way to go ahead and congratulate him. Both of them out there as Mace looks like he's going to get in, as well as Garza is as well. What a finish all the way down to the end here for duel number 2.
I tell you what, you start entering the Podium 500 by being a competition winner. and you come out of it winning the second duel, being on the second row of the grid for the 500 that comes along only 24 hours from now. And you certainly get a sense that Adam Garza right now earns his weight in so much metal and material. He's done everything he's needed to and then some, and that was a huge victory for him, and that is a real confidence booster.
That's a big confidence booster, and it's a confidence booster, honestly, for every single one of these guys inside the top 20 here this evening, to be honest with you, Jake. I mean, all of them, they can sleep well tonight knowing that, honestly, they have busted their tails all the way from Wednesday all the way to now to get themselves into the Podium 500. Looks like it's set. Obviously, everything is going to be unofficial until we get the officials from the race control and everything. But so far, from what we're seeing out of everybody in that top 20, we're seeing some guys that we didn't really think was going to be up here, and seeing some guys that we thought was going to be there. And guess what? They're going to be packing up and heading to the house. But congratulations to Adam Garza. He ends up getting the win here at Daytona in Duel 2.
There is always opportunity out there if you can just buy your ticket, and that ticket we saw here today was bought. Let's try as much as we can to get confirmation of results up on screen. I think that is going to be the best way to see who's got what. Garza takes it from English. Noel, who led on to the last lap, finds himself third in the end. But the likes of drivers who went through, remember how Champagne, one of the Champagne brothers, was down in 20th, a finish in 8th. Says all you need to know, likes of Jack Mace there in night. JR Miller would round the top 10, but it was a huge scramble to get through, and it was the 24 of Mains and then the 70 of Fulton just sneaking through. Both Mains managing. Garrett Mains there in 16th will do enough to reach the dance, but that, you can say, is everything you need to know. Your 42 are set for tomorrow.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a fantastic field tomorrow for the Podium 500. And another driver that we're seeing up there, as well as Conrath, he was able to get up there as well and end up finishing inside that top 20. There you see some of these guys. Remember, Lawson Peel down there in that 29th spot. He is going to race tomorrow, so do not count him out. He will be up there on the front row battling it out as the green flag drops tomorrow for the Podium 500. A couple other drivers there. You see the other Champagne brother, going to be in the 23rd spot. That's where he's going to finish. Just a couple of spots short. See Louis Ettinger also right there in the 36th spot. Unfortunate for him. He was looking good. But how about Malik Ray, the Coke Series driver? He's going to finish in the 37th spot. And Eberhard as well. I mean, in that 90, both of those drivers was up at the front looking pretty good, looking like they was going to be able to get in it. As well as Jake Matheson sitting in 33rd. That's what I was saying earlier, Sperry. A lot of drivers that we thought was going to be in there, they're packing up and they're heading to the house, and they're going to have to be watching from the sidelines tomorrow.
Absolutely. And this is why you got to love the Podium 500. It's the toughest ticket in town to make it in to the dance, and we have our drivers set. They have all earned their place. They have survived to tell the tale. And Jacob, you know, we're sitting here with an awesome opportunity to say 500 miles, winner takes all. What do you got?
Telling you right now, everybody that's going to be watching it tomorrow, make sure you got a couple of cold ones, a bunch of cold ones behind you, because if it's anything like we've seen in the duels and the LCQs, it's going to be a long one. It's going to be a long 500-mile race. It's going to be a fast one. It's going to be a fun one. And honestly, you could go to a casino. It's basically like a casino when you go for the Podium 500 for a 500-mile race. It's basically like a roulette wheel. You can basically just put it on, excuse me, put your number on whatever number that you want, and basically just see what happens. Just spin the wheel and see and honestly see where it lands.
It is that sort of randomness that we love. Duel 2 has been declared as official. Duel 1 is still under review as things stands, as we will bring proceedings to a close here with the Podium 500 on the day of the LCQs, on the day of the duels. This has been a simply incredible showcase of racing that we've had From Rachel Whitefoot and Ryan Bauer at Podium Esports, camera builder Dougie Beard, our producer, of course, Christian Hill, and so much more that's been going on forward with it with Cameron Orbanon over on socials, from the entire team that has got it done, from Jacob Reed, of course, from the likes of Kenneth Bueno and the crew, and so much more. Robert Hill Jr., my name is Jake Sperry. You've got 42 now. You've got your field set. Now set it up. 500 miles, 200 laps, Daytona International Speedway. Who's got what it takes to be the next Podium 500 winner? Join us tomorrow as live coverage will bring you of the great American sim race.
$264 drivers entered with a shot at $1,000.
Driver sideways, that is Daniel Holloway at the exit of turn 4.
Cars in the wall, it's checkers or records. No caution flags allowed as they wreck towards the back of the pack. Mr. McQueen, Casey Kerwin to the line. He wins the Podium 500.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.